Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Hey everybody, get ready for some great shows. Starting out with Cavalcade of America, Lux Theater with some great Hollywood stars, Groucho Marx, one of the best comedians in history, and also followed by the hilarious Red Skelton.
The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont. Among the practical men of vision in our country's history is one who left a career of science for his duty to his country and became great in both. This man was David Rittenhouse, astronomer, mathematician, and patriot. This evening, the DuPont Cavalcade presents some highlights in his colorful life. David Rittenhouse was always striving to bring more comforts and conveniences into the lives of his contemporaries. This also is the aim of the research chemist who helps to provide a fuller and more complete existence for all. This thought is aptly expressed in the DuPont pledge: better things for better living through chemistry. As an overture, Don Voorhees and the DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra bring us Cole Porter's melody, Night and Day, from the musical comedy, The Gay Divorce. The DuPont Cavalcade moves forward. David Rittenhouse came into the world April 8, 1732. His great-grandfather, a Dutchman, had established the first paper manufactory in America. It can still be seen today in Fairmount Park, Philadelphia, where Paper Mill Run flows into the Wissahickon Creek. In a house adjoining this mill, David Rittenhouse was born. That same year, his father moved to a farm at Norriton, Pennsylvania. When David was 14, he was faced with his first great decision. His father storms into the kitchen where Mrs. Rittenhouse is busy cooking supper.
There's Dave.
He's out fetching some wood for the fire.
It is good he has something useful doing.
No, he's always doing something useful. He's a hard worker, and you know it, Matt. What have you got your Dutch up about now?
You can save your opinions about the Dutch. They're the only race that could make a living with so many of your Welsh around here.
Well, the Welsh know a good bargain when they see it. That's why I married you.
No, there's no use trying to get around me with that.
Now, what's wrong with Divvy?
You will hear when I see him.
Well, here he comes now. But now, whatever it is, Matt, I'm on his side.
Here's your wood, Ma.
Oh, thank you, dear.
Hello, Father. Feels like rain.
No, that isn't rain, dear. It's just your father looking like a thundercloud. Shut the door, Davy.
Yes, Ma. I hope it doesn't rain till tomorrow.
David,
Yes, Father?
what do you mean wasting your time when there's so much work to be done?
I don't remember wasting any time, Father.
How do you know he was wasting his time,
There
Matt?
is plenty of evidence on every building around here. They are covered with numbers and drawings. Even the woodshed's full of them.
That's why I hope it won't rain tonight. I have a calculation on the spring house that's only half finished. It's only written in charcoal, you know.
What's only written in charcoal?
Figures. Nonsense. Could not make head or tails of it.
Well, neither can I with some of them, but I will. Where did you put Uncle's book on Newton, Ma? That Principia?
What's there on the shelf, dear?
Elizabeth, I knew those things your brother left David would take his mind off his work.
Now he brings in all the wood we need. You let Davy do all the figuring he has a mind to.
Well, I don't take no stock in it.
Well, what of it so long as Davy does? You're mighty proud of it, too, Matthias. I notice you've still got that watermill model he made when he was only 8 years old.
No.
Now I've got Uncle's tool chest, I can make almost anything. I wish I had more time to give to making things.
What would you like to make, Davy?
Well, I think I'd like to make clocks.
Clocks. Why clocks?
Because people need them and can't get them. I could make a shop in one end of the woodshed.
But, David, I need you on the farm.
But he'll be good at that kind of work, Matt. Let him do it.
I'll be on the farm when you need me most. But I can make clocks in winter, and they'll bring in money when we have a bad year.
Well, there, Matthias. Is that practical enough to suit you?
Well, all right, Davy. Give it a try. But don't you forget your chores.
Yes, Father.
As the years passed by, the name of David Rittenhouse on fine clocks drew the attention of many celebrated men. When his brother-in-law, the Reverend Thomas Barton, became a professor in the College of Philadelphia, now the University of Pennsylvania, he introduced David to Dr. Smith, provost of the college. David Rittenhouse is now 31 years old. One day he is working in his shop.
Come in. Oh, why, Dr. Smith. Come right on in. I'm glad to see you.
Thanks, David. I've brought a friend with me, Mr. John Lukens, Surveyor General of the province.
How do you do, sir?
Delighted to make your acquaintance, Mr. Rittenhouse. I hope the new clock is ready. I'm eager to see it.
Well, you're just in time, then. I was testing the chimes.
Yes, we heard them, but what is this on the dial? It looks like the sun and the moon.
Well, that's what they are. And all the planets. I figured out a planetary machine that works with the timepieces.
I've read of something like this being owned by the Earl of Orrery in England, named after him.
Yes, the Orrery. I hope to make a better one than his someday.
What? Oh, yes, of course. But this clock is most ingenious, isn't it, Lukens?
Yes, but will it keep good time?
I'll guarantee it's accurate.
Indeed, and how do you know that?
I've checked it against the movements of the heavenly bodies themselves.
Why, David, that would take astronomy.
Whoever heard of a clockmaker being an astronomer?
You did, sir, the moment you heard of me. You see, a clock must measure the same time measured by the sun and moon. So I taught myself astronomy. That's how I got the data for the planetary machine here.
You certainly go to a lot of trouble to make a clock.
Not to make a good clock. I find a great deal of pleasure in astronomy.
Astronomy would make surveying easy for you.
Yes, and accurate. You see, only by using astronomy can we find the exact latitude and longitude of any place on Earth.
That's very true.
The trouble is now we have only places on maps. Nobody knows where they are on the actual ground.
Well, that's a good way to explain it. No wonder the colonies are in endless boundary disputes.
Exactly, sir. Every man knows he has a farm, but no man knows where on earth it is.
Yes, that's the trouble with you. Pennsylvania and Maryland have been fighting for 20 years in the British Court of Chancery. Even now that it's settled, they still don't know where their boundaries are on the ground.
We soon will. Mr. John Penn has ordered us to anticipate the findings of the court's commissioners by making our own survey.
Oh, indeed. And when will you start?
As soon as Mr. Rittenhouse is ready.
Sir?
I rode out with Dr. Smith today to see if you would undertake to survey the boundary lines between Pennsylvania and Maryland.
What will become of my work here?
Well, it will still be here, David, when you come back.
There's still another reason. No, gentlemen, I'm afraid I can't do it.
Of course, the northern boundary of Delaware presents an awkward problem. Surveying the circumference of a circle with a radius 12 miles from Newcastle is something new to our geometry.
It isn't that, sir.
Well, whatever it is, I'm sure David has a good reason.
Well, the truth is, gentlemen, it's a young lady, the daughter of a neighboring farmer, Miss Eleanor Colston. We were planning to be married, and I can't take a wife on a surveying trip.
Well, I'm sure she'll wait for you, David.
And you will have fame and honor to offer her then.
You surely can't refuse this service to the province.
Well, gentlemen, if you put it that way. All right, Mr. Lukens, I'll go.
Good. The proprietor will thank you, sir.
The result of the surveying expedition won the clockmaker a bonus. The line David Rittenhouse surveyed as the boundary between Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland was later checked and found astronomically correct by two commissioners sent out from England. Their names were Mason and Dixon. Moreover, Rittenhouse was the first to measure actually 1 degree of the meridian on this earth. The work took several months, and the instruments Rittenhouse used he made himself. The next year, he married Miss Eleanor Colston, and they lived on the farm at Norriton, which his father had turned over to him. One evening in 1767, David is working in his shop when his wife enters.
David Rittenhouse, what on earth are you doing? I called you to supper an hour ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eleanor. I'm putting the finishing touches on my orrery.
Orrery?
You remember the invention of the Earl of Orrery? Not that this is an orrery, really. Much more like the real thing.
What real thing?
The solar system.
That machine?
Yes, dear. See, it reproduces the movements of all our planets and their satellites exactly in the proper relations.
At what time?
Well, any time you want. It'll show their exact position as it was or will be any time within 5,000 years.
Oh, let me feel your forehead. You must be feverish.
Well, I am a little excited, Eleanor. The Earl of Orrery just had a toy that showed a few globes going around in circles. But my machine places all the planets in their proper ellipses and conforms to Kepler's completed theory originated by Copernicus.
What on earth are you talking about?
About my orrery. Now, I want to show you how it works. Now, you see the motions of this main face here are registered on dials that give the exact relationships to the year, month, and day.
Well, what are these other two faces for?
Well, this one shows the moon and its monthly eclipses. And this other shows the movements of Jupiter and his moons, and Saturn with his ring and satellites.
I can't believe it.
Well, you can see it. Look. There. See them revolving? There the moon goes from the quarter to the full.
Yes. It works all right. But why I can't believe a human being could make it. Not even you.
Well, you can be sure it didn't just pop together by itself, Eleanor. Well, there you are.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
The College of New Jersey at Princeton wants to buy it.
Well, I should think you'd rather let our own college have it, David.
Well, I'll make another one for them. Just now, we need all the money we can get.
What for?
I want to move into town where I can be close to things.
We've always lived on a farm. I'd be afraid to live in town.
Well, I could use the money to build an observatory out here.
An observatory? What on earth do you want to observe?
Nothing on Earth. I want to observe the heavens. There'll be a transit of Venus across the sun in 1769. I want to see it.
Well, all right, David. If you want to, I think you should. You seem to know so much about stars and such things, but you don't know how to take care of yourself. Now come to supper.
All right, my dear. I'll do whatever you say.
Oh, but David, I really am proud of you. And don't let anything turn you aside. Not even me. You follow your star.
When Rittenhouse finished his orrery, which was the mechanical forerunner of our modern marvel, the planetarium, he took it to the great scientific organization called the American Philosophical Society, whose president was Benjamin Franklin. Franklin is absent in London on business for the colonies, so another member of the society, Thomas Jefferson, looks at the machine.
Mr. Rittenhouse, as an artist, you have established as great a proof of mechanical genius as the world has ever produced.
Mr. Jefferson, your praise embarrasses
But
me.
it's deserved. Your friend Provost Smith tells me you have plans for observing the transit of Venus.
Yes. The conditions for this rare phenomenon will be perfect here.
What special advantage, except the honor, will there be in seeing it?
Well, by taking sights on Venus as it passes across the body of the sun, we can figure more exactly the solar parallax and find out how far the Earth is from the sun.
What places have been selected for official observation?
The astronomers in Europe have sent expeditions to Lapland, Hudson's Bay, California Territory, and Pekin.
And none to these colonies?
No, though conditions are best here in our province. I'm building an observatory of my own at Norriton.
We must build another, near the Philosophical Society in State House Square.
Where will you get the equipment for it? Telescopes, micrometers, timekeepers, many things. I've had to make my own.
We must and shall do our best to give America her proper place in the world of science.
The Pennsylvania state legislature voted money. Benjamin Franklin sent a telescope from London. On the day of the transit of Venus across the sun, conditions were perfect. Rittenhouse at Norriton was assisted by Provost Smith and John Lukens. At the State House Square, other scientists watched. At a third point, Cape Henlopen in Delaware, Orrin Biddle observed through another telescope. At first, the findings of Rittenhouse were ignored in Europe because they were at variance with the preconceived ideas there. But later, when all reports were in, he was found to have computed the exact average of all readings, placing the sun 96 millions of miles distant from the Earth. That same year, he again distinguished himself, this time in the field of physics. One evening, he burst into the house with a new apparatus.
Eleanor! Eleanor! Where are you?
Land's sakes, David, what's the fire?
Nothing but the sun, Eleanor, and I can measure every degree of it here with this. Look.
Nonsense. You can't measure temperature without mercury. Even I know that. And there's no mercury in that thing.
Well, Eleanor, you know that metal expands with heat and contracts with cold.
Yes, I know that.
Well, this is a metallic thermometer.
Oh, well, your eyesight's better than mine if you can see metal expanding.
No, I've devised an instrument to do that for me. Now, the change in the metal moves a hand on this dial here. It's marked in degrees Fahrenheit. Look. See? Shows a rising temperature as I bring it closer to the fire.
But how do I know that's the right temperature?
Well, here's a mercury thermometer. See, they have the same reading.
Well, I'm past being surprised by you anymore, Davy. But what put it into your head?
I had to find some way to make clock pendulums that wouldn't change their length with changes of temperature. This is the same principle.
You have so many inventions, Davy. I think we ought to move into town now if you still want to.
I do, but we can't afford it. Costs more money to live in town. And until the heavens provide enough money, we'll have to continue to live off the ground.
Now, who can that be?
Come in. Well, Dr. Smith. This is a pleasant surprise.
Good day, David. Good day, Mrs. Rittenhouse.
Good day, Doctor.
David, you must prepare to move to town at once. Your personal opportunity and your duty to your fellow men are both there.
I think I should stay here at Norriton.
Well, the choice is no longer yours. The State Assembly has chosen for you.
I don't understand you, sir.
They have made you one of the 3 commissioners of the loan office.
What?
And that's not all. They've given you an outright grant of £300 and appropriated another £400 for a third orrery double the size of the others.
David.
But, Dr. Smith, why have they done all this?
Well, I'd best to tell you in their own exact words. They say, as a testimony of the high sense which this house entertains of his mathematical genius and mechanical ability.
I'm honored more than I deserve.
Well, we feel that we're honored to have you one of us.
And can enjoy the company of your scientific friends in town.
You'll be a welcome neighbor for members of the Philosophical Society. It's a great opportunity, David. A great career is opening up before you. Already your reputation is worldwide.
And all I wanted to do was to make a good clock.
The DuPont cavalcade moves forward. Rittenhouse's enjoyment of work and research in the city was doomed to be short-lived. In 1775, he was made a member of the Committee of Public Safety. When Benjamin Franklin was called to the new General Congress, Rittenhouse was elected to take the place he vacated in the State Assembly. He was a member of the State Constitutional Convention, and under the new state constitution, he was elected state treasurer. His public career now took all his time and energy. On Franklin's death, Rittenhouse succeeded him as president of the Philosophical Society, and he hoped at last to continue his long-interrupted career in science. But the rise of the new government of the United States made further demands on him in the public service. On July 1st, 1792, he sits in the office of President Washington.
Mr. Rittenhouse, your work as trustee of the Pennsylvania Loan Office was very distinguished.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. But I have retired from all state affairs. I think at last I have earned some time for my scientific work.
Earned it? Yes. Beyond doubt and many times over. But by that very experience, your country has great need of you.
I can think of no office that can't be filled better by someone else.
But I can. You alone are best qualified for the new executive office I must appoint today. For 13 years, you were treasurer of our richest state. As trustee of its loan office, you made it the most profitable and yet of greatest benefit to the individual of any in America.
It seemed imperative since the loans were the basis of our currency.
Exactly. And our currency is now in great confusion.
In point of fact, sir, we have no national currency.
We shall have.
And to have a currency, we must first have a place to coin it.
We'll have our own national mint as soon as it can be built and equipped. I need your help.
If I might, I could suggest the man for chief coiner. His name is Henry Voigt.
His name is familiar.
He's a watchmaker.
A watchmaker for such a position?
I am a clockmaker, sir.
Of course. I forgot.
But Voigt has made bigger things than watches. He made the engine for John Fitter's steamboat.
Oh, yes. That's where I heard of him. Well, who else can you suggest for the staff?
Why should I select the staff, sir?
Because, Mr. Rittenhouse, I have selected you for the first director of the United States Mint.
I appreciate the honor, Mr. President. But I have set my heart on retiring to my observatory and spending my 2 remaining years
Mr. Rittenhouse, I understand. But the business of our country, our credit, our prosperity, demand a sound and adequate currency. No one is so well suited for this task as you. I beg this further sacrifice of you. You will accept.
When you put it that way, Mr. President, I must accept.
Good. And please accept my thanks and the nation's gratitude.
More and the work of David Rittenhouse, self-taught scientist, was done. But his inventions lived after him and inspired the minds of many who followed. Today, several of his remarkable precision instruments, including the famous orrery, are on view at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. After his death in 1796, an unusual tribute was paid to his memory. A memorial service was held in Philadelphia, and a eulogy was delivered in the presence of the mayor, the city council, the state assembly, and the president and Congress of the United States. DuPont salutes David Rittenhouse, pioneer scientist and patriot, as one of the worthy leaders in the cavalcade of America.
If David Rittenhouse, one of America's pioneer scientists, were alive today, he would be keenly interested in one of the latest achievements of modern science. It is this. DuPont research chemists now make sponges from spruce trees. Yes, sponges made of cellulose from spruce tree wood. Sponges that have never seen the ocean, yet would even fool the fish. These new DuPont cellulose sponges have all the qualities you expect in a sponge, plus several brand new advantages all their own. They float, won't sink and pick up grit from the bottom of the pail. They contain no sand or seashell particles, so they won't scratch. They can be cleaned and sterilized by boiling, yet they won't crumble. And absorb 20 times their own weight of water. All of these qualities because the new cellulose sponge comes from the chemical laboratory instead of the floor of the ocean. These sponges are ideal for the bath and equally good for dishwashing. You can polish metal, silverware, and furniture with them because they're not affected by most household chemicals, by dilute lyes and acids or abrasives. That's one reason they're excellent for waxing woodwork and linoleum, for cleaning leather goods and white shoes, for washing automobiles or the baby, for wiping off photographic and X-ray film. These and many other uses make the DuPont cellulose sponge a versatile helper in home and industry. In its chemical manufacturing business, the DuPont Company's cellulose research, which utilizes both wood and cotton, has produced many useful products. Man-made fibers for luxurious fabrics, coated textiles for book bindings, upholstery, and many other uses, plastics for toiletware, fountain pen barrels, and handbags, transparent wrapping material for everything from candy bars to new houses, and dozens of others. The development of the new DuPont sponge is one more example of how research chemistry has used one of nature's raw materials, wood cellulose, to create something new and useful which did not exist before. Here we see again how DuPont chemists provide better things for better living through chemistry. The Pine Tree Shilling, the story of the coining of the first money in the American colonies, will be the subject of our broadcast when next week at the same time, DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio. C/G. Support our vettery.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel. Lux presents Hollywood, the Robin Hood of the Reign of Terror. That was The Scarlet Pimpernel, whose daring defiance, whose colorful romance we bring you tonight with Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. Madame Hilda Grenier, formerly royal dresser to Queen Mary of England, is our special guest, while our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before our producer takes over the program, let me remind you that Lux helps you get longer wear out of your stockings. It helps them stay nice and elastic, so they give under strain instead of popping runs. Yes, Lux cuts way down on runs, so give your stockings regular Lux care. Buy Lux Flakes in the large size box for greater economy. Our producer takes over the program. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. They call it the poor man's weather glass, this little crimson flower that lends a splash of color to English waysides and closes up its petals in warning whenever there's a storm approaching. They also call it the Scarlet Pimpernel. And by the mark of this flower only, the mysterious hero of our play, Sir Percy Blakeney, signed his daring exploits. As a play, the Scarlet Pimpernel was performed over 5,000 times, and it's perhaps the most popular screen characterization of the celebrated star who reenacts the title role for Lux listeners tonight, Mr. Leslie Howard. All the acclaim the stage and screen can bring a star has been won by Mr. Howard. He may continue his career as an actor, but should his present plans materialize, he'll also join the ranks of film producers, which I hope he does. Olivia de Havilland, who's been away from our stage too long, is the brown-haired, brown-eyed heroine of Warner Brothers' new production, Dodge City, in which she plays opposite Errol Flynn. She's co-starred tonight as Marguerite, and Dennis Green plays Chauvelin. As producer of the Lux Radio Theater, I want to take a moment before raising our curtain to thank all of you for your support. Thousands of you have written, telling us that you show your appreciation by regularly purchasing our products. With this kind of cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, you can depend upon hearing Hollywood's brightest stars on our program every Monday night. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel. Paris, in the year 1793. The French Revolution is over, but the reign of terror casts its gruesome shadow across the city. Every day, the citizens of Paris watch an endless procession of death. Crude wooden carts, laden with the nobles of France, on their last journey through the streets, a journey to the guillotine. Into this maelstrom comes one man to stem the rising tide of French blood, an Englishman, known only as the Scarlet Pimpernel, the object of every nobleman's prayer and every revolutionist's curse. He works silently, mysteriously, and successfully. In his native England, they speak of him with bated breath.
Scarlet Pimpernel. He's the only hope the French nobles have.
Scarlet Pimpernel? Does anyone know who he is?
No, madam, but I must confess I feel quite proud when I remember that he is an Englishman.
They say he's always in disguise.
Oh, he's an actor, that man. He speaks French like a Frenchman, they say. And I've heard he can assume 100 disguises in an hour's time. An old hag, a peddler, a captain of the guards. You never know in what dress the Scarlet Pimpernel will strike.
And now the Scarlet Pimpernel is about to strike again. Into a barber's shop in Paris comes an old man in the black robes of a priest. The French barber greets him jovially.
Good morning, Father. You wish to be shaved this morning?
Yes, if you please, Barber.
Sit down, sit down. Have you come from the square, Father? The guillotine is busy again today, eh?
I don't know. I didn't stop.
No? Well, it is always the same. The drums roll, the knife falls, and another aristocrat parts company with his head.
Yes, very monotonous.
And so clumsy. That great, ugly machine. When all they need is a sharp razor like this, a quick grip, and flick.
Oh, please, please, don't flick quite so close to my throat. I only want to shave.
You? You are all right, Father. But I wish they'd give me a few aristocrats to shave. Can you not see me dealing with the Scarlet Pimpernel?
The what?
The Scarlet Pimpernel, haven't you heard?
No.
There is a band of Englishmen helping these cursed aristocrats out of the country. Their chief is the only man who ever cheated Madame Guillotine. He is known by the title of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
And who is he?
Ah, that is the mystery.
The mystery, of course, yes.
But there will be heads falling today in spite of him. Some very famous heads, Father.
Yes?
We checked off the names last night. The Duc de Tours, the Comte de Terray, de Nijon, the Comte de Tournay and his wife and daughter.
The Tournay? Are you sure, the Tournay?
But certainly I'm sure. They were taken to prison over a month ago. Why, Father? You are not a friend of theirs?
A friend? No, no, no. No, it isn't safe to know any nobles these days.
Hmm? Oh, good, very good.
The former Comte de Tournay. Is that so, Father?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Very well, Father. They haven't long now. You'll find the former Comte de Tournay in that room over there.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Are you the Comte de Tournay?
Yes. I suppose you have come to offer me the last rites, Father.
In a manner of speaking. If you will just look at this passage I have marked in the book, your spirits will be uplifted.
I am not afraid to die, Father.
Even so, it is sometimes better to live, my son.
To live? What do you...
Read there, in the book.
But there is nothing on the page except a red mark.
Look carefully.
It is a flower. A scarlet pimpernel. Father, are you the scarlet pimpernel?
Be careful, it will do you no good to know. Just listen to me. Before you start on your journey to the guillotine, I will bring your wife and daughter to you. You will ride in the same tumbril. On the way, there will be an accident. The wheel of the tumbril will come off. There will be a commotion. The soldiers guarding the cart will be jostled by the crowd, all carefully arranged for. Look sharp, then. An old hag will drive past in a wagon. There will be a place to hide in the back large enough for 3 people. The old hag will drive you through the city gates. If all goes well, you'll be safe in England in 3 days.
God bless you. Whoever you are, God bless you. Well, what is it?
Good evening. Have you a crust of bread for an old lady?
No, I'm sorry. Here, take these.
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, wait. Isn't this the home of Monsieur Armand Saint-Just?
Yes, I am Armand Saint-Just. What do you want?
I want to come in, Armand.
Merci. Quickly, quickly. Good Lord.
How are you, Armand?
I'm afraid I will always be startled at these disguises of yours. Last time I saw you, you were a priest.
Now I'm an old hag. Here, help me out of these clothes. I feel silly.
Did you get to the Tournays out of the city?
I got the girl and the countess. What happened to de Tournay? He wasn't in the tumbril.
I know. He was remanded the last minute.
Why?
Because Robespierre wants to see him. And Robespierre wants to see him because the ambassador of the French Republic has come over from London.
Chauvelin? Here in Paris?
Yes. All in your honor, Percy. Your work is becoming even more dangerous than it was.
Our work, Armand. Well, let's hope Chauvelin will go back to England, knowing less than ever. I'll be going back myself for a few days. Then we must lay our plans to free de Tournay.
Yes. Aren't you risking too much? Why do you persist in this mad sport?
Why do you?
Why? Because I am a Frenchman. This is my country. You are English. You are Sir Percy Blakeney, an English baronet with a lovely home and a charming wife.
Even if she is your sister.
My sister or not, I'd still say. Marguerite is charming. Or perhaps you don't think so any longer.
Why do you say that? Has she said anything to you?
She hinted at it in her last letter. She said you changed, Percy.
Did she? Well, I have changed. I'm rarely at home now, and when I am, I play the fop. I'm insipid, vain, silly. I think only of the latest fashions in clothes, the latest court gossip. But all for good reason, Armand. The greater fool I am in England, the safer I'll be in France.
But you could tell Marguerite.
No.
Just so she would understand.
I said no, and don't you tell her. Armand, you ask me why I live over here in the shadow of the guillotine while heads fall one after another. I can save only a few, I know that. The rest have to die. People I know and love. Innocent people, kindly people. Herded together like sheep and butchered like cattle.
But what has it to do with you?
Armand, do you remember the case of the Saint-Cyr family?
I think so. You were one of the first families to go to the guillotine.
Yes, because they were betrayed, Armand. Before their execution, they told me who it was who had betrayed them. It was Marguerite, my sister, my wife.
It was a lie.
I wish I could believe that, but I can't. I watched that execution, Armand. The Marquis, his wife, his son. And it was my wife who put them there.
So that's why you stopped loving her. What a tragedy.
Stopped? I shall love her till I die. That's the tragedy.
And it's to make up for what she did to them that you are risking your own life, week after week, to rescue the others.
Oh, don't be so heroic, Armand. I got a smack in the eye and took refuge in sport. And what a sport. By gad, I think I shall give up fox hunting this winter.
Percy, don't joke about it.
I have to. It's the only thing that can save me. Well, I'm off for England in the morning, Armand. My love to Monsieur Chauvelin, if you should see him.
Gad, Percy, but it's good to have you at home again.
So far, so good, folks. I've still got my head.
You should hear them talk about you in London. You're the greatest mystery of the age.
Yes, well, I hope no one solves me just yet. But tell me about Marguerite. Has she been well?
As well as a neglected wife can be.
What has she been doing?
Having her portrait painted, mostly. Rumney's been there every day.
And our friend, Monsieur Chauvelin?
French ambassador. What will he be doing at your house?
Oh, one never knows, folks. One never knows. Well, England again. I shall have to become the fop once more. The London dandy, who has been at Bath for the past 10 days taking the cure. And sink me, I'm not cured yet. I shall have to go back to Bath again.
Lady Blakeney. Lady Blakeney, please. I can't paint you unless you sit quite still.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romney, but we were just talking of this man they call the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Oh.
He must be quite wonderful, Marguerite.
So they say. But it's maddening to think that somewhere there is a man as marvelous as that, and we never see him. He's of no use to us whatever.
Lady Blakeney.
Yes, Sprinkler.
Sir Percy, milady. He's just returned.
Percy.
Good day, ladies. So charmed to see you here. Have you been taking good care of my lovely wife, your servant, ladies? Marguerite, my dear, your slave.
Percy, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
So few things are surprising in this world, my dear. I should like to be one of them. And how are you, Rumney? And how is the portrait progressing?
You may see for yourself, Sir Percy.
Yes, the eyes are wrong, aren't they? And is the nose all right? You know, I rather think you've missed the mouth altogether. Yes, you have, Rumney. Otherwise, of course, it's the image of her.
I think that will be enough for today.
Poor Mr. Romney. You're tired, and so am I.
Tired. Zoons, I too. You know, dear ladies, I've just been to Bath to be cured of the fatigue. And now I'm so fatigued by the cure that I really think I shall have to go back to Bath again to be cured of the fatigue.
Marguerite, my dear, we must be going.
Yes, goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Your servant, ladies, your servant.
Well, Percy, what do you think of my portrait?
It's clever. But there's something lacking.
What?
I don't know. There's a look in the eyes. He's lost it.
Perhaps I've lost it. Perhaps it was happiness.
Good gad, my dear, how you could be unhappy, I can't imagine.
Can't you? Percy, can't you?
No, cursed if I can. Why, you're the most courted woman in town.
By whom?
By everybody.
Except you.
Oh, but my dear, I'm your husband.
Months after we were married, we were still happy. And then came this estrangement. Heaven knows it's not of my making.
Can you honestly say that?
Can you honestly deny that you've changed? So changed that I scarcely know you. You're never with me now. You're always away on some pretext or other. I'm always alone.
My dear, the fashionable belief today is that one makes one's own life. I'm trying to make mine, you must try to make yours. Now I must leave you for a while. There's to be a fight for a prize out in the countryside. Mendoza versus Jackson. Quite a battle.
Percy, you've only just come home. Do you have to leave right now?
My dear, the prince himself invited me. I'm trying to make my own life, Marguerite.
I see. Goodbye, Percy.
Mendoza's groggy. He's done for.
Don't you believe it, Your Highness. He's foxing. You wait until the 30th round.
I'll wager 100 guineas he won't last 2 more rounds.
Done. Come on, Mendoza.
Come on, Jackson.
Percy.
Fulks, sit down.
Percy, I've got to speak to you at once.
Pardon me, Your Highness. Well, Fulks?
Percy, it's Chauvelin. He's returned to England.
Chauvelin? Where is he? He's... Well, come on, Fulks. Come on, man. Where is he?
He's at your house, Percy.
My house? Order my carriage. I'm leaving at once.
Advise you to tell me, Lady Blakeney. You are French. You know these nobles who have escaped. You must know who it was who helped them.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Chauvelin, but I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You tricked me once into giving you information about the Marquis de Saint-Cyr, and I shall never forgive myself.
I'm sick of this sentimental twaddle about the poor, persecuted aristocrats. Have you forgotten what they did to the defenseless peasantry for centuries? What this very Saint-Cyr did to you?
No, I have not. But I'm no spy.
Then that is your last word?
Absolutely.
I wonder. Oh, by the way, how is your brother, Armand?
He is very well, I hope.
I hope so, too. But yesterday he was arrested.
Arrested?
At Boulogne.
What for?
As a traitor to his country.
Traitor? Oh, you're lying, Chauvelin, trying to trick me again.
I have the proof of his guilt in my pocket. A note he once wrote to the Scarlet Pimpernel. This scrap of paper will certainly send your brother to the guillotine. Unless, of course, you care to redeem it. Bring me the name of the Pimpernel, and this is yours.
But even if I wanted to, I don't know it.
Find it.
How can I, if you can't with an army of spies?
Because you go everywhere and know everyone in his circle. That much I do know. And this also, that he will be among the guests tomorrow night at the Grenville Ball.
So will half the world. The thing's impossible.
To a clever woman whose brother's life is at stake, nothing's impossible. Well?
Do you swear to give me that paper?
The moment I catch the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Zoons, that name again.
Percy.
I've heard nothing else all day at the club, at the fight, and now here. I protest the fellow's a public nuisance. Oh, I beg your pardon, my dear. Do I intrude?
No. This is an old acquaintance, Monsieur Chauvelin, the French ambassador. My husband.
Charmed, delighted, enchanted. The devilish clever race, the French. How they speak that unspeakable language of theirs defeats me.
You flattered us, Sir Percy.
No. You've got the cleverest heads in the world. The only trouble is you all go to pieces round the neck.
Round the neck?
Yes. Now look at your cravat. Sink me, what a mess. Now, if you'd really like to know how to tie a cravat, I'll tell you. But it isn't easy, you know. It takes all my brains.
Yes, I'm sure it would.
Yeah, of course it would. Now, you see, look here. First of all, the thing goes twice round the neck. And then the front folds back to allow the back to come to the front. Otherwise, of course, the front would be all behind as it was before, you see?
Percy, what are you talking about?
You don't follow me, my dear. It's exactly what I say. It takes brains, doesn't it, Mr. Chauvelin?
One can see that.
Yes, of course one can.
Well,
yes.
Good day, Lady Blakeney.
No, don't go, no. I want you to hear my verse about that Pimpernel fellow. You'll love it, Chauvelin. Now, listen here. They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in... that dim, delusive Pimpernel.
Delightful.
Yes, I wrote it, you know. It's clever. Huh?
Yes,
huh?
Especially that line, those Frenchies seek him everywhere.
Oh, yes. I like that, too, yes. Because, you see, I hear that they do. And that gives the line sort of a something that gives it a sort of a something. If I make myself clear.
Yeah, clear as crystal.
Yeah.
Good day, my dear Sir Percy.
Bonjour, monsieur, as the French say. Bonjour, monsieur. Oh, it was a magnificent fight this afternoon, my dear. Gad, I wish you could have been there. What's the matter, my dear?
Percy, who is this Scarlet Pimpernel?
Pimpernel? Gad, Marguerite, how should I know? What's your interest in the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Oh, no more than any other woman's. We'd all like to know who he is.
Yeah, so would your friend Chauvelin, I'll wager.
What makes you say that?
Well, isn't that what he's here for? Didn't he tell you?
Why should he?
Why not? Mind you, the man's clever, but a fellow who can't even tie his own cravat isn't likely to put a noose round the Pimpernel's neck, is he?
Oh, Percy, can't you ever rise above trivialities?
Can't rise above anything more than 3 syllables, my dear. Never could.
You were a man once. A man a woman could look up to. Could turn to in trouble. And now, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Could you begin by telling me what the trouble is?
What's the use? We don't speak the same language. We did once, but I don't think we ever will again.
Really? Well, perhaps you're right, my dear.
You have just heard Act One of The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. During our brief intermission, let's see what the Brownings are doing.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh.
Christmas spirit. That's Midge and Dot and 10-year-old Bobby practicing for the community sing. And here comes Mother, home from a shopping tour.
Hello, youngsters.
Hiya, Santa Claus. Whoopee, look at the packages.
Oh, what a day. Here's your ribbon and wrapping paper, Midge.
Thanks, Mother. And did you get the,
Yes, here it is, Midge.
Zowie, what's that? Now, Bobby, no fair peeking. Well, gee, can't I just feel it? Nix, you keep away. Mother, did you get the stockings?
Yes, here they are, Dot.
Who are they for, Dot? Mary Lou. She's always running out of them. Running out is right. Gosh, did she pop a runner in chemistry today? Gee, it's something awful, the runs she gets. And snaky scenes, too. I'm a snake wriggling through the grass. Oh, Bobby. Oh, I know. Why, what? Why, look, Dot, you could wrap a box of Lux Flakes in with Mary Lou's stocking. Oh, I bet she'd love to know about Lux.
I'm sure she would, dear. Lux cuts way down on runs.
Gee, and we could write a little card like this. Lux these stockings, fine and sheer, to help cut down on runs, old dear. Well, I think that's swell.
Now, that was mighty helpful of Midge, thinking of Lux Flakes for Mary Lou. In a month's time, I bet Mary Lou will be very grateful to Midge, for she'll be glad to get the special help Lux Flakes gives. You see, Lux saves the elasticity in stockings, so they give under strain instead of breaking into runs so often. If you haven't tried Lux for your own stockings, you'll find it's great the way it cuts down on runs and helps stockings wear longer and fit better. Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow in the large size package for extra thrift. Now, Mr. DeMille and Act Two of our play.
We continue with The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. The search continues. The search for the cursed, elusive Pimpernel. Forced by Chauvelin to lend her assistance, Marguerite attends Lord Grenville's ball. As she enters the crystal and marble room, she glances nervously around, wondering which of the guests is the Scarlet Pimpernel, never suspecting her own husband, the vain and foolish Sir Percy Blakeney. Chauvelin appears suddenly at her side.
Well, Lady Blakeney?
I've learned nothing yet.
I only want to know who one person is. If you don't tell me, you know the alternative. The guillotine for your brother.
Monsieur Chauvelin, you can't do this. What if I can't find the Scarlet Pimpernel?
My dear lady, the Pimpernel is under this roof, at this moment, among your friends. Your move, my lady. And good luck.
I beg pardon, Sir Percy.
Yes, my man?
Sir Andrew Fawkes wishes to speak to you.
Of course, delighted. Good evening, folks.
Good evening, sir.
Well, what is it?
Hastings has just arrived from France.
Any news?
The very worst. The king is doomed. He'll go to the guillotine any day.
Where is Hastings?
He's dancing. Shall I get him?
No, wait. I'll send him a note. Come over here to the desk. It wouldn't do for me to be seen with Hastings. I want you to give him this. Make certain no one sees you. I'm telling him to come to the library at midnight. You better come too.
Very well.
Here, slip this note in the cuff of Hastings' coat. Then don't speak to him for the rest of the evening.
Ah, Lady Blakeney. Won't you take pity on a lonely compatriot?
Monsieur Chauvelin, are you asking me to dance with you?
Not with me. With Lord Hastings, madame.
Why?
He has a note in his cuff. It was just put there by Sir Andrew Fulks. I want you to get it for me.
Oh, but listen,
Get it.
Chauvelin.
Hurry, please. It might be important. Come in, please. Well, Lady Blakeney, did you get that note from Hastings?
No,
You didn't?
I couldn't. I think he suspected me. I pretended to turn my ankle. He helped me upstairs, and then while I was sitting there, he read the note and burned it. Then he left.
He burned the note?
Yes, but not entirely. Some of the pieces were left. The note began.
Go on, quickly.
It said, "Start tomorrow myself," and the last sentence was, "Will be in the library at midnight."
Thank you, Lady Blakeney. And now, if your labors have tired you, you are quite at liberty to go home.
Thank you. I will.
Are you certain of this, Fulks?
Quite certain. Hastings burned the note, Percy, as you've always ordered us to. Then he went back to the room, and she was reading what was left of it.
And she went to Chauvelin?
Yes. You know what that means, Percy. It means that Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel will be in the library at 12 o'clock.
Perhaps. And perhaps he will.
Is this the library?
Yes, Monsieur Chauvelin.
Have you seen anyone go in or come out of this room in the last few minutes?
No, sir.
Who is that on the sofa?
Oh, I don't know, monsieur. He must be asleep.
Please wake him up and ask him to leave. I have an important engagement here.
It's Percy Blakeney, sir.
Blakeney, that fool. Wake him up and ask him if he'll have the decency to go home and sleep in his own bed.
Yes, sir. Sir Percy. Sir Percy.
What is it? What is it? Is there no peace for the weary? What ails you, man?
The French ambassador, Sir Percy. He would like to have the library to himself.
The French ambassador? Ah, Monsieur Chauvelin.
I am sorry to disturb you, Sir Percy, but I have an important engagement here.
Really, Gad, there's not a comfortable sofa anywhere else in the house. I've tried them all. Sit down, Monsieur. What time is this gentleman to appear?
He's a little late. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him alone.
No, not at all, not at all. By the way, what do ambassadors talk about in libraries at midnight? It must be very fatiguing. Are you afraid England is going to declare war on France?
That does not concern me at the moment.
Is that so? Your revolution now. Now, there's a great bore. How's it going? Do you think you'll win?
We have won, sir.
Oh, you have, I see. Yes. Have I been asleep that long?
I hate to hurry you, Sir Percy, but I'm afraid your presence here is keeping my friend from entering.
Oh, he can come in. Is he outside? Oh, come in, do, sir. Please don't stand on ceremony.
I hardly think that will persuade him.
Ah, this must be a very secret meeting. I have it. I'll wager you're expecting that Scarlet Pimpernel. Is that it?
Sir Percy, you're becoming insufferable.
Oh, Monsieur Chauvelin, you would not deprive me. Let me hide behind a curtain. Anything. Just let me be the first in London to glimpse that mystery man. Well, I'll be the most popular man at the club.
It is too late now. He has been warned.
Oh, then I shall miss him. Oh, sink me. Well, good night, Monsieur. Better luck next time. Good night. You've packed my things?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Good. See that Sir Andrew Fulks receives this note, will you?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, Marguerite, what are you doing up at this hour? That's all, Brinker.
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, my dear?
Percy, it's about Armand. He's in the most terrible danger. They've arrested him in Boulogne.
How do you know?
Chauvelin told me.
When?
Yesterday.
Why didn't you tell me when I asked you?
Well, I don't know. He threatened me.
Why are you telling me now?
Because I thought you might do something for Armand. You have influence at court.
Didn't you ask your friend Chauvelin for help?
He promised me that, but I don't trust him.
He promised you the life of your brother. What did you give him in exchange?
What? Oh, Percy, what has happened to you? Why do you hate me?
Why did you denounce the Marquis de Saint-Cyr?
Oh, so that's it. Why did you never ask me what the Marquis de Saint-Cyr did to me?
You didn't even know him.
No, I didn't even know him. But I knew his son. I was only 17 when he asked me to marry him. His father heard about it and had me arrested and sent to Saint-Lazare. Do you know what Saint-Lazare is? Do you know the sort of women that are sent there? I would have killed myself only...
Only what?
The revolution came, the 14th of July, and I was free.
Free to denounce the Marquis. Free to send 2 innocent people to the guillotine. It was your information, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And yet, I still ask myself, am I really guilty of their death? The Marquis plotted with Austria. I told a friend, a man whom I thought a friend. He denounced him. The terror did the rest.
Who was that friend? Chauvelin? Yes. He promised you your brother's life. What price did you pay for it? What price did you pay for it?
A horrible one. I betrayed the Scarlet Pimpernel.
How?
Fuchs gave a scrap of paper to Lord Hastings. I read it and told Chauvelin that the Pimpernel would be in the library at midnight. Oh, what am I to do, Percy? How can I warn him?
Warn him? Against what?
Against the danger that threatens him if he goes back to France.
My dear, if he's the kind of lunatic I take him to be, your warning won't help him.
But he might be going to his death.
Well, that's all the fellow lives for. Besides, he doesn't know that you're in love with him.
In love with him? I admire his heroism, but I don't love him.
Oh, but you do, only you don't know it.
Oh.
I didn't know it myself until a moment ago. You know, it's a dangerous game, falling in love with a phantom, my dear. For all you know, he may be a married man who's deeply in love with his wife.
Never.
Why not?
Would any man who is in love with his wife leave her continually to face death? Would you?
Me? Marguerite, I. Zoons, I'm much more romantic than you think. In a case like that, I wouldn't leave you, not even to go to my tailor's.
The horses are ready, sir.
Thank you, Brinker.
Are you going away?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Important business in town in the morning. Goodbye, my dear.
Your tailors, I suppose.
Not only my tailors, but also my bootmakers. And incidentally, I want to see what my influence is worth at court. That little matter of your brother, perhaps I can help.
Oh, Percy, if you could, I'd love you all my life.
Gad, I must remember that, my dear. Goodbye.
Milady,
What is it, Brinker?
it's very late, milady.
I suppose you want me to leave this room. I've never been here quite alone, have I?
I know, milady.
I've hardly even noticed the furnishing. Is that portrait of Sir Percy's one of Romney's?
Yes, milady. A very fine one, too.
He's a great believer in detail, isn't he? Look at that ring on Sir Percy's finger. You'd think it was... Brinker,
Yes, milady?
have you ever noticed that ring?
Why, no. It's a seal ring, milady.
Look closely. That flower, engraved on the stone. What is it, Brinker?
Why, bless my soul. It's a scarlet pimpernel.
My lady.
Well?
A letter to be delivered into your ladyship's hands.
From Sir Percy?
No, madam. From His Excellency, the French ambassador.
Give it to me. Milady, I have at last discovered the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel. I hope to catch him tomorrow, and true to my word, Brinker.
Yes, milady?
Order my carriage at once. I must see Sir Andrew Fuchs.
Lady Blakeney. What's happened?
Sir Andrew, there's no time to waste in talking. Just listen to me. Your leader and friend, the Scarlet Pimpernel, he's my husband.
How do you know that, milady?
Don't ask me any questions now. He's in danger. Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel and Percy Blakeney are one and the same.
How did Chauvelin come to know?
Through me.
Ah.
Yes. I betrayed him. Never mind how. Just tell me this. Has Percy left for Boulogne?
Yes.
To save my brother?
And to Tournai.
What is their meeting place at Boulogne?
Why? Do you want to betray him again, milady?
Oh, look at me. Do I look like a woman who wants to send her husband to his death? I want to find Percy, to warn him, to save him.
or die with him.
I'll go with you.
Can you bring your friends?
10 of them. The rest of them are in France. Percy has forbidden us to go over. It'll be the first time we've ever disobeyed him.
I'll save Percy if I have to kill Chauvelin. And if he goes to the guillotine, I'll go with him.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've dropped the curtain on the second act of The Scarlet Pimpernel. It goes up again shortly when Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland bring us Act 3. During this short intermission, we hear from our special guest and Mr. DeMille.
In addition to being foremost authority on the period of tonight's play, Madame Hilda Grenier, like our drama, has been intimately concerned with English nobility all her life. For many years, she had the title of Royal Dresser to Queen Mary and has been on duty at every imaginable royal function from baptisms to coronations. Her background makes her one of Hollywood's most valued technical advisors. If there's a more proper introduction for an ex-royal dresser, Madame Grenier, please enlighten us.
It was infinitely better, Mr. DeMille, than my first introduction to royalty. Princess Charlotte of Germany had granted me an interview. Entering her salon, I tripped on a rug and went flying along the highly polished floor like a sailboat in the wind. When I dared to open my eyes, there I was at the feet of the princess. She laughed, picked me up, gave me my first lesson in poise. And now, sir, I can tell you a little about royalty, a little about the Scarlet Pimpernel. Which would you like first?
Well, we'd like to know a little more about you. Suppose you tell us what a royal dresser is.
In addition to direct supervision over Queen Mary's wardrobe, my duties included the care of her jewels, orders, decorations, messages, and other personal activities. I suppose my greatest responsibility was to see that everything Her Majesty wore was absolutely correct, right down to her umbrellas.
Her umbrellas?
Indeed. Each one in her tremendous collection was named after the person who gave it to her. She'd simply ask me to bring her Lord Chesterfield, or Papa, or the Emperor, or Dolly. But far more famous than her umbrella collection is her priceless array of antique furniture. Many of her most treasured pieces originally came to England with aristocrats escaped from France at the time of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
What mementos do you have, Madame Grenier, of your days in the palace?
Several cherished gifts from both the late King George and Her Majesty. I was also given a pair of silk stockings worn by Marie Antoinette, who was the guillotine's most celebrated victim. Handmade, they have a texture like gossamer. Of course, Mr. DeMille, I wouldn't dream of wearing them, as you can well imagine. But just from showing them to my friends, they became soiled, and I finally had to make a courageous decision. I had to wash them. But I did the job myself, and Lux. With Lux, they came out perfectly. Lux, incidentally, was used in Buckingham Palace during all the years I served Her Majesty.
That's a real tribute. Looking back over those years, what stands out most conspicuously in your host of regal recollections?
And not the pomp and glory, Mr. DeMille, but the little human traits of Her Majesty. I remember how, as Princess of Wales, she wept because she had to leave her little baby, Prince John, for an official visit to India. How, coming home from a new musical show, she would whistle tunes from the play, just as you and I. And I well recall how she'd carefully tear off bits of unused papers from letters and save them for memoranda. She was and is a wonderful woman. Now the word I promised about the play. It may be a surprise to most Americans to learn he actually existed, Sir Percy Blakeney, called the Scarlet Pimpernel. To this day, his descendants are well known in England. As portrayed so excellently by Mr. Howard, he was vain and foppish, but underneath it all, courageous, almost to the point of being foolhardy. Was the Scarlet Pimpernel ever caught? Well, suppose we all listen to the third act of the play and find out.
You've entertained us royally, Madame Grenier. The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard in the title role and Olivia de Havilland as Marguerite, with Dennis Green as Chauvelin. Armed with the knowledge that her husband is the Scarlet Pimpernel, Marguerite takes ship for France to be with him in his hour of danger. With Sir Andrew Fuchs, she stands on deck as their boat plows its way across the English Channel. Just ahead lies the coast of France, a few flickering lights in the darkness.
You'd better go below, Lady Blakeney. We'll be coming in soon.
What was the name of that inn, the one you told me of?
The Lion d'Or. Sir Percy's headquarters on this coast.
And he'll be there at 10 o'clock. You're certain?
If all goes well, he'll be there.
But Chauvelin knows that Percy is the Pimpernel. What if he goes there, too?
We can only hope that he won't. If Percy can escape this time, he'll never go back again.
Never again.
If he can free de Tournai and Armand, his mission is over.
His mission that I drove him to. Sir Andrew, will we be there in time?
I think so. Ah, there are the lights now.
Lights?
Yes, the signal. You see the window of that house off there to the left? That's the Lion d'Or. See the light swinging back and forth? That means it's safe. Up and down means danger. You want to turn back now? I can't go with you, Lady Blakeney.
Don't worry. I shall be all right. He has been risking his life every day for me. I can risk mine once for him.
Who's there?
A message.
Well?
Is this the Lion d'Or?
Yes, madame, but...
Let me in, please.
Madame, what do you want here? This is no place for one of your sort.
I'm the sort that pays well, Citizen Brogard.
For what?
For a seat by the fire. I'll wait here for a friend of mine and yours.
What should I know of your friend?
You signaled to him before. You must be expecting him. What time? What time, please?
10 o'clock. Madame, do you know him?
Yes, I know him. Who's that?
I do not know at this time.
Where can I hide?
Up those stairs, to the room on your left. Hurry.
Open here. Open.
One moment.
Citizen Brogard?
Yes?
Under arrest. Take him, Sergeant.
What for?
Betraying the Republic, helping the enemies of France, smuggling aristocrats out of the country.
That's a lie.
You've got one chance. Take it, or I'll hang you now from your own sign. Your leader's coming here tonight, isn't he? Isn't he?
Yes.
What time?
He ordered his boat to be off the point at 10 o'clock.
But he'll call here first for his passengers, won't he?
He might.
Might. You look pretty swinging in the wind. How does he know it's safe? What is the signal? Sergeant, ask him what the signal is. A twist of the arm will help him to remember. Speak up.
Oh, don't. I'll tell. A lantern in the attic window, waved up and down for danger. Across the window, when all is clear.
Thank you, citizen. Sergeant, you may take Citizen Brogard.
God, let him see the signal. Let him see it. Up and...
Put down that light, Lady Blakeney.
Chauvelin.
We meet again. Permit me, madame, but you were giving these signals incorrectly. Up and down means danger. That will drive the Pimpernel away. You must move the lights back and forth across the window. So. Now he will come to us.
Chauvelin, listen to me. He's my husband.
A fact that you neglected to mention a few days ago.
You've got to let him go. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you any information you can, but you've got to let him go free.
Don't be a fool. You've no more information to give. Even if you had, you suppose I'd sacrifice my meeting with the Scarlet Pimpernel for it?
Monsieur Chauvelin.
Well?
Coach, monsieur, is pulling up at the door.
Ah, our friend is early. I'll let him in myself. Sergeant, you shall have the privilege of watching over the Republic's most charming prisoner for the rest of
Brogard.
Don't move, Sir Percy. Stand where you are.
Monsieur Chauvelin. Well, this is a surprise.
Yes, I thought it would be.
Yes, a very pleasant one, too. How nice of you to wait up for me.
The time for laughing is past, Sir Percy. I've followed you for a year. Your energy, your ingenuity, your audacity have been quite admirable. But now, the game is over.
Because all the trumps are in your hand, eh?
Precisely. This house is surrounded by my soldiers. I have only to raise my voice.
Yes, of course, I see your point, yes. But suppose I could reach the door. The night is black. The sea is mine. I make a dash.
You won't.
Oh, of course I won't. I don't need to. Because you see, one of my friends might shoot you from behind, hidden in that clock.
What?
Come now, Chauvelin. You know that clock is too small to house a man. But there's still one other avenue of escape, one we could take together. In this pipe there is an ember, and in that cask behind me there is gunpowder. If I drop this ember here, I fly straight to heaven, and of course you know where you fly to.
Get away from that barrel.
Why, it isn't gunpowder. I merely wanted to see you turn pale. Come in the window, folks. You're a welcome sight. I would raise my hands if I were you, Chauvelin.
Another trick. I don't turn this time.
I don't think you'd better.
Why, you...
Now, you see, Fulks tricks us both. He must have sensed that you and I would meet here. Now, Chauvelin, I've had a delightful visit with you. In the meantime, my friends Armand Saint-Just and de Tournay are safely aboard my ship. And in a moment, if you'll excuse us, Fulks and I will join them.
You'll never get beyond that door.
We'll need the password, Percy.
Yes, the password. Yes. Well, Monsieur, do we have to use force?
Not at all, Sir Percy. The password is, the channel is free.
Thank you. Folks, give me your pistol. You get onto the ship, I'll take care of our friend here and join you in a minute.
Very good.
You know, that was quite sensible of you, Monsieur Chauvelin, to give us the password. Huh?
Not at all, Sir Percy. You may go because I know you'll come back of your own free will.
You overestimate the charm of your society.
I told you once the time for jesting was over. I have all the trumps in my hand. In that room upstairs, there is a woman under arrest who has forfeited her life by aiding the enemies of the Republic.
What woman?
Your wife, Sir Percy, who loves you very much.
Marguerite.
Is the game up, Sir Percy? Is this the last adventure?
All right, I give up, Chauvelin. What next?
There is a firing squad outside.
And my wife?
The Revolutionary Tribunal.
That means death.
It would have meant my death if I had not caught you. But don't be alarmed, Sir Percy. I don't want your wife's life. She's free the moment you die.
I offer you a pact. If you promise to say nothing to her, if you'll send her onto my ship immediately, I'll walk up in front of your firing squad.
I accept. Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur?
Bring the lady downstairs, please. You must be very fond of your wife, Sir Percy.
Yes, I am. Is that so strange?
Not at all. A charming woman.
Percy.
Marguerite.
Percy, I came to help you as soon as I knew. I wanted to give my life to save you. And now, oh, forgive me, Percy.
You came to help me. Chauvelin didn't bring you?
No, I came with Sir Andrew.
Oh, Marguerite.
What are they going to do to you? Tell me.
Well, I'm in no danger, my dear.
What? No, you're lying. I know. He's going to kill you. I can see it in his eyes. Oh, Percy, don't leave me. I want to die with you. Oh.
Marguerite. She's fainted.
Some water, perhaps.
No. Our parting would be too cruel now, even for you. Take her while she's still unconscious. Goodbye, my sweet. It's good to know that you love me a little.
Sergeant, carry her to Sir Percy's boat. The boat is to sail the minute Sir Percy dies. The lady is free when you hear the firing squad.
Yes, monsieur.
Well, she's gone, monsieur. Now, are you quite ready?
Yes. By the way, do you like poetry, Monsieur Chauvelin?
That dim, delusive Pimpernel?
No. I mean poetry. This other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. I forget the rest.
Irish party. Oh! Round muck.
The firing squad. They're waiting.
Will you come and see me die, monsieur?
No, thank you, no. I shall remain here. I shall picture the scene in my own way.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, make it as horrible as possible. Yes. Good night, monsieur.
Good night.
Oh!
Present.
Present.
Fire.
Ah!
That damned elusive Pimpernel.
I'm so sorry, monsieur.
Blakeney!
Yes, you see, I've come back for my hat. It's such a cursed good hat, you know.
But you...
Oh, no. Don't look at me like that. Sink me if you don't think I'm my own ghost.
Duroc!
Oh, you mean the captain of your firing squad? I'm afraid it'll be an hour or so before poor Captain Duroc will be able to resume his duties. I regret that I struck him rather violently. Come in, gentlemen. This is my firing squad. Allow me to present Sir Andrew Fulks, Lord Hastings, Lord Belville, and all the rest of them. But, of course, you know all about them.
Your firing squad?
Yes, you see, those men you hired, excellent men, all of them, but oddly enough, they can't resist a drink of wine. Oh, they'll recover. It was just a mild drug, you know. But for the moment, they're all sleeping very soundly. And now, since the volley of shots has freed Lady Blakeney, I must make haste to join her. Good night.
Why, by heaven,
Chauvelin. You know, I think a cooling off is what you need. Fulks, raise that trapdoor there. You'll find it very cool below, Monsieur Chauvelin, and you will have ample time to think things over. Bonsoir, monsieur. Vive la France. Long live the king.
Percy, you're here. They told me.
Yes. Marguerite, my darling, I'm here. We're on our way to England. That's all you have to know.
Are we free now? Really free?
I'm free, my sweet. But you... You know, Chauvelin said that you would not be free until the moment I die.
Darling.
And I won't let it be a moment sooner.
We take leave of the Scarlet Pimpernel. You know, hearing the Brownings get all excited over Christmas reminds me of something, and I'd like to tell you about it before Mr. DeMille comes back with our stars. I want to tell you a very snappy way to trim your Christmas tree. All you need is your old friend Lux Flakes. Now listen, pour a large box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl and add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water. Whip it up with an egg beater. Gosh, it's wonderful the suds you get. A big pan full of fine white suds that look like whipped cream in the bowl and like real snow on the Christmas tree. Now, take handfuls of the suds and spread them with your fingers all along the branches of your Christmas tree. If you want an even more glittering effect, while the suds are still moist, sprinkle the tree with artificial Christmas snow, the kind you get in the stores. Boy, what an effect you get. Your tree looks as though it had been out in a real, honest-to-goodness snowstorm. It certainly is pretty, all sparkling and everything. And you know, this is one way to help your tree last longer, because the Lux suds cling to the needles and keep them from drying out and falling off too soon. Want me to repeat the recipe? A large-sized box of Lux Flakes, 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, whip with an egg beater. That's all. Be sure to get the large-sized box of Lux so you can make plenty of snow. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars drop their roles. Lady Marguerite is again Olivia de Havilland, and the Scarlet Pimpernel becomes Leslie Howard.
Well, it was every bit as enjoyable bringing this play to the air, Mr. DeMille, as it was bringing it to the screen. As Madame Grenier told us, the Scarlet Pimpernel really actually existed. I confess I didn't know that until I was making the picture, because surely no character seemed more a piece of elaborate fiction. So naturally, when someone sent me a note and said he belonged to Sir Percy's family, I wondered whether one of my friends had thought up the gag, you know. It was slightly embarrassing not long after when a Mr. Blakeney A descendant of the original Scarlet Pimpernel introduced himself to me.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Howard, I heard you say something on this program about turning motion picture director. Earlier tonight, Mr. DeMille added the word producer after your name. Apparently, you're really going into the picture business in all its branches.
Oh, you scare me, Olivia. As a matter of fact, we expect to produce certain pictures in England, but just to be sure that our efforts will appeal to our American audiences, we're going to write our first story right here in Hollywood. It'll be the first time, I believe, that this has been done by an English unit.
Well, there's no reason why the tie that binds the nations can't be made of celluloid. Mr. Haviland, you've been out of Hollywood a long time, filming Dodge Cities. Any adventures on location?
Well, I'm the Dodge City Dodger. I've been dodging kidnappers.
Not kidnappers.
Yes, kidnappers.
Really?
Let me tell you, we were on location near Modesto in the prairie country, and a very fine place, I thought, for a nice, quiet walk. But it seems that two very tough-looking gentlemen also decided to take a nice, quiet walk and follow me. And after a couple of miles, they were still right on my heels. There wasn't another soul around, and the only building in sight was a farmhouse. And when I made a dash for that, the two men dashed after me. I reached the farmhouse, found it was abandoned, and decided to face it out. I walked right up to the men, demanded what they wanted, and looked them straight in the eye. One of them took something out of his pocket. I didn't dare look. I was too sure it was a six-shooter. Just as I was about to faint, the man poked it under my nose and said, "We sure would like your autograph, Mr. Haviland." Believe me, gentlemen, I signed. Well, Mr. DeMille, I hate to say goodnight, but I guess it's time to. Thank you for another grand evening.
Yes, with an added thank you to all who worked with us in the cast. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Good night, Olivia.
There's a great show awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it shortly. Heard in The Scarlet Pimpernel were Dennis Green as Monsieur Chauvelin, Walter Kingsford as Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, Vernon Steele as Romney, Ramsay Hill as Armand St. Reginald Sheffield as Count de Tournay, Eric Snowden as the Prince of Wales, Gerald Cornell as innkeeper, Keith Kenneth as Brinker, Lou Merrill as a barber, George Pembroke as Lord Hastings, John Toty as a voice, Dave Roberts as a guard, and Geraldine Peck, Ethel Sykes, Coral Colebrook, and Betty Sutter as ladies of the court. Mr. Haviland's current film is the Warner Brothers comedy Hard to Get. Mr. Howard is co-director of the new picture Pygmalion. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Kentucky. We want to remind you that this is the time to help the 1938 drive to fight tuberculosis. Help make the world safer. Purchase your supply of anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals now. Use them on all your Christmas mail. Show that you are helping, too, to fight the dread disease. Buy seals for Christmas, and you buy health for the new year. Mr. DeMille.
It carries a punch like a prizefighter's fist, the play you'll hear next Monday night. Kid Galahad, an exciting drama of the squared circle. It's the story of a manager, the boy he picks to win the title, and the women who love this naive thunderbolt called Kid Galahad. The same two stars you saw in the picture bring the play to our stage. Edward G. Robinson and Wayne Morris, and with them, Miss Joan Bennett and Andrea Leeds. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Kid Galahad, starring Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. And as the evening's special guest, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Dempsey. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Secret word tonight is clock. C-L-O-C-K.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I'm again with $3,000 for one of our couples. Well, who's first, George? What have we got on the veranda?
Well, Groucho, we invited some dancing instructors to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Ann Reardon to be on the program. Her partner is Mr. Bill Eddy. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, hot diggity. Welcome, youngsters, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Ann Reardon and Bill Eddy. Ann, you're a dancing instructor, it says here, huh?
Yes.
Where are you from, Annie?
Well, I was originally from St. Louis, and I lived in Chicago, but I've been out here since I was 12 years old.
In other words, Annie doesn't live there anymore.
That's right.
Are you single?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I hope I'm correct in guessing you're not engaged. Am I correct?
Yes.
Are you busy tonight?
Yes.
You say yes?
Yes.
Tomorrow night?
Yes.
You said yes 4 times in a row. You realize that?
Yes.
Apparently, the answer is still no. This is the most delightful brush-off I've had in years. Bill Eddy, that's you, huh?
Yes,
I don't care how many times you say yes. My guess is you're about 5 years older than Ann. Is that right? How old are you?
Well, I'm 28.
Ann, was I pretty close?
Yes.
Still saying yes, eh? Right after the show, let's you and I have a soda, just the two of us, okay?
No.
They always get around to that sooner or later. Bill, are you married?
No.
Engaged?
No.
Can you support a wife, Bill?
Well, reasonably well.
You're walking on quicksand, Bill. Where do you work?
I work for the Bank of America in Glendale, Maine office.
Oh, you work at the Bank of America, and congratulations. This is better than striking oil. Bill, what do you think of Ann? And be candid as you like. You know, you're among friends.
Well, on such short acquaintanceship, I think she's a very lovely and charming girl.
I haven't seen a banker pay that much interest since the boom of '87. I've often wondered about banks with all that money around. How do they know you fellas won't take home a few samples?
Well, the bank conducts a very thorough investigation and ascertains our honesty before we're employed.
That's not important. They better make sure you're honest after they hire you. Isn't there some little way an employee can make an honest mistake, like slipping a couple of $1,000 under his toupee?
Well,
be honest, isn't there?
Well, a teller could go out to lunch and take a couple grand with him and not come back, but wouldn't be long before his absence was noticed, and he'd be caught eventually.
Yes, but by this time he'd have had the lunch. Well, apparently you've been giving this some thought anyhow, haven't you? And you may have your honeymoon in Rio de Janeiro. Bill, by the way, I know the Bank of America is a very big bank. It happens I've got $32 there myself. Now, just between us, what assurance do I have that this money is safe?
Well, all deposits up to $10,000 are assured or insured by the federal government in Washington.
That's my guarantee. Huh?
Yes.
Have you heard that the federal government is about $280 billion in the hole? And that's after they collected Crosby's taxes. Let's talk about you, Ann. Where do you do your dancing?
The Arthur Murray Studio on Wilshire Boulevard.
Oh, Arthur Murray. Oh, I know him very well. As a matter of fact, I was on his show a few weeks ago. Did you see it?
No.
You didn't, huh? If you remember right after that, you remember he got robbed? Did you read about that? Well, there was no connection between my performance. I just thought he should have paid me off in something besides dancing lessons, that's all. What is the most popular dance these days? I know the one I like. The costumes are wonderful. All you need is 7 veils. You do that dance at all?
No, we don't.
What is the most popular?
Oh, of course, foxtrot, and it seems everybody nowadays wants to learn the mambo.
Oh, the mambo. Oh, I remember mambo. That's a sort of a combination of rumba and jitterbug, isn't it?
Well, that's pretty close.
With a little catch-as-can wrestling thrown in for good measure.
Pretty close.
And you think you could teach this guy anything?
Oh, I'm sure I could.
Bill, when do you think you could get together with her just to kind of talk things over, huh?
Well, we discussed this a little bit before the show, and we decided if we won any money, why, we might get together after the show and talk it over a little bit.
This was, you knew this all the time when I was talking to her at the beginning, huh?
Yes.
Like a cat playing with a mouse, huh?
Well, she gave the right answers.
It was more like a rat playing with a mouse. You two have already gotten together, huh? Well, I swan, huh? Gosh, I haven't swanned in years. Apparently, he doesn't spend all his time foreclosing mortgages. Huh? Well, you're a very attractive couple, and Anne, if Bill has trouble carrying you across the threshold, after you're married, don't worry. Do what I do. But... Now, let's see how much money you can win. You beat our other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. Now, you select a general information quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
Go for 70?
Okay.
Work up from there. I hope.
Okay.
70, eh?
$70.
All right. In a matrimonial sense, what is a benedict?
It's me. Might as well guess. It's a ring. The guy that gives a ring.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that the fellow that gives the ring to the groom?
No, that's a married man, usually newly married. Well, that's...
Single, I'm sorry.
Now, what question do you want?
What do we go for
You
now?
still got lots of chances. 80, 30, 100, anything.
60.
60. What kind of a business establishment would you associate with a mortar and pestle?
It's a plaster, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
Plaster?
Either a drugstore or a pharmacy. Or pharmacy.
Ooh, that's the thing he grinds it up in.
That's right, yeah.
Boy, we're not doing worth a dime.
No, well... Now what do you want?
Let's go for the 50. Can't get too low.
Okay.
50.
50.
According to Mother Goose, who went to bed with one shoe on?
This'll have to be yours.
See, a married man with children would know this. Well, I know. It's Diddle Diddle Dumpling, my son John. Went to bed with his stockings on. One shoe off and one shoe on. Diddle Diddle Dumpling, my son John. You see, you have to have children. Remember that. Now then, is your last chance to beat the other couples. What question are you going to go for?
$80.
$80. What do you call a freshman at West Point?
Plebe.
Plebe?
Plebe is right. At least you have $80. Yes.
Well, now we have a young lady with an interesting job, Groucho. Her name is Shirley Lestelle, and her partner is Mr. Charles Sandoval. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide by $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Let's see, Charles Sandoval and Shirley Lestelle, eh? You're Shirley, huh?
Yes, sir.
Shirley, you don't mind my calling you Shirley on such short acquaintance, do you?
Not at all.
What did you say?
I said I don't mind you calling me Shirley.
Do you always talk that way?
Well, I guess so. My voice didn't change as I grew up.
Your voice didn't change?
No.
How come?
I don't know. It sort of left me, or I left it, one or the other.
Oh. Well, your voice was very foolish, Shirley. Now, how old are you, Shirley?
25.
25?
Yes.
Ah, you're a fine-looking girl. Mr. Charles Sandoval, that's you, huh?
Yes, sir, that's me.
I can't help but notice that patch over your eye. Is that anything serious?
No, sir, the bright lights hurt my eyes.
Oh. You look very distinguished with the patch. And the schnurrbart and the goatee and... Isn't this a schnurrbart?
Schnurrbart?
No. Yeah,
No.
I think so.
Goatee?
Is your chin sensitive to light, too?
No, sir.
Where are you from originally?
I was born in the city of San Salvador in the Republic of Salvador.
Oh, well, why did you leave San Salvador? Did you get tired of bananas?
No, there was a revolution in 1929, and my father thought it would be a good time to leave the country.
You mean he let a little revolution scare him? Was he a coward?
No, certainly not. He was a president.
Well, the job blew up in his face, son. I don't blame him for quitting. There's not much chance for advancement in a job like that. Shirley, let's get back to you. There's one question I haven't asked. You are married, huh?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any outside interest, Shirley, or do you spend all your time keeping house?
Oh, no, I work for a Papermate Pen Company. I have for the last 2 years.
Just what do you do there?
Well, right now I'm doing the first assembly. I've done fillers, first assembly, final assembly, inspection.
Now, what's a filler?
A filler is the...
Now, that's a fellow you were married to. I don't mean him.
Well, a filler in a Papermate pen is the little inside that you write with. That's what you buy when you run out of ink, but it doesn't happen very often.
Only when you write, I guess, huh?
There's about 70,000 words there.
There is. I don't know that many words. Well, can you write in an airplane with that pen?
Sure.
Can you write in a submarine?
Definitely.
Have you ever been in a submarine?
No.
Well, how do you know you can write in one?
Because we advertise it, and when we advertise it, it's so.
Suppose I were to buy one. How would I know if it was any good, assuming that I did buy one?
Well, it would be good if you bought it because each pen is tested. We got 20 girls.
You test them underwater?
No, on paper.
Uh-huh.
We have 20 girls that write
nothing?
Johnson all day long.
Johnson must get an awful lot of mail, huh? Why do they write Johnson? I happen to know Johnson. He can't even read. Besides that, he's a married man.
Well,
Does Mrs. Johnson get wind of this?
No, but Johnson has all the necessary loops and swirls and straight lines.
If you think Johnson has them, you should see Mrs. Johnson. It's been an experience talking to you two. But I'm sure you'd be much more interested in winning some money, wouldn't you, Charlie?
That's right.
So let's play You Bet Your Life. Beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money later.
The banker and the dancing instructor won $80. And the secret word is clock.
You selected science and fiction. Remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want? $10 one? $80? $100? Talk it over, your partners.
Good enough.
60, please.
60. What is another word for vertigo?
Vertigo, dizziness.
That's right.
Off to a good start with $60.
Now, what one do you want?
Okay.
70.
70. What do you call the colored part of the eye?
The pupil. The colored part of the eye is the retina.
Right.
No, the boat's gone,
Cornea.
Charlie. It's the iris.
Oh.
Now you have $60. Now, what do you want?
We'll try the $80.
80? Okay. What is the common word for clavicle?
Clavicle, collarbone.
That's right.
You now have $140.
Now, what do you want to try? Is your last chance to beat the other couple?
90.
90.
90? What is the science that deals with birds called?
Ornithology.
That is absolutely correct.
And you wind up with $230.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, before we proceed, I have a telegram here I want to read. This is to Groucho Marx, NBC Hollywood. The 500 radio and TV editors participating in the annual Motion Picture Herald and Fame magazine poll have voted George Fenneman the best announcer in television. Thanks, gentlemen, thanks. George, get your head out of the clouds and tell us who's next.
All right, Groucho, we have a guest tonight from down under. He's Mr.
And don't ask for more money. You're just wasting your time.
No.
As a matter of fact, we may cut your salary.
We
now that you'll have these encomiums.
What?
Encomiums.
We have a guest tonight from down...
This fellow went to Stanford, and I went to reform school, huh? ECOMIUMS. Something like that.
We have a guest.
Look it up when you get home,
I'll
George.
do that for sure.
Look under E.
E. We have a guest tonight, Groucho, from down under. Mr. Ethel Smurden.
Where is he, in the subway?
Well, you'll see in just a minute, I think. Mr. Ethel Smurden is his name, and his partner is a Hollywood pioneer, Miss Mary Sackett. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Say the secret word and you divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Ethel Smurden. Oh, come now, you just made that up, didn't you?
No. My name is Ethel. That's a Scotch
Ethel?
name.
Well, why aren't you in a gas tank?
Oh, well, Ethel, you see, is the male equivalent for Ethel, the girl's name.
Oh. How about Smurden?
Smurden, well,
What kind of a name is Smurden?
That's Old English, Devonshire. My grandfather came from South Devon.
Oh. Now, where are you from, Mr. Smurden?
Oh, I'm from Auckland.
Auckland? Well, that's right across the bay from San Francisco, isn't it?
No, Groucho. Auckland, A-U-C-K-L-A-N-D.
I don't care how you spell it. It's still across the bay from San Francisco. Why do you assume this dialect if you're from Oakland?
Well, actually, have you ever heard of New Zealand?
New Zealand? Have you ever heard of Ecomium?
No, frankly, I haven't.
Well, that's right across the bay from Oakland.
Same place.
Now let's talk to you, okay, Mrs. Sackett?
Miss Sackett, if you please.
Miss Sackett?
Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry.
No, you may be sorry, but I'm not.
This hasn't been an easy day for me, so... Well, I'm glad you're not sorry, Mrs. Sackett. You're a spinster, huh?
I'm a spinster from Choice.
From Choice. Is that near Oakland? Where were you born?
In Suffield, Connecticut.
In Connecticut, huh? Well, you're
across the alley from the town hall, opposite the town park, with the town cigar factory in the backyard, the family orchard and the family garden, on my granddad's Connecticut seed leaf tobacco farm, 10 miles from Springfield, Mass., 16 from Hartford, Connecticut. And if you dispose of the cigar, I'll thank you.
Can I just hold it?
No, I don't like some.
Well, how do you feel about me, Mary?
Oh, you look all right, perhaps, if you leave the cigar alone.
Okay.
Does anyone have a
Boy, am I getting pushed around tonight. How old are you, Mary?
78 years.
78. Well, you're certainly spry and chipper, and not married. Now, Fenneman introduced you as a Hollywood pioneer. How long have you been in California?
I landed here on Thanksgiving Day, 1887.
1887. Huh? That was 70 years ago, huh? What was
Not quite.
No, well.
67.
Well, I wouldn't argue with you because I'd come off second best, but did you do any work as a girl when you first came out here?
Oh, I tended a store outside of school hours for my father.
Uh-huh. What kind of a store? General store?
A general store, a country store.
Mm-hmm.
I took care of the post office when it came along in the corner of the store, and when they electrified the dummy line and put it down to Santa Monica, I had the ticket and freight business. 3 of them at one time for 3 years.
Say, you were a pretty important part of...
I had to have help.
You didn't do it all yourself, huh?
Well, when...
Why did you quit the post office, Mary? Were the postcards getting too hard to read?
I didn't read the postcards.
Just the letters?
I didn't. Well, I couldn't get into letters.
Well, how do you spend your time these days? What do you do to entertain yourself?
Oh, I read and I walk and I talk.
You do them all very well, too, Mary. I hope I do as well when I'm your age next year. Do you ever watch my show on television?
Sometimes, not often. Because I seldom look at the television.
Well, do you like
you
me?
or anybody else? You're all right.
Took a long time to squeeze that out of you. Well, I'd like to continue this conversation, but now it's time to win some money. If you beat our other couples, you'll get a chance at the big money.
Our second couple leads with $230.
Now, you two have to decide on one answer between you on all these things. Let's see how much money you can make. You select the geography. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want to start with?
Or I figure we'll take about...
Talk up.
I figure we'll take about number 8. How's that?
Number 8? The $80 one? Is that all right with you, Mary?
All right. If whatever's right with him, it'll be all right with me, I expect.
To what country does Greenland belong?
Iceland.
No, it's Denmark. All right, now you got 3 more chances.
Come on,
Which one do you want?
Say 70.
70. What is the capital city of Alaska?
Anchorage.
No, it's Juneau. What one do you want now?
Come on, what do you want now?
50?
Let's go the big one. You get nothing to lose so far. Yeah, we'll go 100.
100?
We got to get together.
What is the largest state east of the Mississippi?
Largest? Now, you're from the United States. What's the largest state east of the Mississippi? Texas.
Isn't that...
Texas is west.
East.
Oh.
Isn't that just like a man? Well, it's Georgia. That's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much you going to bet? You want a $90 one? A $10 one?
No, we'll go the 100. It's all right with you if we go the 100? It's all right with me?
No, you've had the 100. You can go 90.
All right, we'll go 90. All right?
All right.
In which of our states do you find Shoshone Falls? Shoshone. They're higher than Niagara. In which of our states do you find Shoshone Falls?
Higher than Niagara. That's in Idaho, is it?
That's right. Idaho is right.
And you wind up with $90.
Well, I'm glad you didn't leave here broke, Mary. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
And that means that Shirley Lestelle and the man from San Salvador with $230 in just 1 minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question. Let me tell you about a man who's going to be mighty happy soon. He'll be happy because he'll be enjoying the comforts of a really fine automobile. A top-value used car he's going to pick out from his neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealer's great selection. Now, let's see why this late-model, low-mileage car is going to be such an exceptional buy. Well, first, the car was traded in on a new DeSoto automatic, then given a thorough inspection. After being completely checked from bumper to bumper by the staff of expert mechanics at the neighborhood DeSoto dealer's marvelous service center, necessary reconditioning and tune-up work was completed immediately. Finally, because your DeSoto dealer thought that this car was one of the top values on his lot, he awarded it the Groucho's Special sticker. That's his way of showing you the finest used car buys in town. You'll find you can buy one of these Groucho Specials on the easiest of budget payments. So if it's a fine used car you want, look for the Groucho's Special sticker. Then perhaps you'll be the happy man sitting in the driver's seat of a Groucho's Special used car.
Remember, see the Groucho Specials at your neighborhood DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you.
Groucho, here comes our winning couple, the man from San Salvador and Shirley Lestelle, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,000 question.
All right, for $3,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of the most famous of Greek legends concerns Jason and his quest for the Golden Fleece. The sailors who accompanied Jason had many wonderful adventures. For $3,000, what were these sailors called? It is a word still used frequently. Talk it over.
The Argonauts.
What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Argonauts.
Argonauts is absolutely right, $3,000, and that was a tough question. How much they win the quiz, George?
$230 in the quiz.
Which gives them $32.30. It's not bad. What are you going to do with all that money? That's $16.15 apiece, huh?
I'm going to get a house.
You're going to get a house? And you? What are you going to do with
Same
yours?
thing.
You're going to get a house? Why don't you get one between you, huh?
We could get a duplex.
Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life, huh?
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Don't be a wacky walker. Don't cross between intersections. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton, with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, did you hear that the award's just now on the air?
No, I didn't hear.
I understand that the Bartender's Guide just voted Lost Weekend as the best picture, see? Winchell gave it an orchid, and the bartenders gave it 4 roses.
Red, you look a little tired tonight. What have you been doing?
I've been up all night with a sick routine, you know. The old routine that Major Daniels gave me down there. Tonight, I feel a bit, there's a word here I'm not going to try. I feel a bit debilitated. I'll bet my teacher in Vincennes is proud of me.
Well, what have you been doing, Red?
Well, our sponsor, Mr. Raleigh's in town tonight.
Raleigh?
Yes?
Raleigh, let's see. I do believe I've heard that name before.
Come, old boy. You better remember it or you won't hear it again. Oh, I love this guy. He's so naive. Meets the train, you know. And Mr. Raleigh gets up. There he is, standing with a big sign on his back. Smoke Raleigh's and tune in on Tuesday.
Well, Mr. Raleigh enjoyed that.
Oh, yeah, he's got a great sense of humor, you know. I was with him last night. He'd tell a joke, and I'd laugh, and then I'd tell a joke. Then he'd tell a joke, and I'd laugh. He's a nice fellow, though.
Say, did you get him a date with a glamour girl?
No, he wants Rita Hayworth or nothing.
Did you ask her?
Yes, and nothing's getting mighty monotonous. He wanted to go to a Hollywood nightclub for a sandwich.
Well, what did you do?
We sold his Cadillac and went in. I'm proud of that.
Well, say, did Mr. Raleigh have a good time at the nightclub?
Yeah, we saw a very good show. A girl did a fan dance the hard way.
Did a fan dance the hard way?
Yeah, she used a yo-yo with a feather on it.
Say, did you discuss the radio show with Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, I did. I told him because the show was so successful, I was going to tear up my old contract and ask for a new one. We was up way late into the night.
Celebrating?
No, pasting my contract back together. You know, after all, he pays me $5,000 a week. And $5,000 is a lot of cigarettes, bud.
Well, where's Mr. Raleigh staying?
Well, you know that big apartment, the Wilshire Palms, with a view of the park?
Yeah?
Well, I got him a place in the park with a view of the apartment. No kidding, we got him a room, but I'm having a little trouble with him. He insists on having 4 doors put in it, one for each wall.
Why?
He says if Lana Turner walks by, he's going to be ready.
Hello, Red.
Oh, how are you,
Mr.
Anita?
Raleigh a wonderful man?
He sure is, Anita.
You know, I think you overdid it, though, the way you tried to impress him.
What do you mean?
Well, after all, meeting a train dressed as Sir Walter Raleigh.
You proud of that, aren't you? Well, you know, I told Mr. Raleigh that you were the loveliest, most charming girl I knew, and outside of being the best singer.
Oh, you're so sweet, Red. I could throw my arms around you and hug you.
Really? Well, that's not all I said either. And he said to me, he says he's going to double your salary.
Oh, gee, I think I'll save that hug for Mr. Raleigh.
Well, that'll learn me to keep my mouth shut.
Oh, Red, here's Pat with something for you.
Oh?
Red, you're going to be proud of this. Red Skelton, care NBC Hollywood. Poor Richard board meeting yesterday nominated one Red Skelton to non-resident membership in Ye Old Club. Unanimous approval given by every member. Congratulations, Roger Clipp, President Poor Richard Club. And here, Red, is your ribbon and Poor Richard medal.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm really honored to be a member of such a great organization that does so much for their fellow man.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke Because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, exhaustive scientific tests of America's 6 biggest selling brands, certified by 14 distinguished doctors, including eminent throat specialists, have just proved conclusively no other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So, no other is actually safer to smoke. See if you don't agree. Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Try Raleighs. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobacco. That milder, smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now lovely Anita Ellis sings All the Things You Are.
Promised kiss of springtime that made hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights a star, the dearest things I know of what you are. Moment divine when all the things you are mine.
Tonight we open our Skelton scrapbook of satire to a story entitled Hospital Capers. Our characters are fictional. Any resemblance to persons living is unintentional, and it shouldn't happen to a dog. Chapter 83 is entitled Afraid of the Doctor. This is the story of Clem Kadiddlehopper, the man with the IQ of 00. 2 empty heads. He's a hypochondriac and will take anything that even looks like a pill. Well, here I am. The All the things I am, I was for you. I just don't feel good today. I took my temperature and it's just 2 points under the price of eggs. I really feel bad. I went to see Dr. Gillespie. I sat through the picture 3 times and he didn't even wait on me. I've been taking medicine all week. I took 3 bottles of them vitamin pills. It's pretty hard, too, boy. Them bottles are hard to swallow. I think I'll go tell Sarah Dew. Maybe she'll be sympathetic with me.
Howdy, Clam.
Well, Sarah Dew, howdy doody to you, too. How are you been?
Imagine running into you. What a surprise.
Yeah, I'm surprised, too. Would you help me come under the car here, please?
What's ailing you? You look sick.
Well, you don't look so good, you know, yourself. I ain't been myself lately. I just...
What's that rope in your hand?
Well, that's got me puzzled. Either I found a rope or I've lost a cow. I just don't feel good, so can't seem to think.
Well, Clem, I'd go see a doctor if I were you because you don't look so good.
You said that while ago, and you don't look so good yourself. Old woman. Yeah.
Why, Clem, I'm not so old. After all, I've still got the schoolgirl complexion.
Yeah, but those awful big diplomas under your eyes.
Well, you just name one girl prettier than me.
Well, now that would be pretty hard to do, you know.
Oh, is it, Clem?
Yeah, it'd be hard to name one. There's so many, you know.
Clem, was that a joke?
I thought it was until I said it.
Well, I'm sorry to say this, Clem, but you got bats in your belfry.
Is that who's ringing them bells in my head?
Well, what made you sick, Clem?
I took a box of them pills, you know, that puts iron in your blood.
You took a whole box of pills at once?
Family size, too.
Well, you certainly ought to have iron in your blood now.
You're not kidding. Watch, I'll bend over for you.
Gee, you're going to have to get oiled.
No, I can't drink a thing. Makes my teeth get all rusty, you know. Goodness, I feel like an old junk heap, you know.
Yeah, you better come with me to Doc Thompson's office.
No. The last time I was at Doc Thompson's office, he wrote out a prescription for me to take. I took the prescription, and it was the worst tasting paper I ever had in my life. Well, let's go in and see the doc. Come on, we'll go in.
Well, here we are at the doctor's. Come on, let's go in.
Oh, good afternoon, Sarah Dew.
Doc Thompson, will you take a look at my boyfriend, Clem?
Do I have to? My, Clem, you do look pale and wrinkled.
Yeah, it's a Venetian blind. I'm over here.
What seems to be your trouble?
Well, I've been staying up nights trying to figure out what's wrong with me.
You have?
Yep, I was up last night and I found out what it was.
What?
I ain't been getting enough sleep lately.
Well, can you remember what brought this trouble on?
Yes, I do. I took a bunch of them iron pills, you know. I believe I'm turning into a robot.
What makes you think so?
They threw me out of a theater last night for applauding. How do you like that? Real dishpan hand.
Why, that's awful. You know, if this keeps up, you'll turn into a steel mill.
I know. Already pickets are walking around me.
Well, let's look at your throat.
Okay.
Open wide. Oh, my.
Oh, what is it, Doc?
Well, take a look.
Can I see too? Or can I? It'd be quite a trick, wouldn't it?
Yes, we'll get a mirror.
No.
Here, look.
Boy, what a throat. Looks like a bowling alley with one pin still standing.
Well, you'll be all right. Just stop eating those things that make iron in your blood, like raisins and spinach.
Yeah, I'll cut out all pork, too. I don't want any pig iron. It's too fast for him. He didn't get it either.
Now, let's see your tongue.
Okay.
Stick it out. Further. Further. Further.
What is it?
It's half red and half plaid.
That's my socks coming through. Well, what do you think, Doc? What do you think?
Well, I think you'd better go to the hospital.
Not me. My mother went to the hospital once.
Well, what happened?
Well, here I am.
Remember, medical science offers you proof positive. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Herbert Marshall, popular screen star, says, quote,
I've seen the inside facts on cigarettes, and I'm convinced that medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So, no other is safer to smoke than Raleigh's. From now on, I'm a Raleigh fan.
You're right, Herbert Marshall. Raleigh's are right. So, friends, next time, try Raleigh's. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos. That smoother, milder, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science now offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Now, David Forrester and his orchestra play the famous violin solo, Horse Toccata. But instead, 35 men will play the solo simultaneously all together at the same time. Thank you very much, David. Chapter 84 is entitled Child Psychiatrist. Child psychiatry is playing a great part in helping our future generation. A good psychiatrist might discover the poor child is backward, a real introvert, or Junior, the mean little kid. Now, hold on to me, Grandma.
Now, Junior, stay with Grandma.
I will.
Oh, goodness, look at all the traffic.
Yeah.
We'll never get across the street.
Yes, we will, too. I has me little traffic whistle with me. I'm going to blow it. Watch. Look at that Chevrolet playing piggyback. Boy, that's the first time I ever seen a man get on the bus without getting out of his own car.
Give me that whistle, Junior. Give me that. The devil's in you today.
Well, if he is, he's going to be sorry, boy.
Oh, I've stood this long enough.
Don't you hit me.
Junior, we're going to see Dr. Bushell, the famous child psychiatrist.
Well, I'll give him a pick or two. Who's that? What he does?
That's a doctor that looks into your mind.
Oh.
And he can see what's going on.
Really? Can I see, too?
No, Junior. You're too young to see what's going on in your mind.
Oh.
This doctor improves your mind.
Really? Well, boy, he's going to have slim pickings with me, ain't he, huh? Now, come on, let's go see them, huh? I'm anxious to see them.
Now we're going into the doctor's office. Please be good, Junior.
Does you want me to be good?
Yes.
Me old sweet self?
Yes.
Just like a widow gentleman?
Yes.
Not a chance.
Good afternoon, Mrs.
Felton.
Oh.
This is my grandson.
Well, young man, hello.
Ah, shut up. Why don't you pretend you's a pound of butter and make yourself scarce? Go ahead.
Schizophrenia.
Yeah. Did you say something, or are you catching cold?
Doctor, I hope you can do something with him.
My dear lady, I've spent 20 years studying children like him.
And what's your conclusion?
I'm a bachelor.
Hey, is you really a widow child, Seekerikas?
Junior, I help little children.
You do?
Now, before you leave here, you'll be grateful to me.
Why, you going to give me some gumdrops?
No.
Then we never see eye to eye, could I?
You know, madam, sometimes children idolize an older person so much that they imitate them.
I think he's following in his grandfather's footsteps.
You mean I is staggering?
Yes, Junior!
Hey, well, I'll take off my clothes so you can get on with the examination.
Junior, in my work, I don't examine your body. I examine your mind.
Oh, well, I'll take off my hat for you then.
Tell me, Junior, do you have strange dreams?
I sure does. Did you ever hear this one?
Easy does it, Junior.
Not that one, Grandma. Another one. You know, last night I dreamed I see Superman and Flash Gordon, and they was fighting. Ooh, it was awful. They was throwing atomic bombs at each other and shooting rocket guns at each other, and they was just about killing each other there. But they didn't do it. You know who stopped them?
No.
Little orphan Annie. I followed that. You know, I used to dream that I was an elephant, squirting water through me nose at people, you know. But lately I've been dreaming that I was an Indian, and I goes around scalping them, you know.
Scalping people?
Yes, my dreams is getting better all the time.
That's very interesting.
From the picture, the same name. I'm glad you like it. Second features are much better, though. Stick around, will you?
What does that dream mean, Doctor?
It means that he has two opposite qualities. He has a good conscience and a bad conscience, and they're always battling for control of him.
Yeah, well, that good conscience ain't much of a fighter, is he?
I don't know. Now, tell me, Junior, all about your childhood as far back as you can remember.
Well, that wouldn't take very long because I ain't been here very long, you know. I remember when I was first born. I never forget that day. The old stork tried to commit suicide. I look up from me little padded cradle, and I saw me pop handing out cigars, you know. And then the next thing I know, someone picks me up, and they're trying to put a three-cornered zoot suit on me.
You know, he's a strange little fellow. He's bad, but really wants to be good.
Junior, do you really remember all that?
Yes, I got a perfect memory. I remember everything, you know.
Then tell me, if you have such a perfect memory, who put that frog in your grandfather's pajamas last week?
You know, I think my memory is failing me. I can't even remember who put the glue in his bedroom slippers last night.
Very interesting. He definitely has a split personality. Now, we'll test his willpower. Junior, I want you to go into the next room.
Yeah?
Now, you'll find a lot of different articles, playthings, valuable antiques, and you just go in and make yourself at home.
You mean me? In there with all that stuff? All alone? You realize what you was doing, don't you?
Yes.
You mean you're a regular doctor here? You didn't wander in from someplace?
Oh, no. I'm the regular doctor. But I know you won't touch anything that you shouldn't.
He must be a stranger in town.
Run along like the man says, Junior.
Okay. Oh, goodness. Look at it on the table. Slingshot and a box of rocks. Look at all of them windows and them vases. I wonder if this is a booby trap. Maybe it's a mirage. Maybe it's some kind of a trick. And then what do I care? I'm not going to do it anyhow. Give me a rock, boy.
Junior, what did you break? Meow, meow, meow.
You see, it wasn't him after all. It was a cat.
It still works.
I really know that he broke something, but when he starts to do things like that, use a little psychology on him. Just pretend you don't care, and he'll stop.
Hey, what's going on in here?
Nothing, Junior.
Now, you tell me what you was doing, or is I going to shoot you with a slingshot?
Oh, that would be fun. Go right ahead and shoot me.
It's all right, Junior. Go ahead.
Now, she ought to know better than that. No, I don't want to do it.
You see?
No, I wouldn't shoot you with a slingshot. You's a nice old doc. Could I borrow that hatchet over there?
Now, you wouldn't hit him with a hatchet. You're kidding.
You just keep laughing, kiddo, that's all. You wait till he runs around here with a real split personality.
And, you've played long enough. Now, give me the rocks and the slingshot.
Okay, here's the rock.
Good heavens, my window.
Boy, it's hot now. Here comes another one.
Look out, Junior. Good heavens. That rock ricocheted. It hit Junior.
It broke me with a head.
You shouldn't have encouraged him.
No, you shouldn't have encouraged me.
It's your fault.
It's all his fault.
Oh, bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Well, in psychiatry, I have found that when a person is badly hurt, he never repeats the harmful act. So this boy has learned a great lesson.
He don't know me very well, does he?
Be with you on every Tuesday night at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Nita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
And remember, listen to Hildegard tomorrow night, and The People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night over most of these stations. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Sir Walter Raleigh. That's the tobacco that leaves your pipe as clean as a whistle. It's carefully blended from rich, ripe burleys and mellowed with just a touch of rum to enhance the natural, full-bodied flavor. And Sir Walter Raleigh burns right, slow, even, and cool, right down to the bottom of the bowl. It never leaves your pipe with a soggy heel, just a clean, dry ash. Next time, get Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. Each week at this time from Hollywood, California, Kraft presents Harold Peary as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, I wonder what you mean when you use the word progress. Because here's what I mean. Progress means making the old things better and inventing new things that are better than the old. Well, that applies to foods as well as to other things. And modern margarine is an outstanding example. Yes, modern margarine, like Parquet margarine made by Kraft, is certainly a lot different from the margarines of even just a few years ago. Yes, all you have to do is to try Parquet margarine once to know it's different and better because it tastes so deliciously good. That's why Parquet margarine is a favorite everywhere, both for table use and for cooking, too. Now, you all know that proper nutrition is necessary to national defense. Well, Parquet margarine is a wholesome, highly nutritious food. In fact, it's one of the best sources of food energy you could serve. And every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So get acquainted with this nourishing modern margarine. Delicious Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Remember, it's Parquet. P-A-R-K-A-Y. And now let's visit our friend, the great Gildersleeve.
Let me have some more of that green paper, Leroy. Thanks. Hey, who are you sending that necktie to?
It's for Cousin Clinton in Iowa.
Leroy, you can't do that. He's the one who sent you that tie last year.
Oh. Well, in that case, I'll mail it to Uncle Stanley.
Oh, no. Uncle Stanley gave it to Cousin Clinton the year before.
Well, Uncle Mort, how do you know?
Because I gave it to Uncle Stanley 4 years ago.
Oh, are you sure it's the same tie?
Oh, positively, Marjorie. I'd know those purple stripes and those orange dots anyplace.
But, gee, what'll I give Cousin Clinton?
Oh, I think we can skip him this year if we send him a Christmas card.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Llewellyn?
Yes, Miss Marjorie.
Be sure to address a card to our Cousin Clinton, will you, please?
Yes, ma'am, right away.
Say, how are you coming along with the addressing and the sealing, Llewellyn?
Well, I'm a widow groggy.
Yeah?
I feel as if I'd wicked my weight in Christmas seals. I wish they'd get some different flavored glue, like strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime.
They'll come to that, Llewellyn. You're just a little ahead of time. Yeah. Here, Leroy, what are you doing?
Me? Oh, I just thought I'd see what's in this package Piggy Banks gave me.
But, Leroy, it's marked don't open until Christmas.
Yes. Haven't you any self-control or willpower, young man? Don't you realize that if you opened all your gifts ahead of time, when Christmas morning came around, you wouldn't have a single toy left to break?
But, gee, I caught Marjorie sniffing around the present you gave her, Uncle Mort.
I was not, Leroy.
Mort, too.
I just happened to drop it, and I was afraid it might be perfume.
Oh, yes. Well, it's not perfume. It's a whoops. I almost told you then. Now, both you children stop acting childish. Let me alone while I wrap this present. It's for Fibber McGee. I've already sent Molly McGee a big bottle of perfume, so I better get Fibber McGee's present in the mail for Wistful Vista tonight.
Oh, what did you get for him, Uncle Mort?
Something he needs badly. An electrical pants presser. It's a neat little gadget, isn't it? Although I doubt if it'll make much of an impression on those gunny sacks McGee wears.
You think that's enough of a gift for Mr. McGee?
Why not? Cost me 39 cents at the cut-rate drugstore.
39 cents?
Yeah.
But I thought Mr. McGee was a close friend of yours.
He is, Leroy. He's the closest friend I've got. And I'm not speaking geographically or intimately. I'm speaking financially.
Well, I never knew that.
Well, he isn't exactly tight. He's more of the borrow a tool today and return when rusty type. The more I think about the things McGee has borrowed, the less I think of him. Who does he imagine he is? The doorbell? I mean the doorbell. It's ringing. Yeah, I'll get it. Yes?
Is this the domicile of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve?
It is.
This is it, Shorty. Okay, lift.
Hey, this is plenty heavy. Hey, where do you want this box, mister?
Put it right down here for now. What's in it, mister?
Just keep your shirt on, will you, buddy?
Oh, yeah.
All right, ready, Spike?
Yeah, let's get this over with.
All right.
A 1, a 2, a 3.
Oh, Gildersleeve, oh, Gildersleeve, a Merry Christmas to you. Oh, Gildersleeve, oh, Gildersleeve, you old tide, hallelujah. We've brung a great big gift, you see, from Wistful Vistas, Fibber Morton Peculiar Slave, please sign here on the dotted line.
Well, singing expressman, eh?
Yeah. We are something in the nature of an experiment.
Oh, I see. You're doing it for the company to see if it's satisfactory, yeah?
Oh, no, we're doing it for the men to see if it's remunerative.
Oh, yes, I get it. Well, here you are, boys. A dime for each of you.
A dime? Why, Spike, this guy ain't got no respect for music.
Yeah, but he sure got a lot of respect for money.
Wow. I never saw a box so hard to get open.
Oh.
Must have taken me an hour. Yeah. Now to see what Fibber McGee has sent me.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
Yes.
Gee, another box.
Yeah?
And all done up with Christmas wrappings and stuff.
Oh, my goodness. Hand me the hatchet again, Leroy.
Oh, no, Unc. Can't you see what it says?
Where? Oh, don't open till Christmas. And this means you, guilty old snoop. McGee never means what he says. The hatchet, please, Leroy.
But, Uncle Mort, where's your willpower?
Yes, and how about your self-control?
Oh, they're fine. It's my curiosity that's got the best of me. Oh, gee, let me take one little peek, will you, huh?
Now who's acting childish, Uncle Mort?
You're right, Marjorie. I wasn't setting you a good example. Hand me some of that ribbon, and I'll get this pants presser off to my old chum. Oh, what am I saying? I can't send McGee this dinky little present now.
Why not?
Because that box probably contains a large, valuable gift for me. And alongside of it, my cheap little crease iron will look like, 39 cents.
What do you think you should do, Uncle?
I better go right downtown and get him something better.
Oh, I think that's very nice of you, Uncle Mort.
It sure is.
I think so, too. Now, in order to get an idea of how much McGee spent so I won't spend any more, don't you think I should take one quick little look as to what he sent me?
No.
All right, I was just suggesting.
Say, if you're going downtown, you better hurry up. It's getting late and the stores are awfully overcrowded.
Oh, I won't have any trouble. Get your cap and coat, Leroy.
I'll be right with you.
Are you taking Leroy through those mobs with you?
Yes, Marjorie. He and I have worked out a wonderful system for Christmas shopping. Haven't we, Leroy?
I'll say.
What kind of a system?
It's called the angleworm formation. Leroy goes ahead and figures out an angle, and I worm my way through.
This is certainly a ritzy store.
Yes. Haven't I always said that the best is none too good for Fibber McGee?
Well, how do you do, sir? What will it be?
I'm looking for a present for a friend.
Do you think he might like a half-dozen imported cravats?
Say, Unc, what's a cravat?
A cravat is a necktie that sells for $5, Leroy. No, I'd like to get him a more substantial gift. Oh, here's something. Maybe he'd like a dressing gown or a robe, huh?
Why, yes, we have some lovely ones. Say, in the neighborhood of $100.
Have you got anything in a cheaper neighborhood?
Well, here are a few in the vicinity of $60.
Oh, yes. This brown silk one would be exactly the right thing. If you have it in a smaller size and some other color and a different material and a little less expensive.
Well, then I'll have to go back in the stockroom and see what we have there. If you'll just wait a moment.
Don't worry. Yes. Quit trying on those derbies, Leroy. You can never tell who wore them before you did.
But I only wanted to see how I looked in one, Unc.
How can you see when they come down to your nose on you? Now, just stand still.
Oh, just the sort of person I'm looking for. Oh, excuse me, sir, but there's a little favor I'd like to ask of you.
Certainly, madam. What can I do for you?
Well, if you see that man standing over there at the sweater counter.
Oh, you mean the funny-looking gent with the bat wing ears and the dirty look? Has he been annoying you?
No, he's my husband.
Oh, he is? Oh, well, I didn't mean that nice-looking chap. I was talking about the one in the checkered overcoat standing next to it. The fat guy that looks like a cross between a scow and a barge.
That's the one who's my husband, sir.
Oh.
You see, I want to surprise him with this pretty blue robe for Christmas.
Oh.
But I don't know if it's the right size for him, so I thought that being that you two are of the same build...
What? You think I'm as chubby as that tubby?
No. Oh, now, please. I don't want him to suspect a thing.
Why don't you help the lady out, Uncle Mort?
Huh? Yes, why not? Here, let me have it, madam. Hold it up, Leroy. Thanks.
Oh, this is so nice of you, really.
Not at all. Would you care to have me parade up and down like one of those models?
No, thank you. Now, just tie the belt.
There.
Oh, there. Now, turn around, please.
Yeah?
Oh, dear.
What's wrong? Is my slip showing?
Well, either I picked the wrong size or else you're stouter than my husband.
No, see here, lady.
Well, we can soon see. I have a tape measure here in my bag somewhere.
Tape measure?
I know Leo's size.
Oh.
Let me see. Oh, yes, here it is. Now, if you'll just put your arms up, I'll flip this tape around your waist and find out what size.
Hey, what are you doing with your arms around that man?
Oh, my goodness.
Huh?
He mustn't find out about the surprise.
What?
Pretend that you're my cousin George.
I said, why are you hugging this fella, Fanny?
Oh, Leo, it's Cousin George. I haven't seen him for years. You don't blame me for being glad to see my own cousin, do you?
No, not at all. Glad to meet you, George.
The pleasure's all mine.
Voice still changing, huh?
Yeah.
Well, George, Fanny's told me all about you, but I always picked you as a different man.
Well, I was a different man up till quite recently.
Oh, it's just too bad that Cousin George is just passing through town and can't stop over for a visit.
Huh?
Aren't you, Cousin George?
Who? Oh, me? Oh, yes, Cousin George. I just happened to be driving.
Driving? I thought you hated automobiles.
Do I?
Yeah, didn't the automobile ruin your horse collar business?
Oh, I don't know, did it? Oh, yes, of course. But I'm not one to hold a grudge.
You're not?
Well, not more than 20 years, anyway.
Say, that reminds me. What's happened to Francis these days?
Francis? Oh, he's all right.
He? Since when is Francis a he?
I mean, she's just dandy. I talked to her long distance only last night.
Talk to her? How can you talk long distance to a horse?
Well, you picked... Oh, that Francis. Yes. I thought you meant the other Francis. You know the one I mean, don't you, Cousin Fanny?
Of course. Your wife.
Yeah. My what?
I never knew you were married, George, old boy.
Oh, well, it's all sort of a secret. We eloped to Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls. Boy, that's a hot one.
What's so hot about Niagara Falls?
Well, Leo just thinks it's funny that you'd elope to Niagara Falls when you've lived right there all your life.
Oh, my goodness. Sorry, I can't stand around here, folks. I've got to catch a train.
What about your automobile?
I hate him again. Come on, Leroy.
I'm coming, Pappy.
So that was your cousin George, Fanny, and you got the nerve to criticize my...
Oh, dear.
Wait a minute, Uncle Mort. Where are we going?
Out. Let's get away from there before that gorilla gets hep.
But if you'll just
He'll
wait...
wring my neck. How do I manage to get into such affairs?
It was Cousin Fanny that did it. Where are you taking me, Uncle Mort?
As far away as our chubby little legs will carry us. Now, don't dilly-dally, Leroy.
But, gee, Uncle, you can't scram like this.
I can't, huh? Why not? By George, it was a lucky thing I kept calm and cool all through that encounter.
But, Uncle Mort...
What have you been but Uncle Morning about, Leroy? Come out with it.
I've been trying to tell you all along. We've got to go back to the store.
Why?
You're still wearing that baby blue bathrobe.
Oh!
There they are now, Mr. Llewellyn.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Uncle Mort. Hello, Leroy.
Hello.
Oh. Did you get something nice for Mr. McGee?
No, we had a terrible time. I haven't been pushed around so much since my baby carriage days.
Gosh, you never saw so many places out of so much stuff that so many people wanted so bad.
What sort of present were you looking for?
Well, something unusual and expensive that he doesn't have already.
Yeah. Uncle Mort almost got a dandy baby blue bathrobe, but after he took it outside to see how it looked in the daylight, he took it back.
Yeah. Well, we'll go down and try it again tomorrow. Maybe you'll come along, Marjorie, to help me. Say, there's something missing in this room.
I was wondering how long it would be before you noticed the difference.
Yeah. Well, what is it? Come, Llewellyn, don't be coy. What have you done?
I took Mr. McGee's present, wagged it out of here, and walked it in the Wampus room closet.
You did, eh? And why did you do that?
Oh, just so you could resist opening it before Christmas.
Well, that took a lot of nerve.
Oh, no, it just took a lot of strength. Believe me, before I was through, I bitterly regretted starting the whole proposition. Willie, I was a wreck.
Yes, Mr. Llewellyn worked quite hard.
Llewellyn, the next time you poke your probing proboscis into my personal affairs, I'm going to take a swing at it.
What was that, Mr. Gildersleeve?
If you fool around with something that's no skin off your nose, why, by George, it will be.
Oh, please, Mr. Gildersleeve, don't lose your temper.
Who's losing their temper?
But you're raising your voice.
Who's raising their voice?
You're just angry because I hid your present.
Oh, is that so? I suppose you know everything that's going on in my mind.
Yep. I can read you like a dictionary.
Yes. If you can read me like a dictionary, why don't you turn to the letter D and under discharged? You'll find that's where you are.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve, what do you mean?
I mean that you're fired, dismissed, finished, sacked. Now, do you understand?
Well, all right. If that's the way you feel. Goodbye. Goodbye, Miss Marjorie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Leroy.
Goodbye, Mr. Llewellyn.
What's he getting so huffy about? I never saw such an excitable fellow in all my life. But the man has got no Christmas spirit. Making me fire him right before the holidays.
He didn't get us paid, did he, Uncle Mort?
By Jove, that's right. You better run after him, Leroy, and tell him to come back for his money.
Okay, Uncle Mort.
And Leroy.
Yes, Unc?
Tell him if he behaves himself, he can come back to work.
Sure.
He had no right getting me all worked up after a hard day shopping. I'm not an unreasonable man, am I, Marjorie?
Of course not, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, I'm just as nice as the next man. Sometimes nicer, too.
I couldn't see him anywhere, Uncle Mort.
You mean he's gone?
Well, it was snowing rather hard.
Oh, jumping jeeps. I've turned him out into the cold with only a thin mackintosh.
Oh, now don't you worry, Uncle Mort. Just call him at his hotel tomorrow after you've both cooled off.
Yes, of course. Oh, I can't do that. I don't know where he lives. Do either of you?
No, I don't think so.
Not me.
Oh, my goodness. I'm a cad. I'm a bounder. No, not a bounder, just a cad. I won't be able to look myself in the face the next time I shave. What'll I do?
Say, maybe Bertie knows where he lives.
Oh, yes, Bertie. Maybe she does. I'll go find out. Bertie?
Yes, sir?
Do you know where... Llewellyn, what are you doing here?
Oh, just eating my supper, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh! Going down?
Hey, wait a minute!
No use, Leroy. They're booking passage on those elevators a couple of days in advance. Let's wander into the furniture department.
Well, we've looked every place else for a present. Maybe we'll find something there.
Yes. I wasn't thinking about Fibber McGee's present, Marjorie. I only wanted to rest. My feet ache clear up to my shoulder blades.
Oh, poor Uncle Mort.
Yeah.
Look, here's a nice big leather chair.
Huh?
Try it, why don't you?
Oh, thank you. I will. Very comfortable. Now, if I could only take my shoes off, but there I go, daydreaming again.
Hey, look at the buttons on the arm of this chair.
Huh?
I wonder what this one does.
Oh. Help me. The chair is now a bed.
Oh, Leroy, now look what you've done. See, the back goes down and the bottom comes up. Here, I'll give you a hand, Unc.
You know, on second thought, this is so nice, I think I'll take 40 winks. Wake me up in 1942, will you?
Uncle, you can't sleep there.
Oh, yes, I can. Watch me. Say, this is certainly a great invention.
Now, I wonder what this button does.
You spoiled everything. It's a chair again.
How do, folks? Interested in the Snorwell reclining chair?
Oh, is that what it is? Well, a mighty cozy little one-man couch.
And an ideal Christmas present for father, husband, friend, or boss.
Uncle McGee, how about it?
Yes, Uncle McGee, how about it?
Yes. Say, that's not a bad idea. In fact, it's the best one I've had so far.
Let me tell you about some of the Snorwell features.
Oh.
3 comfy, cuddly positions.
Yes?
Sitting, snoozing, and sleeping. Made of the toughest bull leather. Overstuffed, underslung. Why, you couldn't be more tickled if you bought a feather bed.
Huh?
Buy one for the rest of your life. Catch on?
Yes.
Oh, brother. Now, there's a salesman.
What do you think, Uncle Mort?
Well, how much is it?
$39.95. That's without any of the accessories and attachments, of course.
Oh,
You mean it's got attachments like a vacuum cleaner?
Yes, sir. The Snorwell is the first fully mechanized chair.
Well, I'm interested now. This is for a friend of mine who is rather mechanically minded.
Yes?
Yes, he invented an illuminated sundial once. For cloudy days, you know. No, you wouldn't know.
Let me show you these features.
Huh?
Here's the overhead reading lamp, also dandy for shaving.
Yes.
Then we have a combination ashtray and cigar lighter that appears and disappears at the touch of a button.
What does it do with the ashes? Dump them under the rug?
We also have an electric clock and a compartment for sandwiches with a tank for ice water.
Gee, it does everything but sing you to sleep.
Yeah.
It'll do that, too.
What?
For $24 more, we'll put a little radio inside the headrest.
My goodness, if you tack a mailbox on the side of this chair, you could live in it. Oh, this one seems a little damaged. Look at this crack in it.
Crack?
Yeah.
That is no crack.
What?
It's a slot for old razor blades.
Gosh, do you know, Uncle, the more I hear about it, the more I'm convinced that this is just the present for Mr. McGee.
So am I. Young man, how much would one cost with all the accessories?
Well, the Super Deluxe Shoot the Works model sells for $119.95.
Oh, my dear. But what do you think, children?
Oh, yes, take it. What do you got to lose?
$119.95. But I guess I'll do it just the same.
Gee, I knew I'd sell one of these someday.
What?
Where is it to be delivered, sir?
It goes to Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista, Wistful Vista. Yeah. Can you have it delivered there before Christmas?
Yes, sir. We can send it out by express this afternoon.
Yeah, good. Charge it to Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Here's my card.
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve, and season's greetings.
Yeah. Merry Christmas to you. Come on, you two. We can go home now. Certainly is a load off my... Well, hello, Judge Hooker. Christmas shopping, I see.
Oh, hello, Gildersleeve. How are you, Marjorie?
Just fine, Judge Hooker.
Season's greetings, Judge.
Thank you. You all look so happy there can only be one reason.
Yeah?
You've just finished buying the last of your holiday gifts.
Yes, that's it. And it certainly was a humdinger.
Yes, sir. It was for...
Leroy, let's keep it a secret. It was for a certain very good friend of mine, Judge.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, a real pal, you know. Well, we'll be seeing you. Come on, children. Let's make another try for the elevator.
Say, could that present be for me? After all, I have been a pal to him. I'd just like to know. Young man.
Yes, sir?
My friend who was just here, he told me what he bought, but it slipped my mind. What was it again?
Oh, it was a present. A Snorwell reclining chair with $80 worth of accessories.
Well, that must be for me. Gildersleeve broke the springs in my best lounge chair, and now he's making up for it. Say, now I'll have to get him something better than that flashlight I bought him for Christmas. Thank you, young man. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Gee whiz. So that's Fibber McGee.
What's that? Sounds like something's going on in this house. Sounds like somebody's raising a rumpus in the rumpus room. I'm going to investigate. I don't know why I'm so brave. In fact, I don't know if I'm so brave. I better stop here in the kitchen first. Now I feel better. Peculiar how much confidence a couple of carving knives gives a lady. Stop what you're doing. I got you surrounded. I got you covered.
Bertie, what are you doing here at this time of the night?
Oh, Mr. Gilsleeve. Oh, my goodness. I thought it was a burglar. Oh, my stars in the firmament. That was a burglar.
Huh?
What's that all chopped up, Mr. Gilsleeve?
Oh, chopped up? Oh, well, that's the present Mr. McGee sent me.
Oh, then that means there wasn't no burglar nohow.
Huh?
Honest or truly, Mr. Gilsleeve, you ought to be ashamed of yourself scaring folks at 3 a.m. in the morning and sneaking around in your pajamas, snooping at your Christmas presents ahead of time. Lucky I caught you before you got it open. Now, you go on back to bed.
Yeah, but Bertie.
Go on now, get. You understand what that is?
No.
You know what you is?
No, what?
You is a problem uncle, that's what. Good night.
Oh, Judge Hooker, yes. Come right in, Judge.
I'm still a few days early, but I couldn't wait. Merry Christmas, Gildersleeve.
Well, and what's this?
Oh, just a little present I picked out for you, Gildy, old pal.
For me? Well, what is it, Judge?
Set of matched golf clubs in a leather bag.
Oh, Judge, you shouldn't have done it. By the way, I've got something for you.
Oh, no. Why, I didn't expect anything.
Well, it isn't very much.
Oh, I bet it isn't.
Yeah. I had it right here in the hall.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Here it is. This little box.
Huh? This little box?
Huh?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Gildy.
Oh, won't you come in and look at our tree, Judge?
No, I've got to be getting along now. I feel a headache coming on.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thanks for the wonderful present, old pal.
Welcome. Goodbye.
Yeah. Say, Marjorie, look at the dandy golf outfit Judge Hooker gave me for Christmas.
Oh, look at that. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
What did you give him, Uncle Mort?
The pants presser I almost sent to McGee.
Hey, will you two come into the rumpus room?
Oh, sure. Come on, Marjorie. What is it, Leroy?
Look at this. Somebody tried to get into the box Fibber McGee sent Uncle Mort.
Oh, why, yeah. Chips and splinters all around and holes in the box. Why, who could have done it, Uncle?
A mice. Hey, we better take a look inside to see if it's damaged any.
But it's still 4 days till Christmas, Unc.
Well, but who knows what's happened to it? We better act quickly. Let me have that hatchet. Thank you. Of course, you know I'd never open it under ordinary circumstances. There. Put the lid someplace, Leroy. Well, everything's all right so far. At last. I'm so excited I can hardly tear off the wrappings. Now we can see what we can see. What's this? Oh, a card. Dear Chum Gildy. Oh, good old Fibber. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And here's your old lawnmower back. Signed, Fibber McGee.
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. You know, people who won't try new things certainly miss a lot. Yes, you just can't know whether you really like something or not until you actually try it yourself. That's why I urge everyone to try delicious parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Because you're really missing something if you hadn't tried this truly modern margarine. First of all, you're missing the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes parquet margarine outstanding. Why, Americans from coast to coast have found they prefer parquet margarine because it tastes so good, both for table use and for cooking, too. Secondly, parquet margarine is an economical source of food values your family needs. Now, that's very important these days. Proper nutrition is essential to national defense. You see, parquet margarine is wholesome and nutritious. It's one of the best energy foods you could serve. And especially important in the wintertime, Kraft adds 9,000 units of vitamin A to every pound of parquet, making it a dependable source of this vitamin the year round. Now, with food prices rising, you owe it to yourself to find out how delicious and nourishing economical parquet margarine is. So don't put it off. Ask your food dealer tomorrow for parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y.
Hand me those pajamas, Leroy.
Here you are.
Yeah, thanks. And to think that now that extra shirt, Marjorie.
It's in the bag already, Uncle.
Oh, well, I'll sew him a thing or two.
Excuse me, Uncle Mort, but where are you going?
To Wistful Vista, my dear. I'm going to try and get back my $119 chair before it's delivered to Fibber McGee's house.
You aren't going to be way over Christmas, are you?
Oh, no, I'm just going to be there Tuesday night. And remind me on the way to the station. I've got to stop at the cut-rate drugstore.
What for?
To get McGee another pants presser. Merry Christmas, everybody, and good night.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. You know, there are times when the poets come up with some pretty silly ideas. John Greenleaf Whittier wrote, for example, "What moistens the lip and what brightens the eye? What calls back the past like the rich pumpkin pie?" Well, in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons have a very definite answer for him. And it has nothing to do with pumpkin pie. Like this.
Frankly, Margaret, I think the whole idea is ridiculous.
But, Jim, after all, I had to be pleasant, and he's only going to be in town for a few days.
He sounded cute on the telephone.
Kathy, be quiet and drink your milk.
Gee whiz.
He hasn't been in Springfield for almost 20 years. Why does he suddenly have to come busting in and get everything all upset?
He isn't getting anything upset, dear. I merely asked him to have dinner with us tonight.
Why didn't you ask him to spend the weekend? We could have Bud sleep in the chandelier.
Jim, there's nothing wrong in asking him to dinner, is there?
Why can't he eat in a restaurant? There's nothing wrong with eating in a restaurant once in a while.
Why, Jim.
When I have business in another town, you don't see me going around mooching dinners. And I had as many old girlfriends as he ever did.
Oh, that's what it is.
Oh, you mind your own business and eat your breakfast.
The green-eyed monster rears his ugly head.
Betty, in just about 2 seconds, the brown-eyed father's going to rear his ugly hand. You understand?
Yes, Father.
And you'll eat standing up for a week.
Yes, Father.
Jim, I really think you are jealous.
Jealous? Me? I haven't got a jealous bone in my head. But I don't see any reason for inviting him to dinner.
Who, Dad?
He was nothing but a pest 20 years ago, and you were glad enough to get rid of him then.
Jim, that's not so. He was a very nice boy.
Who was, Mom?
Well, if he was so nice, why didn't you marry him?
Who, Dad?
Because I loved you and I didn't love him, that's why. But he was still a very nice boy.
Who was, Mom?
He was a big hunk of muscle, that's what he was. Didn't have a brain in his head.
Jim, you're not being fair. Charlie was just as intelligent as any boy in your class.
Charlie who, Mom?
Just because he had a raccoon coat and a couple of silly letters on his sweater. So help me, Margaret, I can't understand what you were thinking of when you invited him to dinner.
Who, Dad?
Bud, don't you ever shut up?
Oh, holy cow. Can I even know who you're talking about?
No.
Holy cow.
Eat your breakfast and be quiet.
I know who they're talking about.
Kathy, behave yourself or go up to bed.
I just got up.
Well, behave yourself.
Yes, Daddy.
And sit still.
Yes, Daddy.
Man tries to have a peaceful breakfast with his family, and what happens? Nothing but noise and excitement and confusion.
Jim, you're making a fuss over absolutely nothing.
I'm not making a fuss, and it isn't absolutely nothing. How would you like it if I dragged all my old girlfriends in for a dinner?
But, Jim, Charlie Warren is a happily married man.
Charlie Warren? You mean the Charlie Warren who played football for Springfield?
Yes, dear.
Big thing. The man runs around with a silly hunk of leather under his arm.
But Charlie Warren, Dad, holy cow.
Who's Charlie Warren?
Who's Charlie Warren? You might just as well say, who's Red Grange?
All right, who's Red Grange?
Betty, it only happens that Charlie Warren is the greatest athlete in the history of Springfield, that's all.
Oh, that. The way you said it, I thought he was somebody important.
Would you care for some more toast, Betty?
No, thank you, Father.
Boy, just wait till I tell the fellas. Charlie Warren in my house.
But if you'll take up a collection, maybe we can build a shrine.
Jim.
Make this place a national monument. Charlie Warren ate here.
Jim, I certainly hope you're going to be civil to the man.
Oh, I'll be civil, all right. I'll be so civil he won't know I'm around.
Well, I don't think that's necessary.
Matter of fact, I won't even be around. I'll be in the den working on my income tax return with Hector. And I hope you and Charlie have a lovely time.
Jim Anderson, you can't work on your income tax tonight. You just can't.
Would you like to make a small wager?
But, Jim, Charlie Warren is our guest.
He's your guest, my pet. If you want to clutter up the house with your old boyfriends, go right ahead. I'm still going to work on my income tax.
Jim, won't you please be sensible? I've already invited Charlie. I can't break the date now.
Well, Hector's going out of town in the morning, and this is the last chance he has to help me with my tax return. And for your information, Charlie Warren runs a very poor second to my income tax. Now, if you'll be so good as to pour me a cup of coffee.
Jim, if you really loved me...
Oh, that's fine. That's just wonderful. Twist the whole thing around so it's my fault.
I didn't say it was your fault, dear. All I said was...
May I please have my coffee?
Of course, dear.
Thank you.
Jim, don't you think just this once...
Margaret, this is your house. I bought it, furnished it, worked my fool head off to get it. But it's your home, and if you want boyfriends running in and out of the hallways...
Jim, you're being very unkind. Charlie Warren was your friend, too.
My friend?
Well, you certainly spent enough time with him.
I had to. If I wanted to see you, I had to see him, too, didn't I? I saw enough of him to last me a lifetime. Him and his big, fat football.
Now you're being childish. Charlie was just as much your friend as he was mine.
Oh, he was he? I suppose he asked me to marry him.
Well, no, but...
Mom, you mean Charlie Warren asked you to marry him?
Well, yes, Bud, he did.
And you turned him down? Holy cow, Mom. If you could have married Charlie Warren... Oh.
You, were about to say something? James Anderson Jr.?
Well, boy, it's sure hot in here.
Football players. What's so wonderful about being a football player? Doesn't take any brains to be a football player. Kick a ball, jump on somebody's neck. Don't even know which way they're running half the time.
Hiya, Jim. What you doing? Counting your money?
Oh, hello, Heck. Sit down.
Oh, I've already had lunch.
Well, sit down anyway.
What's the matter? Something wrong? Maybe we'd better not work on your tax return tonight. That isn't going to make you feel any better, you know.
Heck, do you remember Charlie Warren?
Charlie Warren? Oh, you mean Big Charlie, the flapper's favorite?
Flapper's favorite.
Oh, gosh, I haven't seen him in, must be 20 years. Why, what about him?
He's in town.
He is? Well, what do you know? What's he doing here?
Eating at my house.
Yeah, that's right. He was a friend of yours, wasn't he?
He was not.
Well, when you and Margaret were... Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Big football phony. Comes into town, gets everybody all excited.
Giving you a bad time around the house.
Oh, you ought to heard him. Bud can't even figure out why his mother married me.
That makes it nice.
Yeah, just fine.
Well, I guess we'd better forget about that income tax session tonight, huh?
I guess so. Probably have to sit around all night hearing him yap about football. Makes me sick to think of it.
You know, Jim, I just been figuring if we don't make it tonight, I'm stuck.
We can do it over the weekend, can't we?
Well, I won't be back until Tuesday, and that's the 14th. I'll be up to my ears. Maybe you better get somebody else. Unless...
Unless what?
Well, I was just thinking, you know, we could fix this guy, Charlie, but good.
Oh? How do you mean?
Well, I come over tonight, and we give it a big build-up. You know, I'm your tax counselor, take care of all your major investments, stuff like that, big business.
Oh, I don't know, Hank.
Why not? We don't have to prove anything.
I know,
It won't be as though you're doing the bragging. You're very modest about it. You even try to stop me a couple of times.
I do, huh?
Oh, sure. You're very embarrassed. You don't like the whole idea. But do I stop? I do not. I keep right on going. I lay it on thick.
Even though I try to stop you?
Sure. Charlie Warren thinks he's a big shot, huh? Well, we fix him. Anything he's got, you've got twice as many. Anything he's done, you've done twice as much. When I get through, I guarantee you'll sound like a combination of John D. Rockefeller and Fort Knox.
You couldn't run in a little Ben Hogan or Sammy Snead, could you?
Jim, you're the greatest golfer since Bobby Jones.
Yeah, a guy comes around, tries to bust up a happy home. Serve him right, wouldn't it?
Certainly would.
Well, no, heck, it wouldn't be right.
Okay, if you'd rather sit around and listen to him brag.
Well, maybe if I... You think he will, huh?
Jim, you don't know what they're like. When Charlie Warren gets through talking, you'll be lucky if you don't wind up living in the garage. I know, I've been through it.
You have, huh?
Sure. With me, it was a polo player.
Pretty rough, huh?
I had to buy Elizabeth a fur coat before she'd even let me in the house.
I don't know. A man tries to live an honest, decent life, and what happens? Just because he wasn't a football player, he doesn't amount to anything. Everybody's ashamed of him.
How's about it, Jim? Do we give him the business?
Well, all right, let's do it.
Okay.
We'll teach him a lesson, won't we?
You said it.
Stick his nose in where it doesn't belong. Say, heck, I don't know if Charlie was in the service, but, well, if you'd like to put in a little General MacArthur.
Okay, General. Anchors away.
Well, Father's planning to get a lot of pleasure out of showing up Charlie Warren. Maybe he will, and maybe he won't. You just can't tell about some things. Other things, though, you can count on for a world of pleasure every time.
Coffee is one of them. Truly good coffee, I mean, like Maxwell House, with all that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Morning, noon, and night, that famous flavor means so much more real enjoyment. It really pays to remember Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, it pays to remember that in these days of higher prices. And a neighbor of ours could tell you why. The other day, she bought a cheaper coffee, thought it would be more economical. But the first time she served it, it tasted weak somehow. So she started adding more and more to the pot. But the flavor she expected just wasn't there, and cup after cup was left unfinished. That opened my eyes to something, she said. Maxwell House is true economy. Sure it is. Because every pound gives you so many more truly good cups of coffee. Just see how much more you enjoy that wonderful, good to the last drop flavor. The clear, rich taste, the roaster fresh goodness, vacuum packed in that familiar blue tin. You'll know Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, for your money's worth and more, get Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's dinner time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. The roast beef was wonderful. The cake was delicious. The coffee is sensational. And, strangely enough, the conversation isn't quite as belligerent as we thought it might be. Like this.
How about another cup of coffee, Charlie?
Well, thank you, Jim. That'll be fine.
There you are.
Thank you, Margaret.
Oh, holy cow, Mr. Warren. There certainly must be one football game you remember.
Well, that was a long time ago.
But if Mr. Warren doesn't want to talk about football, why don't you stop bothering him?
But holy cow, Dad.
Isn't it I don't want to talk about it, Bud? It's just that, well, I haven't seen your mother and father in over 20 years. We've got a lot of other things to talk about, much more interesting things.
Holy cow.
Bud just can't get it into his head that there is anything more interesting than football.
I can't either.
Well, that's a fairly common thing when you're young. I used to feel the same way myself. Remember, Jim?
Yes, I certainly do.
My whole life was wrapped up in football. I ate, drank, and slept football. Silliest character in Springfield.
Mr. Warren, you weren't.
Bud, will you please stop arguing? If Mr. Warren says... Well, eat your cake and be quiet.
Holy cow.
You'll notice, Charlie, that Bud doesn't have anything to do with plain, ordinary cows. Just the holy one.
Yes, I'd noticed.
Oh, it's too bad Mrs. Warren couldn't make the trip with you, Charlie.
Well, maybe the next time. Say, Jim, do you remember the night the old high school burned down?
Oh, do I? I celebrated for 3 weeks.
Jim.
Well, what I mean is, Charlie, remember how the principal, what was his name?
Baker, wasn't it?
No, it was something like that, though. Baker, Baylor.
That was it. Old man Baylor.
Yeah. Remember how he came flying down the street in his nightshirt?
And all you could see were those long, skinny legs?
Yeah.
You mean that's better than football?
Bud, please be quiet.
And don't say holy cow.
Well, what can I say?
Nothing.
Gee whiz.
We'll talk about football the next time, Bud. How'll that be?
Okay.
I don't know what gets into that boy. I swear I don't.
Well, he's just a boy, Jim. Of course, I don't have any children, so...
Don't you even have a little girl?
No, Kathy, not even a little girl.
Not even one?
Not even one.
Gee, that's awful.
Kathy.
Well, she's right, Jim. It is awful. I'd give anything for a family.
Well, Charlie, make me a reasonable offer and you can have mine.
Father.
It's all right, Betty. I know what he means. And I know what you mean to him. Yes, sir. Wonderful wife, wonderful home, 3 wonderful children. You're a lucky man, Jim.
Well, you won't get any argument out of me on that.
I didn't think I would. But we sure used to have some pips, didn't we, Margaret?
Oh, long into the night, hour after hour. And if you want to know the real honest-to-goodness truth, Charlie, I married Jim just to stop the two of you from talking.
Mommy, you did?
Kathy, be quiet. That was a joke.
It was?
Yes, those were the good old days, weren't they, Jim?
Yes, sir, they certainly were.
I sure wish we could have them back. I know one guy who would do things a lot differently.
Oh, I don't know, Charlie. You led a pretty exciting life in school.
Sure, big Charlie Warren, the campus idol. I didn't even know what time it was.
You didn't? Gee, I'm only 9 and I do.
Kathy, will you please be quiet?
I didn't say anything.
What I meant, Kathy, was that I had some pretty strange ideas about what was important and what wasn't. I just couldn't think of anything but football.
Well, gosh, what's wrong with that? Don't you like football?
Oh, it's all right, Bud, but not if you build your whole life around it. No, I'd have been a lot better off if I'd taken your dad's advice.
You would?
Well, Mr. Warren doesn't mean that...
Oh, it's true, Jim. Well, you're one of the most successful young executives in Springfield. That means more than a bunch of newspaper clippings and a couple of gold footballs.
Jim, your mouth's open.
Oh, well, how long are you going to be in Springfield, Charlie?
Just a few days, Jim.
Well, you know, it's sort of silly, you staying downtown at the hotel. Why don't you move your things out here? You can take Bud's room.
Why, Jim.
No, I don't think so, Jim. Where would Bud sleep? In the chandelier?
We'd find a place for him.
I'll answer it, Dad.
Good grief, I forgot all about Hector Smith.
Excuse me, Mr. Warren.
Sure, go right ahead, Bud.
Charlie, you remember Hector Smith, don't you?
Hector Smith? You mean the mathematical genius?
That's the one.
Well, sure I remember him. Good old Heck.
Well, he's supposed to help me with my income tax tonight, but...
Well, go right ahead, Jim. After all, I run a pretty poor second to an income tax.
Well, Charlie Warren, you old son of a gun.
Hector Smith, well, for gosh sakes.
Well, how are you, Charlie? You haven't changed a bit.
Oh, go on. I put on over 40 pounds.
40? Oh, you're kidding.
Good evening, Hector.
Oh, hello, Margaret. Hi, girls.
Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hi.
We were just having a coffee, Heck. How about a cup for you?
Well, you talked me into it.
Hector, about that thing we were talking about.
Oh, sure. What do you think of Jim, Charlie? He's done all right, huh?
Hector.
I was just telling him, Heck, he's made a wonderful place for himself in the world.
You think so, huh? Well, you don't know the half of it.
Hector.
Now, isn't that just like him? Modest as the day is long. Can't stand to have people talk about his success.
Hector, will you forget about the whole thing, please?
Well, you don't have to tell me about it, Heck. I'm as proud of him as you are.
Then you ought to know the whole story. You've got no idea how successful he really is.
Hector, please.
Look at him, he's blushing. And I don't blame him, a man who makes the kind of money he does.
Hector, Charlie doesn't care anything about that.
Well, sure he does, don't you, Charlie?
Why, of course.
You know, if Jim didn't have me to fix up his income tax return, why, he'd be paying for the last war all by himself.
Father, would you really?
Oh, Hector's exaggerating a little, Charlie. You know the way he is.
Oh, now wait just a minute, Jim. You know, those little corners I cut, why, they save you a fortune. Nothing exactly crooked, you know. Just shave a little here and shave a little there.
Throw in a haircut every once in a while.
Hector, please.
Charlie, you may not believe this, but the money Jim makes on the golf course alone would take care of both of our salaries.
Oh, no.
Well, as long as he declares it on his income tax return.
That's what I mean. He'd like to, but why should he? Who knows about the $10,000 or $20,000 he picks up?
Why, Jim.
Margaret, don't listen to him. You know the way I play golf.
Yeah, you ought to see him, Charlie. It's a joke. You know, if he wanted to, he could beat Sammy Hogan every day of the week.
You mean Sammy Sneed?
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah. But he's too smart for that. He keeps just far enough ahead, sort of leads them on, and then when they're ripe for a big bet, wham, he hits them with the works.
For $20,000, huh?
Oh, that's nothing.
Hector, this is ridiculous. Will you please stop it?
You see that car he's got outside?
Mm-hmm.
Just keeps it for sentimental reasons.
Oh.
Matter of fact, he told me just this morning he's going to buy a brand new Cadillac.
Daddy!
You know that $35,000 job they had in the magazines with the leopard skin upholstery?
Father!
And he's going to give that whole heap to Bud.
Holy cow.
You know, just to run around in.
Hector, will you please drink your coffee?
Oh, hey, that's right. I forgot all about my coffee.
Charlie, you know the way Hector is. Once he gets started with figures...
Say, Charlie, did Jim tell you about the letter he got from General MacArthur?
Hector!
Daddy, did you get a letter from General MacArthur?
No, Kathy, I didn't. I don't even know General MacArthur.
How do you like that? MacArthur leans on him through the entire war, counts on him. MacArthur depends on him, tells everybody that Jim Anderson won the war for us in the Pacific. And listen to him.
Hector, I wasn't even in the Pacific. I was in Europe.
You see, won the war in Europe, too. I won't even admit it.
Charlie.
Oh, it's all right, Jim. I understand. He's proud of the fact that you fought overseas. I wish I could have been with you.
Oh, you didn't go over, huh?
No, I came up with an athletic heart.
I'm awfully sorry, Charlie. We didn't know.
Oh, wait a minute, Jim. Nothing seriously wrong with me. I just couldn't get into active combat, that's all. I wound up pounding a desk in Washington.
Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Matter of fact, it worked out fine for me. That's where I met my wife. That's how I got my job.
Say, Charlie, what are you doing these days?
Well, I thought you knew, Hector. I'm with the government. Income tax division.
Now that ought to convince Hector and Father of one thing. It always pays to do some investigating before you act. Sure, it pays to know all the facts. And here's another case in point.
There's so much more pure pleasure in truly good coffee. It's important to remember this fact. Maxwell House is true economy. Yes, Maxwell House is true economy. Now, you can find cheaper coffees in the store, but will you find economy in them? Not when you add more and more coffee to the pot, yet still can't get the flavor you want. Not when coffee is so lacking in flavor your family leaves their cups unfinished. No, you can't call that economy. But Maxwell House is true economy. So many more truly good cups of coffee in every pound. Such extra richness and flavor. So good to the last drop, you drink every drop. Yes, there's real reason why more people drink Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Maxwell House is true economy. Tomorrow, get your money's worth and more with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Now it's breakfast time again in the White Frame House on Maple Street. It's a pleasant day, not too warm and not too cool. A very pleasant day indeed. For everyone but Father, thusly.
But you said the government gave you $600 on account of me, so why can't you raise my allowance?
Kathy, I didn't say they gave me $600. They allow me to deduct it from my income tax.
$600. And all I get is 35 cents a week.
What are you kicking about? 1 minute I've got a car and the next minute I haven't. After I already told Joe Phillips.
Well, you had no right to tell him, dear. You knew that Mr. Smith was only joking.
Some joke. Ha, ha, ha.
Mother, isn't Mr. Warren the sweetest man?
Yes, dear, he's very nice.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. He's certainly changed.
Well, somebody has. Bud.
Never mind. I'm almost through with my breakfast.
All right, Kathy. Stop playing with your milk.
Can't I even blow bubbles?
Hello? Oh, hello, Hank. No, I was just finishing my breakfast. This afternoon? All right, let's say about 3 o'clock. Okay. Say, wait a minute, Hank. I thought you were going out of town. Oh, I see. Yeah, all right, Hank. 3 o'clock. See you later.
Is there anything wrong, dear?
No, it was just Hector.
Oh, I thought he was going out of town.
He was, but, well, he's decided he'd better spend the next few days revising his own income tax.
If you like good things the easy way.
Good things the easy way.
Instant Maxwell House, that's for you. Good coffee that's easy too.
No time, no trouble.
No grounds, no pot.
And it's good to the very last. You know what?
Yes, Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. Here's real instant coffee. All pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form. Enjoy instant Maxwell House. Instantly.
Good to the very last. You know what?
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. Now until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
It's Screen Guild Theater with The Foreign Affair, next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a little... Ouch!
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in Radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcement. And now here's Ann Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere. For a time once, I thought it'd be changed to Mrs. Eddie Jordan. But I didn't marry Mr. Eddie Jordan because he had an impediment in his speech. He couldn't say words like, Maisie, will you be my wife? Well, so here's little bachelor Maisie. Instead of an ivy-covered honeymoon cottage in the pitter-patter of tiny feet, I am in a tiny fourth-floor boarding house room. And the only pitter-patter I hear is the rain dripping in through a leak in the ceiling. Oh, just a minute, Mrs. Kennedy. Just a minute. Ouch.
It ain't the landlady, Maisie. It's me, Merton.
Oh, hello, Merton.
Hi. What's the matter?
Oh, I just burnt my finger. Every time I try to hide my percolator in a hurry, I always grab it where it perks instead of where it laters.
Oh, gosh. Well, you gotta watch that cooking in your room, Maisie. You know Mrs. Kennedy's nose.
Yeah. You'd think I'd be more careful, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
After all, I've been sniffed out of boarding house rooms from Maine to California. Well, how's about joining me for a cup of coffee, Mert, before you run off to the salt mines?
Well, gee, Maisie, thanks, but I just have time to get down to the store under the wire. I just knocked to let you know it's okay now.
Oh, thank you, Mert. But there's really no hurry. I'm only taking a cold shower this morning.
Well, how can you take cold showers on mornings like this?
Well, gee, no choice. By the time I get to our community bathroom, our fellow boarders have taken all the hot water.
Oh, well, you can take a hot one today, Maisie. I saved my water for you.
Oh, that's real sweet of you, Mert.
Say, Maisie.
Yeah?
They're having a dance at the Y Saturday night, and
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the fellas are bringing girls. And...
Well, girls are nicer to dance with than fellas.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, I thought if you didn't have nothing particular doing...
Merton Falsgruber, are you inviting me to make with the feet with you?
Well, gosh, Maisie, I know you being in show business, you meet, well, rich guys who are more exciting to dance with.
Exciting? Don't you believe it, Sonny. I've had all I want of them retreaded old playboys.
Oh, gosh, then you mean you'd rather... somebody like me?
Why, sure, Mert. At least with you, I know when you say let's go out on the balcony for a breath of fresh air that you're really interested in breathing.
Yes, I am. Gosh, thanks, Maisie. Then it's a date?
Sure. My act closes at the theater Friday, so I'll be in the clear.
Miss Revere! Miss Revere!
Oh, Mrs. Kennedy wants you, Maisie.
Oh, I wonder what Miss Dryrod of 1916 wants.
There's a gentleman to see you downstairs, Miss Revere. I'm Mr. Eddie Jordan.
Eddie Jordan? Eddie? Whoa!
Maisie, what?
I'm coming right down, Mrs. Kennedy.
He's in here, Miss Revere.
Eddie.
Maisie.
Gosh, it's really you.
Yeah, it's me.
Gee.
Gosh.
Now, that's what I call a hunk of scintillating conversation.
Mrs. Kennedy, we'd like to be...
Yeah, you know how it is.
Maisie, at my age, I just know how it was.
Gee. Eddie, I'm so happy I could cry.
This isn't the time for anything but this.
Oh, Eddie, you sure know how.
Now that I've found you again, honey, I'm never going to let you go again. Maisie, why did you ever run out on me? Back in Scottsville, we were so...
That's why I ran out. We were so-so.
Look, I would have asked you to marry me a long time ago, honey, back in Scottsville, but... Well, you know what I was making selling insurance.
Well, Eddie, I could have lived on your salary.
I know you could have, but what would I have lived on? I left Scottsville because there was no future there selling insurance.
And I left because there was no future there with you. Eddie, honey.
Yeah?
How did you ever wind up in this town?
Oh, I just roamed around the country, looking for you mostly. I happened to stop off here, and luckily I found a job.
Oh, doing what, Ed?
Insurance.
Oh, gee, that's grand.
Salary isn't much.
But it's nice, clean work, just enough money for a single man.
Oh, we won't be in this financial rut forever, honey. After all, I've still got my engineer's diploma from college.
Well, that's nice. In case things get real tough, you can always sell the frame.
Someday, honey, I'll get a break. Someday Dame Chance will smile at me.
And you'll smile back just like you do at all dames.
Oh, Maisie, honey, stop it. You're the only girl for me. You always will be.
Oh, well, I'm sure you mean it, Eddie. You've forgotten all about that arch rival of mine back in Scottsville. Funny, I can't remember her name.
You mean Marcia Brent?
Yeah. Funny how her name came back to you, just like that.
Silly kid, that Marcia. But cute, didn't you think? You didn't think. Poor little Marcia. She sure tried hard to get me a job with her old man's engineering company. She sure stuck her neck out.
Well, if he ever sticks it out again, I'll slap it right back in.
Oh, why, Maisie, I do believe you're jealous.
Me? Jealous?
Yeah.
You're darn tootin' I am. Eddie Jackson, if I ever catch you even looking at another woman, I'll...
Kill me?
Yeah. The hard way. Like this.
Ah, beautiful way of going, honey. A beautiful way. Oh, and talking about going, I got to get back on the job. Suppose I meet you downtown at noon, honey, and then I'll take you out to lunch, just like always.
Okay, Eddie, dear. But I know you'll be tired after all that work, so I insist on carrying my own tray.
I think your Mr. Jordan should be comfortable in this room, Maisie. Of course, it isn't as close to the bath as your room.
Oh, I don't think Eddie would mind running up 2 flights, Mrs. Kennedy. He was very athletic in college.
Of course, he does understand about cooking in the room. But if you and your fiancé ever feel that you don't care to go out to eat, well,
yes?
I could fix a pretty good dinner for you.
Why, Mrs. K., I always thought
that I'm a dried-up old prune, a hatchet-faced old woman with ice in her veins.
Oh, I don't think that at all, Mrs. Kennedy.
Well, you should, because I am.
No, you're not really, honey.
Honey? I haven't been called that in 30 years.
Man trouble?
May not show, Maisie, but love has kicked me in the face.
Oh, it shows, Mrs. Kennedy. I mean, it has?
Mr. Kennedy isn't dead. He ran away.
Oh, I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do...
Well, there is, Maisie. Don't make the same mistake I did. Honey, I'm a little older than you. A whole lot older than you.
Yeah, that's better.
And I found out a little too late, unfortunately, that men are just boys grown up.
Oh, I don't think my Eddie's grown up yet. He gets a kick out of the strangest things.
Well, what I mean is, kids like to have everything they do appreciated. They like to be flattered, patted on the back. Arnold, that's my husband, he used to make airplanes out of newspaper and sail them through the living room.
Oh, that's really silly.
Yeah. It's a lot sillier going through life alone.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, I gotta meet Eddie for lunch. And I'll show interest in everything he does, Mrs. K. I'll interest him to death if that's what it takes to keep a man happy.
Oh, smart girl, Maisie. It keeps men happy and also keeps their minds off other women.
It does?
Well, I'm not saying your Mr. Jordan is the type. After all, there are all kinds of men.
Not when it comes to women, there ain't.
Maisie, honey, I can't remember when I've enjoyed lunch more. Wow, look at the time. I got to get back to the office.
Oh, Eddie, not yet, please. Let's just sit here and talk.
But, Maisie...
Darling, what did you do this morning?
You mean first thing?
Yeah, right after you opened your eyes.
Well, I got up.
Oh, how thrilling.
Thrilling?
Yeah. Then what did you do?
I washed.
You didn't.
Of course, I always wash in the morning.
Always?
Certainly.
Oh, Eddie, you're absolutely wonderful.
Wonderful for washing when I get up?
Well, yes. It's those little things that make a woman's heart thrill.
Look, Maisie, I got to rush back.
Gee, Eddie, let's not stop this wonderful discussion.
Look, Maisie, I don't have time. I'm already late, and my boss will be...
just a few more questions. I'm so interested in the interesting life you lead. Now, who works in the office with you?
Oh, just a few fellas.
Fellows? Oh, how wonderful.
Maisie, the boss, Mr. Evans, said if I'm ever the least bit late again, he was going to...
Now, wait a minute. Who else is in your office?
Look, the boss, Mr. Evans...
Naturally. Does he have a secretary?
Yes, she's very nice.
Oh, wonderful.
She's about 60, I guess.
Oh, wonderful.
Maisie, the boss says that...
Yeah, but I guess he don't say smart things like you say.
Afternoon, Jordan.
Mr. Evans.
You're late again, Jordan. You're fired. Goodbye, Jordan.
Goodbye, Mr. Evans.
Oh, Ed. You mean that was your...
Yeah. Now you can ask me all the wonderful questions you want. I've got plenty of time to answer them.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Back to Maisie.
Come in. I just thought you might need some extra towels, Mr. Maisie, you know the house rules about, and this is Mr. Jordan's room.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Kennedy. Eddie ain't here. He went back to the office to clean out his desk.
Oh. Is he still sore at you about losing his job, Maisie?
Oh, he sure is, Mrs. Kennedy. On the way back from lunch, he took the only empty seat in the bus and let me stand right in front of him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maisie. I guess an old schmo like myself shouldn't have tried to give you advice on how to hold a man.
No, it was all my fault, honey. I was the one that admired Eddie right out of a job.
Well, he couldn't be too mad at you, Maisie. He did move in here. That shows he still wants to be near you.
Yeah, and he did let me carry his bags from his old boarding house. That shows he likes me a little yet, doesn't it?
Yes, I guess so. And he's bound to appreciate your unpacking his things for him while he's away.
Yeah. Eddie sure had a lot of stuff, but I put it all away in the dresser drawers, and real neatly, too.
Well, you look all pooped out after all that unpacking and stuff. Suppose you let me fix you a cup of tea in my room.
Oh, gee, thanks. That'll be swell.
Oh, good evening, Maisie. Oh, Mrs. Kennedy.
Hello, Merton. How'd it go at the drugstore today?
Oh, not so good, Maisie. Gosh, I was so excited about our date for Saturday night, I missed on 5 ice cream sodas.
5, Merton?
Yeah. I threw the balls of ice cream up a little too high.
Oh. Did the boss notice it, Merton?
No. Thank goodness Mr. Peabody almost never looks up at the ceiling.
Mert.
Huh?
About that date Saturday night,
Yeah?
Merton, we have a new boarder. A man.
Oh, gee, that's swell.
He's Maisie's fiancé.
Yeah, swell.
Well, of course, we had a fight.
Oh, swell. I mean, too bad.
But I'm sure they'll make up. It was only a small fight.
Oh, too bad. Well, Maisie, do you think you'll make up by Saturday night?
Well, I don't know, Mert. Eddie's very obstinate.
Oh, gee, he is? I like obstinate men. Well, I gotta wash up for dinner. See you, huh?
What about you, Maisie? You having dinner alone?
I don't know, Mrs. Kennedy. I'll have to wait till Eddie gets back to the office. But I have my doubts.
Oh, don't worry, honey. I'm sure he'll forget what you did to him by tonight.
Eddie forget? Mrs. Kennedy, you don't know Eddie. One of his parents must have been an elephant.
Jordan?
I'll have my desk cleared out in a minute, Mr. Evans.
You can stop clearing out your desk, Jordan.
You mean you changed your mind about firing me?
I never change my mind, Jordan. There's a woman in the outer office to see you.
A woman? If it's the same one I had lunch with, tell her no. No. I'll tell her. I gotta get some fun out of life. Now, look here, you blonde.
Hello, Eddie.
Marcia. Marcia Brent, where did you come from?
Well, my mother told me the stork brought me, but I've always had a sneaking suspicion.
I mean, gosh, after all these years. Sit down, Marcia. Gosh, you look beautiful.
Even more beautiful than that blonde you were expecting?
Oh, I thought you were Maisie.
Maisie?
Yeah.
You mean you've caught up with her at last?
Yeah, and I ain't so glad about it. She interferes with my business, gets in my hair, drives me nuts.
Oh, then I don't stand a chance. You still love her.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Oh, well, I guess you'll be happy to hear about your new job.
New job?
Well, I stopped off here for two reasons. My scouts finally located you, and I thought, well, maybe Maisie was out of your system by now.
Science hasn't found a cure for girls like Maisie. But you said job, didn't you?
Yes, little Marcia isn't one to let her heart rule her mind. Eddie, I'm United Engineering Company now.
Oh, yeah, I heard about your father. Yeah, I'm awfully sorry, honey.
Please, Mr. Jordan, engineers don't go around calling their employers honey.
Employer? Engineer?
Got a new project, Mr. Jordan. A big electrical plant in Niagara Falls. Interested?
Niagara Falls?
For a fleeting moment, I thought we might kill two birds with one stone, but, interested, Eddie? In the job, I mean.
Am I?
Fine. I'm leaving for Niagara Falls on the 8:12 tonight. Think you can make the same train?
Oh, that's a little faster. But sure.
Good. I'll have the tickets and meet you at the station.
Oh, boy, wait till I tell Maisie.
Eddie, are you home?
I sure am, Maisie. Come in, I want to tell you something.
Well, I can hear you all right out here.
Oh, don't be silly. Come on in.
All right. I'll leave the door open.
Oh, what for?
Well, they can hear me better when I yell for help.
Well, I'm not sore at you, Maisie. Even if you did unpack my things.
Well, I just thought I'd help. You're not sore?
No.
Eddie Jordan, you just don't care that I lost your job for you. You're completely indifferent.
Listen, Maisie, honey, forget about that old job. I never liked it anyway. Honey, I've got great news for you.
You feel like hitting me?
No, I feel like loving everybody. Honey, I just got a new job.
You did?
Just the kind I always wanted, too.
Oh.
Now I can get my whole life straightened out. After a couple of weeks at Niagara Falls, I'll be able to tackle anything.
Oh, of course you will. Niagara Falls? Did you say Niagara Falls?
I sure did, baby. Oh, Maisie, just think of it. Niagara Falls next stop. I can hardly believe it.
Well, how do you think I feel?
And do you know what I'm going to do there?
Oh, don't tell me, Ed. It'll be so much more fun finding out for myself.
Look, honey, I'll tell you more later. Right now, I've got to run out and get a few extra things I'll need. I better hurry. We're leaving on the 8:12 tonight.
Oh, Eddie, honey, I can't wait to tell Mrs. Kennedy.
Well, she knows already. I told her as soon as I came home.
You told her before me? Well, pretty sure I'd say yes, weren't you?
You? Oh, Maisie, don't you understand? I'm just doing this to make you happy.
Well, okay. But I'm not so sure this is going to work out. You and me are both in love with you.
Oh, I gotta hurry. See you later.
Come in.
Hi.
Hi.
Maisie, I was just wondering what kind of a corsage you'd like for Saturday. You going someplace?
Yeah,
Maisie?
I'm packing. Merton, Eddie and me are leaving for Niagara Falls tonight to be married.
To be... Oh, then I guess it's off for Saturday night, huh?
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, that's all right, Maisie. Lots of luck. I didn't like dancing anyway.
Come in.
Say, Maisie, Eddie just told me all about... You're packing.
Well, naturally, Mrs. Kennedy. I got to have something to wear at Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls?
Yeah, it gets pretty cold up there, you know. Didn't Ed tell you?
Well, yes, but he didn't tell me you were going along.
Oh, well, I guess he's just bashful. He's never been married before, you know.
Well, he told me he's going with his new boss.
Oh, that's silly. Even if Ed loved his new boss, he wouldn't take a man along on his honeymoon. It wouldn't be the same somehow.
I've got a surprise for you, Maisie, you poor girl.
Poor girl?
Yes. Eddie said he's going with a
Marcia Brent.
Oh, well, I wonder if I should pack any extra... Marcia Brent.
He said she's a friend from Scottsville.
Oh, but I never thought... Well, she's not the type for Eddie's wife.
Eddie said her father died and left her everything.
And he can't be happy with just money either. Oh, Mrs. Kennedy, what'll I do?
Well, I don't know what, honey, but whatever it is, you better work fast. Remember, his train leaves at 8:12.
Yeah, there isn't much time. Mrs. Kennedy, this is an emergency. Come on. We're going to Eddie's room and help him pack.
Why should we help him?
Well, because if we don't, he's almost sure to catch his train. Mrs. Kennedy and I thought you could use some help, Eddie, so here we are.
Oh, that's right, Eddie. Anything we can do?
Gosh, that's swell of you both, but I'm just about ready. Well, anyway, I'm glad you came. I'd hate to leave without saying goodbye.
Oh, you're going to kiss me farewell, aren't you, Eddie?
Maisie, not now. I've only got about 35 minutes yet, and there's a couple of important things I haven't done yet. You see,
Oh, like what?
Well, I've got to check over my things before I close the valise. I might have forgotten something.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Let me see now. I've got my pajamas, shirts.
Are you sure you packed your pajamas, Ed?
Yeah, neckties, underwear, socks.
You'll catch cold without pajamas.
No, I packed them. Toilet articles, shoes.
Well, suppose the train is wrecked at night and you aren't wearing pajamas.
Well, I tell you that.
You'll be ashamed to let them rescue you.
I packed my pajamas, Maisie. They're at the bottom of the valise.
Are you sure?
Not only sure, I'm positive. I'm absolutely certain. I am...
You're what?
I'm wondering if I did pack them after all.
Oh, Ed, you gotta be sure. Come on, Mrs. K. Turn the valise over.
Oh, with pleasure.
Maisie, wait a minute. Oh, gee, you didn't have to dump all the things out on the floor.
Oh, Ed, you did pack them. What a relief.
What a mess, everything.
Oh, sit down, Eddie. Mrs. K and I'll do it for you. Oh, dear. Look how you've creased your things. Mrs. K, help me smooth out these handkerchiefs.
Yes. Oh, gosh, there's about 30 of them.
Is that all? You better go over each one twice.
Maisie, do you want me to miss the train?
Oh, stop worrying. I called up 5 minutes ago, and the man told me your train is half an hour late.
Yeah, well, I called up 5 minutes ago, and the man I spoke to said it was right on time.
Oh. Well, you must have talked to the engineer. He's at the front of the train.
Look, haven't you got that valise packed yet?
Yeah, I've just finished.
We got it packed all right, but you'll have to help close it, Ed.
Closed easy enough before. What in the world did you put in here?
Oh, you're just weak, Eddie. There's even more room now than before.
There is?
Well, there should be. I threw up that large tube of toothpaste.
What'd you do that for? I need toothpaste.
Well, you don't need the tube. I squeezed all the paste out of it first.
Holy smoke. Now it'll be all over everything.
Oh, no, it won't. She squeezed it into your pajama pocket.
Oh, fine. I'm sure glad I didn't forget to pack my pajamas.
Yeah, isn't it lucky? And you'll be wearing them when you clean your teeth.
Maisie, you think of everything.
Oh, you got it closed.
Finally. Mrs. Kennedy, what time is it? Gosh, I don't want to be late.
Well, it's...
Mrs. Kennedy.
Huh? Oh, I don't know, Eddie. My watch stopped.
Maisie, look at my wristwatch, will you? It's on the dresser.
Well, it isn't there now.
It isn't? Gee, I've got to find it. I put it right there.
Oh, Eddie, I just remembered. I packed your watch in the valise.
Oh, swell.
What's the matter, Ed?
I can't even lift this valise. It weighs a ton.
I guess you got too much stuff in there, Eddie.
Oh, gosh, it's only shirts and things.
Gosh, isn't it a good thing I threw out the toothpaste tube?
Doggone it. We'll have to open the valise again. No wonder I couldn't lift it. Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. Maisie, why did you put this dictionary in here?
Well, Eddie, you shouldn't have left it behind. You might want to read something on the train.
Oh, what's the use? Now I'll have to run for it. Gee, I wish I knew what time it is. Maisie, are you coming?
Yes, Ed. But it's so sad leaving your old home. Maybe forever.
Maisie.
Don't you want to see the bathroom just once more?
He doesn't have to, Maisie. It's 8:15.
What time did you say it was, Mrs. Kennedy?
She said she ate 15 minutes ago.
Oh, won't I ever get out of here?
Mr. Jordan?
Yes?
Congratulations, and also there was a call for you from a Miss Brent. I took it.
What did she say, Sonny?
Yeah, what, Merton?
I am not a Sonny, pal. I'm almost 19, and she said to tell Mr. Jordan that she's taking the train to Niagara Falls herself.
Stubborn, isn't she?
Yes, very.
She went by herself.
Oh, no! Yes. She said if you miss the train, you might as well miss the job, too, Sonny.
Job?
Maisie Revere. I was going up there for a job, money, dollars, future, something I've dreamed about all my life.
Oh, but, Ed, I thought that... I tried to detain you so...
All this, you wanted me to miss that train, didn't you? Out, all of you. I'm gonna blow my brains out. Oh, what's the use? With my luck, I'd probably miss anyway.
Don't worry, Maisie. You'll get over it someday. You should live so long, Mrs. Kennedy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Maisie. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Ask me about that date for Saturday night. I got a sneaking suspicion I'll be free to make it.
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. Once again, here's Maisie.
Well, I sure did at that time. But wouldn't you just know everything would get loused up? After more than 2 years, Eddie comes back into my life, and then this. And now, as far as Eddie's concerned, I'm just a person to be forgotten. Like Whistler's father, John's first wife. Oh, well, maybe he'll get over it. Might as well trudge back upstairs to my room and have a good cry. If I have any strength left in my feet, after making that climb, maybe I'll just bend down and kick myself.
You have just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. Maisie is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Malaya, starring Spencer Tracy, James Stewart, Valentina Cortesa, Sidney Greenstreet, and John Hodiak. Maisie was written by Arthur Phillips. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Sidney Miller, B. Benaderet, Pat McGeehan, Joan Banks, and Joe Forte. Jack McCoy speaking.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camels, the cigarette that's first in the service. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, Billy Gray as Little Matilda, Cliff Nazzaro, tonight's guest, the lovely Paramount star Miss Veronica Lake, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, there you are, Costello. Late again.
You know we have to go to Palm Springs.
Oh, yeah.
Did you borrow Mrs. Niles' car?
Yeah, but I had a terrible accident, Abbott. I upset it.
I gotta turn it over right away or Mrs. Niles won't like it. Well, we can do that when we come back from Palm Springs. No, I gotta turn the car over now. Mrs. Niles is gonna be mad. I'll explain it to Mrs. Niles. Where is she? She's under the car. What? She's under the car? Yeah. Is she in a coma? No, she's in an evening gown. No. Well, then let's get Ken Niles to help lift the car. Ken is in a good spot to help us. Well, fine. Where is he? He's under the car, too. Oh, my goodness. For goodness sakes, how did this accident happen? I bumped into another car, Abbott. And boy, was that driver mad at me. He said, for 2 cents, I'd punch you right in the nose. And what happened? He ran up a bill of $8. You were very silly to argue with a driver. Why didn't you call a police? I didn't have to. I hit one. What? I hit a policeman. You hit a policeman? In uniform? No. I hit him right in the nose. Oh, this is liable to spoil our whole trip to Palm Springs. Did the cop recognize you? Yeah. Could he swear to you? Could he swear to me? Yeah. Yeah, and I swear right back at him. That's what I thought. I said, you David Copperfield, you Tale of Two Cities, you Oliver Twist. Wait a minute. What did you say that for? I was giving him the Dickens. This is a fine thing. Now I have to straighten you out with a policeman. Where is he? He's under the car, too. Oh, my goodness. What are they all doing under the car? Have you looked for an apartment lately? Wait a minute. Here comes Mr. and Mrs. Niles. Better beat it, Costello.
Oh, no, you don't. You fat-headed, flabby, car-flipping fool. Oh, do you realize you left me out there under the car holding up the rumble seat?
What a line, holding up the rumble sheet. I could spoil the whole network right here, but I won't.
Don't stand there like an idiot. What have you got to say?
Good morning, Mrs. Niles.
Don't good morning me.
Good night, Mrs. Niles. That day went fast, didn't it? Costello, why did you leave Mrs. Niles under the back seat of that car? Isn't that where they always keep the crank?
Now, just a minute, you worm. Don't try to wiggle out of this. What about me? Look at my suit. I'm a mess.
Without looking at your suit, you're a mess.
But look at the spots all over my suit.
All right, throw the suit away and wear the spots.
Costello, I've had enough. We're going out to get the policeman and sue you for damages.
Damages? But Mrs. No, that's mine. Thank you. Damages, but Mrs. Niles, did you get hurt?
Did I get hurt? Yeah. I have a big scratch on my crazy bone.
Put your hat on and nobody will notice it.
Oh, come, Kenneth.
Come on, Abbott. Think fast. Think very fast. I gotta get out of here before they come back with a cop. Oh, you can cause more trouble. We're going down to Palm Springs to ask Veronica Lake to appear on our next picture. Gee, I hope she will. She will. Now, you wrecked the car we were going to use. What are we going to do? I have it. Well, now we'll have to rent a car. You mean because I wrecked the car, we got to rent another car? Yes, we'll have to rent it. Okay. Where can we get one? You drive. I beg your pardon? You drive. Me drive? No, you drive. I said I drive. No, you don't drive it. I drive it. Drive what? You drive. Why should I drive when you want to drive? Now, I am going to drive. Look, Costello, I'm renting a U drive, and I drive it. Then we both drive it. No, we do nothing of the kind. I drive it. When I say you drive, I don't mean you drive. I mean that I drive, although it's a U drive. When you say you drive, you don't mean me drive. You mean you drive because me don't drive. Now you've got it. Now I've got it. Now you've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Look. Hey, Abbott, take it easy. Don't try to get me mixed up. Go ahead. Now, look. You go to a place and you rent a car. Yes. You, not me. You are driving the car. Yes. Where am I sitting? You are sitting right next to me. Is there a steering wheel in front of me? No. And you're positive that I am not driving? I'm positive. And you are driving the car? Yes. All right. What kind of a car are you driving? You drive. All I can say is somebody better be driving, brother. No. Look, Costello, I'm trying to explain this. We go and rent a car. Right. Now, where are we going to get it? You drive company. Now I drive company. I thought we were going to Palm Springs alone. You don't understand. It's hurts you drive. Well, if it hurts you drive. That's right. That's right. This thing is getting worse. No, don't you see? The head of the company's hurts. That's too bad. What hurts him? Nothing hurts him. Look, every company has to have a head. Naturally. This company's head's hurts. Then let him take an aspirin. Listen, Costello, please listen to me. It's hurts. You drive all over the country. If it hurts to drive all over the country, why should I drive to Palm Springs and get hurt? You don't get hurt. It's Hertz Company. Hertz Company? I don't want to hurt nobody. Look, will you listen to me? The man's name is Hertz. He rents cars. You drive. It's you drive all over the country. Not with that OPA, brother. Now, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What am I talking about? I mean, after all, that's why I can't go. OPA. What do you mean, OPA? Well, I only got a puny A card. Oh, get out of here.
A German torpedo boat streaks toward an Allied convoy in the Mediterranean. Suddenly, from an American freighter bursts a chatter of rapid-fire cannon. The E-boat quivers, bursts into flame. And a Navy gun crew has saved another shipload of supplies. They've got what it takes, these Navy gunners, and so has their cigarette. Camels, first with men in all the services according to actual sales records. Wherever they are, from Iceland to the Gilbert Islands, their Camel cigarettes will be fresh when they reach them. Cool smoking and slow burning, because Camels are packed to go around the world. More Camel cigarettes overseas may mean less in your store, so be patient. If you can't buy Camels today, try tomorrow. Remember, when you get Camels, you always get more flavor, the result of expert blending of costlier tobaccos. Because Camel's tobacco standard is the same for soldier, for civilian, anywhere in the world.
C-A-M-E-L.
Camel cigarettes. They stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Freddie Rich plays the ever-popular Dancing in the Dark.
Well, Costello, here we are at the swanky Lone Palm Hotel, right out here in the middle of the desert. Oh, I don't like the desert. It's full of insects. Oh, not at this time of the year. Yeah, but where do all the little bugs go in the wintertime? Search me. No, thanks. I just wanted to find out. Hey, oh, now listen, please. Stop that. Come on, let's get a room. Okay. Oh, clerk. Oh, jerk.
Just a moment, please. This is a very high-class hotel. I'll have you understand, I'm not a jerk.
You're not even a vibration. Costello, will you please act like a gentleman?
Okay, kid.
Clerk, we'd like a room.
Very well. Do you want a room with a bath?
What do you think I want to do, follow the arrow? Listen, clerk, we're going to make a very important picture. Please. Costello, will you listen to me? Mr. Clerk, we're going to make a very important picture, and we came down here to see Veronica Lake about being our leading lady.
Oh, yes, she's stopping here. Every time I see Veronica Lake, I want to kiss her. My mind says no, and my heart says yes.
Well, what do you hear from your liver?
Well, Mr. Costello, if you'll just sign the register, I'll have the boy show you to your suite.
My what?
Your suite.
You're cute, too. Oh, come on, clerk. Now, what about the room?
All right, Mr. Costello, I have a lovely room for you on the 10th floor. Here's the key, 1006.
Now, get going. Okay. Hey, clerk, I'd like to leave a call for 12 o'clock.
Sorry, we're all out of 12 o'clock calls.
Then call me twice at 6. Now, listen, Costello, please. Will you take that key and get up to the 10th floor and into your room?
Okay. See you later, Abbott.
All right.
Hello?
Okay. Now, listen, clerk. I want to meet Veronica Lake right away because, you see, 10th floor? 10th floor? Wait a minute. There's only one floor in this hotel. You haven't got 10th floor.
Oh, good heavens, man, you're right. This is serious. Oh, Mr. Costello, there's no 10th floor. Come right down.
Oh. Costello. Costello. Speak to me, Costello. Are you all right? What can I do for you?
Send the boy up for my bags, will you?
Hey, come on now, Abbott. Now, let's get out of this place now. Now, I've never been so humidity in all my life. Humidity? Yes, he humiditied me. Humidity? Humidity means damn. Then let's get out of this damn hotel. You can't check out. You just checked in. Oh, it's a gypsy in me. No, never mind. Shut up. You can't leave here. Now, we've got to see Veronica Lake. Okay, but if I stay, I want a room right close to hers.
Well, that's easily arranged. Miss Lake is in 104, and I'll put you in 105.
Ain't you got nothing closer? Now, look. Never mind, please. Grab the bags and let's get to our room. It's right over there. Now, here's the key. Open the door. Hey, Abbott, look who's in our room.
And I'm only 3.5 years old.
Matilda, how did you get to Palm Springs? You come down here on the Greyhound?
No, the Greyhound was full. I came down on a Pekingese. Uncle Louis, I got a job here in Mr. King Charney's Lone Palm Hotel.
What's your job, Matilda?
I'm chambermaid. I put lace curtains around all the mouse holes in the wall.
Lace curtains around all the mice holes? Why do you do that?
That attracts a higher class mice.
Oh, come on, now get out of here. Now listen, Costello, Hey, Abbott, what? That's Matilda knocking on the door again, just to bother me. I'm going to put her over my knee and paddle her. All right, you asked for it.
Ow! Ow! I beg your pardon.
I thought you was only 3.5 years old. Costello, it's Veronica Lake.
See here, Costello. I came here because the room clerk said you wanted to see me, and this happens. I've never been so humiliated in all my life.
You see, Abbott, she said the same word. That she thinks she's a damn hotel, too.
Dampness has nothing to do with it. I said humiliate, conjugated from the Latin humilius, humilia, humilium. I humiliate, she humiliates, they humiliate. Now do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Everybody in the joint is damp. Will you stop that and pay attention to Miss Lake?
Yes, Costello. I'll have you know that I studied Latin at my mater's knee.
Your whose knee?
Mater. Mater means mother, and pater means father. Where are your mater and pater?
They went to the theater with my braider and satyr. After all, Look, Veronica, never mind, See, I make up all my own jokes. Will you keep quiet, Lou? Please, pay no attention to him, Veronica. The fact is, we came down here to see you about being the leading lady in our next picture. Well, I think that's impossible because I'm down here... That's Miss Lake's line, please.
I beg your pardon. I'm down here making a picture of my own. My director's waiting for me now out on the desert.
I'd like to go with you. How do you get out there?
On a jackass. Did you ever ride a jackass?
No.
Then you'd better get on to yourself.
That's sort of a very, very snappy remark, ain't it? That's a funny joke. I think I'll try it on Abbott. Hey, Abbott! Now what do you want? Did you ever ride a jackass? No. Then hop on my back. Get off! Get off!
Connie Haynes sings the lovely new ballad, My Heart Tells Me.
My heart tells me this is just a fling. Yet you say our love means everything. Do you mean what you are saying? Or is this a little game you're playing? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you? My heart tells me I will cry again. Lips that kiss like yours could lie again. If I'm fool enough to see this through, will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart or you?
Maybe you're one of the many people who've tried a Camel cigarette or two, liked them, but just never got around to smoking them steadily. If you are, let me tell you the difference between smoking just one Camel cigarette and smoking a pack or two. You see, Camels do have more flavor, the result of our expert blending of costlier tobaccos. More flavor is what helps Camels to hold up, keep from going flat no matter how many you smoke. When you're on your second pack of Camel cigarettes, make a careful checkup in your T-zone. T for taste and throat. And be your own judge of Camel cigarettes' rich extra flavor and smooth extra mildness. And remember, your Camel cigarettes will stay fresh, cool smoking, and slow burning anywhere because they're packed to go around the world. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel cigarettes. They're first in the service. They've got what it takes.
Well, here we are, Lou. Here we are on the desert, Costello.
All right, come on now. You had enough. Get off my back.
Oh, pardon me. You know, Costello, you really did give me a good ride.
That's right, pal. I did, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Come on. What are you trying to tie me up to the hitching post for?
Hey, quiet, you guys. We're shooting a picture. Get that camera over here. All right, you extras. Line up on the right. Hey, Joe, bring that dummy over here.
Okay.
Put me down. Put me down.
Hey, Costello, look at those beautiful extra girls over there. Now, as long as we're here, what do you say we date up a couple for tonight?
Oh, no. Not after last night, my friend.
What do you mean?
We had a couple of girls last night.
Well,
remember?
all right.
You had the best looking one.
So what?
Yours had teeth.
Now, wait a minute, please. Never mind that. Yours had teeth, too.
I'll say she did.
Yeah.
Mine had so much bridge work, every time I kissed her, I had to pay toll.
Nah, never mind that.
I mean, after all, come on. And another thing, Abbott.
What?
We're down here for business.
I know
Forget
that.
girls. We've got to get Veronica Lake in our picture.
All right, there's a dressing room over there. I'll knock on the door.
Oh, it's you boys again. I told you at the hotel that I wouldn't appear in your picture.
But, Veronica, you're making a great mistake. We've had a lot of experience in the theater. I was in Tobacco Road.
What did you do, empty the ashtrays?
Boy, she sure told you, Abbott.
Just a minute, Costello. Where did you ever act?
Where did I ever act? I played in The Way of All Flesh.
What part did you play?
I was one of the meatballs.
I didn't recognize you in that.
You didn't recognize me, eh? Well, I was wearing a spaghetti toupee.
Well, that's the first time you ever used your noodle.
Well, I guess it's no use, Costello. Veronica will only make a picture with glamour boys.
I'm a glamour boy. Just the other night, Hetty Lamar told me I was her idea of a lover. Then her husband walked in.
Then what happened?
Her idea was carried out.
I'll tell you what I'll do, fellows. We're just about to shoot a scene for my picture.
That scene is shot. Now what about the next one?
Veronica, we're already on the set.
Oh, here comes my director. Oh, Cliff, I want you to meet Mr. Costello. Mr. Nazaro, Mr. Costello. Mr. Abbott, Mr. Nazaro. Mr. Costello, Mr. Abbott, Mr. Abbott.
It's getting kind of crowded. Let's get some more chairs, will you? Jesus, quiet.
Cliff, can you use these two boys in our picture?
Yes, I think so. I need a lover and a stunt man.
I'm a lover.
I'm stunted. Now, wait a minute, Abbott. You're no lover.
Now, what do you mean? When I come on the screen, women sit up and notice me.
Oh, yeah? The women who notice you are too old to sit up.
Cliff, we're wasting time. Why don't you explain the scene to the boys?
All right. Now, boys, this is a very simple scene. The camera catches Veronica and Abbott in an embrace. Costello, you come into the room, and I want you to walk over to Racery, lift up the Catherine, pull in your sailor brace, and point her out to Cadbury Road to Supper Merriman.
How can Abbott do that to me?
You don't stand for it. You grab Veronica in your arms and you say, Veronica, I'm on all this surveillance by the way. And every time that I pull, you see a little credit phrase. I want you to kill the priest and not the phone device. For all the times that I sang with him, penny quarters regular type of thing. Did you get it?
Yeah, I mean, you didn't say it.
Why don't you pay attention? He's directing you, Lou.
Costello, I want you to know that you can't insult my director.
Absolutely not. After all, I just told you I want you to go over to Veronica. Pick up the Santa breeze, not the little Catherine Hope and some minor balls. I want you to walk towards her. Put your arms, put a little Santa breeze, pull the photo scenes, and treat this sort of things. And I know what I'm saying.
You and nobody else.
There you go again, insulting him. I can't understand you.
You can't understand me. Listen to him.
What's the matter with you, Costello? Can't you take direction? Mr. Nazaro is a famous director.
Yes. You mean to tell me you never saw Gone with the Salvadors? Or For Whom the Bells Toll the Salmon Could Have Painted Babies?
I never saw them, but I saw Guadalcanal to Dip.
You mean Guadalcanal dipped?
Did it? I saw it twice.
Will you stop that, please?
Let's get back to the scene, Cliff. Mr. Costello was just about to make love to me.
All right, Veronica. Now, Costello, listen once more. You fall in love with Veronica and propose to her. I want you to give me that depth of assorted grace when they pace. And I want you to go over to her and bring out the cast and bring out the Santa Force of the times when you loved not Carrick Bad and those other actors as race. I want you to Santa Barbara celebrate. Don't you agree with me?
Yeah, but what about the children?
Listen. He didn't mention any children.
But he could have.
Now listen, Veronica, I've got a reputation. And I don't have to stand for this because if I have to stand, listen, these fellas come and tell me that I've directed formeries. I've made Cantrons, Waltrons, Inglesellatrays, Carpas, and Amarena parts of the picture. And I'm authorized to spell it. And I'll do it, too.
And he means every word of it.
Look, folks, I realize I lost my head, and there's just one more thing I'd like to say before I go. Scanner Flanner said for this summer.
Yeah, I'm glad he said that because he's a nice fellow.
Yes, he certainly is, Costello. Just think, after the way you treated him, he was big enough to walk back and say Scanaflanus and Alice Dennison.
And that means a lot, too.
Yes, Lou. What have you got to say?
I mean, after all, what can I say? After the fellow was big enough to come back and say Scanaflanus.
Lou, if you hadn't been so frantic when he came into Thrallin and Clivisade, he wouldn't have been so pellucid.
Pellucid? That's the one thing I didn't do to him, pellucid. I mean, what does he want from me?
What does he want from you? Why, at this very moment, he might be outside guilt-fending.
No, not guilt-fending. Who, Abbott? Abbott, come on. We haven't got a minute to lose.
Where are we going?
We're going outside. outside and Gil fend with him.
Get out of here!
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Cavalry Lieutenant David C. Weber of Piedmont, California, who has been awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for extraordinary heroism in Sicily. Trapped with a small patrol between a blown-out bridge and 4 enemy tanks, he ordered his men, armed only with machine guns, to fire. When their ammunition was exhausted, he told his men to seek cover and jump directly in the path of the tanks, firing a Tommy gun at point-blank range, killing the entire crew of the leading tank, and enabling his men to hold out until reinforcements came. In your honor, Lieutenant David Weber, the makers of Camels are sending to our soldiers overseas 300,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 4 Camel shows honors a Yank of the Week, sends 300,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million camels sent free each week. In this country, the traveling camel caravans have thanked nearly 3.5 million Yanks with free shows and free camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 4 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen Friday night to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore. Saturday night to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. Monday night to Blondie. And, of course, Thursday night, it's Abbott and Costello with their guest, Arthur Treacher. And now, here's Abbott and Costello with a final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Costello, I'm certainly glad to be away from the Lone Palms Hotel in Palm Springs and all that trouble.
That's right, Abbott. And I... Come in.
Costello, I'm Officer O'Houlihan. You're under arrest for causing personal damage to Mrs. Niles and to her car. I'm taking you to the station house.
Oh, yeah? Where's your patrol wagon?
The patrol wagon broke down.
Then how are we going?
You drive.
You drive! Not me, brother!
Oh, resisting an officer, eh? Take that! Ooh. Now, what have you got to say?
It hurts! That's what I've been trying to tell you all day. Tell me what? Hurts you drive. All right, I'll drive.
Tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with our guest, Arthur Treacher. And remember, Camel cigarettes are first in the service. They've got what it takes. Camels stay fresh because they're packed to go around the world. Veronica Lake will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Hour Before the Dawn. This is Ken Niles wishing you all a very pleasant good night from Hollywood.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert. Find out for yourself why PA's got so much pipe appeal. Why more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the whole world. Just open up a big red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert and light up a pipe full. See how fragrant, how mild and sweet smoking it is. Notice how easy and comfortable Prince Albert is on your tongue, because it's no-bite treated. See how well Prince Albert packs and burns and draws, because it's crimp cut. Yes, sir, get a package, and you'll find out why more pipes smoke Prince Albert. It's the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
I'm Palmer Payne, WNEW News, on the Radio Theater.
Sears Radio Theater, a new adventure in radio listening. Brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Our story, Leavin' Cheyenne, by Percy Granger. Our stars, John Daner and Don Johnson. Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
Up to 2 miles now. Sure wish I'd started this about 20 years ago. Take it easy, Pugsley.
Hi, Mr. Kessler.
Hello, kids. Say hello, Pugsley. Okay, about 4 more blocks and we're home. Time to sprint. Let's go, Pugsley.
Over a year ago, Tom Kessler had a heart attack. He never misses his nightly run these days. But before his heart attack, the most exercise Tom got was pushing a pool cue. Regular exercise alone won't guarantee that you'll never have a heart attack, but it will increase your blood flow, relax you, make you feel better. Don't wait until you've had a heart attack to start exercising. See your doctor this week, and the two of you can come up with an exercise program that's right for you. For more information, contact your American Heart Association. We're fighting for your life.
Here's your chance to make someone's dream come true for Valentine's Day. Put their name in lights on Broadway. On New York's most exciting light display, Spectacolor. For only $25, your message can blaze over Broadway. Tell her you love her. Ask him to marry you. Call 221-6938 for details. That's 221-6938. For a few extra dollars, they'll even take a picture of your message. So call Spectacolor 221-6938 now and light up someone's life.
Hi, I'm Bill St. James. And although January is gone, our salutes to women will continue. On my show from 1 to 4, each Wednesday will be Women's Day. We'll pay tribute to a woman in the WNEW area nominated by a listener. We'll acquaint you with our winner's accomplishments, plus award $100 to our Woman of the Day and to the person nominating her. Our mail response during January was so fantastic, we got a little backed up. So listen Wednesday afternoons for Women's Day on the Bill St. James Show right here.
This is Lorne Green. Imagine a desolate prairie. I mean, really desolate. A few wisps of sagebrush tumble by. A bit of dust is lifted off the unyielding earth and carried toward the razor-flat horizon by a hollow wind. In the distance, a few outcroppings of rock. Mesas that appear to be maybe an hour's ride away. You could ride for 2 days and they'd still look an hour's ride away. Or maybe you'd only been in the saddle a few hours and it just seemed like 2 days. Out here, time is just another mirage. Out here, the seasons don't show. Out here, a man could get lost in plain sight. As the sun drops from sight and the wind turns cold, 2 small figures cut an aimless track across the unmarked land. And later in the darkness, a single light flickers from a campfire made from buffalo chips and corralled sagebrush. 2 figures huddled close to its meager warmth, their horses hobbled nearby. Maybe they, too, are only a mirage. And that's only the beginning of our story.
When I need advice, I go to my mom. Why not? It's free. Now that I'm married and moving into a new house, I want all the advice I can get. So when Mom says shop Sears, I listen.
You should. Sears is a great help on those big items you'll need for your new home. Major appliances like washers, dryers, and refrigerators. They'll deliver, install, and service. I always depend on Sears. You should, too.
Sears, where America shops.
Generations ago, families dined by the warmth of the open hearth. Today, Sears rekindles this spirit with its open hearth dining room furniture. Faithfully rendered early American designs and careful workmanship give it an heirloom quality. The satin glow and warm highlighting of Sears open hearth take 26 steps to achieve. There's no shorter method to bring out the beauty of the wood. And like all good furniture, open hearth is made to last for a long time with sturdy tongue and groove and mortise and tenon construction. Choose from 16 different pieces of open hearth at most Sears retail stores.
This spring for women, the fashion place at Sears suggests these up-to-date separates. They're comfortably casual, yet dressy and lighthearted enough to go anywhere this spring. Margaret mixes Sears textured blazer and the small collar striped shirt with trousers, while Wendy wears a shawl collar blouse and the slimmed-down dirndl skirt. Color coordinated, these great-looking separates will come together beautifully for you. Spring's mixable, matchable, up-to-date separates. Get them at most larger Sears retail stores. One Valentine's Day I'll never forget is the time I received a diamond. There's nothing quite like diamonds for expressing love, and now there's no better time to buy them for your love. Now, at most Sears retail stores, all tradition diamond jewelry up to 1 carat is 20% off till February 24th. That's 20% off diamond solitaires, pendants, earrings, bracelets, stick pins, and fashion rings. So give her a diamond from Sears, and she'll remember this Valentine's Day forever. Dates may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hours have passed. It's still dark, and the two men still sit by the fire, which now burns low.
Look at all them stars. And all that black sky. Prairie. Wouldn't know there was any towns ever, anywhere. What happened back there anyways, Potluck? I recollect sitting there with that lady, and the next thing I knowed, I was just about to connect with that dude's jaw. And then suddenly you was there. And then he said something and you lost your temper. Is that right? I ain't never seen you do that before. But he hit you, yeah. And then we was hightailing it with that whole saloon after us madder than a hornet's nest. I guess we must have caused a stir, huh? Yeah. We caused a bona fide ruckus. It's a some gun, ain't it, Potluck? Brand new Colt. All them stars sitting up there like sitting ducks. Twinkling, just waiting to have their lamps blowed out. Yes, sir. Your twinkling days are over, Star. Like shooting fish in a bear. Hey, look at there.
What? Look at what?
Shooting Star, up there. Practically scared a leak in my water tank.
Well, some deck's shy a joker, that's certain.
I can't keep the conversation going by myself, you know. You sitting there with your back to me. Usually can't shut you up.
Yeah, you let the fire go almost out, Ross.
I mean, even the cattle make noise once in a while.
This hour before the dawn's the coldest part of the night.
What are you doing over there by yourself anyway?
No heat left in these coals. Gonna need some more brush.
Not me. I ain't going out there. Damn prairie.
Hey, we got any more of that calomel?
Sure is quiet without them cows.
Fetch me the calomel, will you, Ross?
Ain't no crickets either. That ain't natural, no sounds at all. Sure makes it more than just dark. Calomel. Oh, first quinine, now calomel. All you need to make you a cripple's a fistful of pencils. Catch. Potluck.
Huh?
Here.
Oh.
Have to lean you up against the wall to spit.
Thanks.
I miss them cows.
The cows is sold, Ross. They're sold, and we've been paid off.
I need some more smoke.
Hey, go easy on that stuff.
I got a headache.
Well, loco weed's about the worst thing you can take. Just expands it.
Okay.
Someday you're gonna stun yourself right into oblivion with that stuff.
I said okay. What's oblivion?
Who knows? And put that gun away if you ain't feeling well.
It ain't a gun. It's a Colt.
In your hands, it's just a gun.
Only a hash-slinging cook could call it just a gun. It's a Colt. You want to see the hallmark?
I don't know why you wasted all your money on it anyways.
I had to. That dumb horse stepped on my old one.
If your head's bothering you, brew some bark tea.
Yeah. We ain't got no more bark tea, Potluck.
Cuidado.
What?
My name is not Potluck, it's Samuel.
Got you to turn around.
Huh? So you did.
Score one for my easy brilliance over your plodding reason.
Good work, kid.
You want some coffee? Samuel? Oh, that's hot. Hey, Potluck. I ain't your personal flunky, you know.
Yeah. I'll take some coffee if it'll shut you up.
Well, you better watch it. It's hot.
Yeah.
Clumsy jackass. Well, how's my coffee?
Well, I never knowed there was more than one kind. You sure spiked that notion.
You gonna teach me how to make it right, Potluck?
Samuel.
How come you're putting on airs all of a sudden?
I ain't putting on airs. That's my name.
Well, it's a dumb name. On the trail, you is always Potluck.
We ain't on the trail no more.
I don't see what difference that makes.
Hey, what the heck is my pot doing in them coals?
Keeping warm.
That's my pot. You'd ruin it that way.
It's only a pot. It can't get hurt.
It's my pot. You never put a pot directly on the coals. Get your own pot.
I don't have a pot.
Well, get one, for Pete's sake.
I'm sorry.
Lazy.
It was just easier than building up the fire.
Good for nothing, kid.
Ow, damn. Seam squirrels. Hey, Sam. How's your lice? Why is it such an effort for you to be sociable tonight?
I'm ruminating.
What's that?
It means thinking, Ross.
Oh. What are you thinking about?
How the heck should I know?
You was with that outfit a long time, wasn't you?
Ooh, I guess. Charlie Maxwell was a good fellow to work for. He was to ride the river with, that's for sure.
Well, I say it's good riddance to all of them. How about a game of cards?
Oh, now, it must be 4 o'clock in the morning, Ross. The sun'll be up in another hour.
Ah, come on. Rummy? Go fish? Ball in the jack? I'll even play cabbage with you if you want.
Cribbage.
Huh?
The game's called cribbage, not cabbage.
I knew that.
Cabbage you eat, cribbage you play.
All right, don't rag me. It's a bluebellies game anyways. Boy, tonight ain't like you at all. You're about as much company as a sore fanny. Why are you wearing your chin on your instep? What's bothering you?
You.
Now, how can I bother you? Pals don't bother each other. They talk to each other. But you're sitting over there about as noisy as a cactus.
And whose fault is that?
I ain't the one that hit you.
All right. Come here.
What's the matter?
Come here. Come on, now sit down. Just so, facing me. Now, closer. Cross your legs. Closer.
Like this?
If there's a germ on my knees, squash him. That's how close. Now, hunker down.
Why?
Hunker. You're so determined to air your lungs, we'll have us an arguing match.
Of what?
Oh, Moses, you don't know Sick'em. When I give go, you set your tongue riding easy as a horsefly on a mule's ear and go for broke. First person to run out of words gets the drinks.
We ain't got no drinks.
Now, get down. Ready? Go! Powder River, let her buck. I'm wild and woolly and full of fleas, and I've never been curried below my knees.
Huh?
I've got hoof and mouth disease, and I'm cutting loose. I got fat on my tongue, needs working off. So if you don't want grease on your tonsils, shut your mouth.
What in the heck?
Come on, you full-eared calf. Come on. I'm a wolf, and it's my night to howl. I'm going from soda to hawk, sweeping the desert and scalping the hills, blowing the chin fuzz off on a hobble-tongued rat-tailed punk kid who couldn't hit the ground with his hat in 3 throws. That is you. I'm raising hell and putting a chunk under it. And you're still swapping ends like a hog-back bronc looking for a dog to kick. I'm chinning the moon. And you're sitting lame as a pudding-footed fildoodle, checking his shadow to see if he's dressed quick enough to snare a pot-bellied bar girl.
All right. I ain't pudding-footed either.
Take 3 bullets to knock someone off feet like yours. Have to use barrel hoops for stirrups. Congratulations. You just lost your first arguing match. Now, maybe we can have some peace.
Well, you rancid left-handed old parallelogram.
That's my own private cuss. Strictly cold deck. Well, it's encouraging to know I can still cram grammar when I'm shouldered to it. Only a fool argues with a skunk or a cook. I could have kept going, too, just getting behind my steam if it weren't for this sore old jaw. Used to be able to cuss 10 minutes straight and not repeat myself. 20 minutes if I mixed in the brags. Only one person who could out-diction me was my wife. She always had the lead when the tongues give out.
I didn't know you was married.
Well...
You okay? That guy in the saloon really caught you a good one, didn't he?
Just let it pass.
Now, don't fret. Because that's just an old has-been cowtown. That guy was a dude, didn't know dung from wild honey. And I'll take him easy tomorrow.
You'll what?
When I go back to settle the score.
I just forget it.
I ain't forgetting it.
Well, you ain't going back there, so just put it out of your mind. All right, now, where's that coffee?
He insulted me and he hit you. It's a question of honor, that's all. Hey, what are you throwing out my coffee?
Why don't you go back to sleep, Ross? You make me nervous.
Heck, Potluck.
Samuel.
What kind of a man am I if I let some dude get away with hitting the guy that's been like a paw to me?
I ain't neither. I ain't your paw. I ain't nothing to you. You got that? We're off the trail now. The drive's over. There ain't nothing more I can learn you. And your concerns ain't of no interest to me. Since the shank of yesterday afternoon, my ears has growed a second layer of skin. You got that, Ross? I just don't hear you.
Sears, where America shops, invites you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
Hey, look, in here, inside this stylish man's dress shirt. I'm a Sears Value dress shirt label just popping with pride because Sears Value dress shirts are sure to be popular for a number of reasons. They have fashion spread collars, come in classic patterns and solids in short and long sleeves. You'll appreciate the perma-pressed polyester or polyester cotton blends for easy care, plus at low value prices, what a buy! Just look for me, the Value dress shirt label at Sears Men's Store, where style, sense, and satisfaction combine to label me right for you.
Show how much you care this Valentine's Day with a gift of gold from the jewelry store at Sears. Take advantage of Sears' extensive collection of value-priced Italian 14-karat gold. Choose from dazzling serpentine neck chains in many popular lengths, or matching bracelets and earrings for a total look of elegance. All feminine and flattering, just the thing to make her feel as good as gold. Stop in the jewelry store at Sears for something she'll find as irresistible as you. Now at most Sears retail stores.
It's enjoyable to think about your favorite things, and even more enjoyable to wear your favorite sportswear from Sears. Like the shirt, teamed with pants that fit. The shirt is a perma-pressed easy care polyester knit in a choice of prints and solid colors. And a comfortable, flattering fit is yours with pants that fit. These polyester knit perma-pressed pull-on pants are proportioned for tiny, typical, or tall gals in splendid solid shades to match the shirt. Give a boost to your wardrobe in the sportswear department at most larger Sears retail stores.
Two men, alone in wilderness country, their fire keeping the darkness away. The older man recognizes the young man's uneasiness.
I just want to be alone.
We're alone?
Ross, I ain't a cook no more, and you ain't a wrangler. We're just a couple of out-of-work bums in the middle of nowhere. And when dawn comes, you'll go your way, and I'll go mine.
I ain't got much money left, Potluck. This gun, this new Colt, I don't know if I was overcharged or underpaid or...
Well, you wasn't underpaid, I can tell you that right now.
Oh, my head's getting worse. Feels like I got a fever blister on my brain.
Well, here, look here, lie down. Now put a cold scarf at the base of your skull.
If I'd have just laid that dude right out, you wouldn't have been cold-cocked, and we could have just been on our way tomorrow to wherever we'll go with no hard feelings.
I ain't got no hard feelings. Come on now, lean forward.
It was my fight anyway. You oughtn't to have butted in.
Ross, our outfit left yesterday morning. We was all alone there. If I hadn't put a stop to it, they'd have had to scrape your remains into a tin filled with alcohol.
It was between me and that guy. They wouldn't have interfered.
Smarten up, Ross.
You don't have to keep putting your finger up my nose every time it runs. I can look after myself. I mean, what do you suppose that lady thinks of me anyways?
What lady?
The one I was with at the table.
There weren't no lady at that table, Ross.
There wasn't? Yes, there was.
She wasn't no lady.
Yep, there was, and she was at my table. That's all I know. And that dude was trying to cut in. She tried stopping him, and he slapped her. And I was all set to slug him when you stumbled over. And you was drunk.
I was not.
Well, you practically fell on my fist.
I was acting drunk. I've done enough meddling in my life to know it's best done pretending you're either drunk or crazy or don't know the language. Now, calm down, kid.
I am calm.
No, you're touchy as a teased snake.
Well, you don't have to use that word.
What word?
Kid. You kept calling me kid in front of all those people.
Oh, well, he was older than you.
Well, he was younger than you.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, he was less older than me than he was younger than you. How's a man supposed to keep his self-respect if his pal keeps calling him kid?
Well, kid is not such a bad name. A lot of good men were called kid. There was Captain...
That's not the same thing.
And Billy the...
You just don't listen to me, do you? That's your problem.
Look, Ross, I come into that brawl and saved your neck.
You didn't save my neck.
There was 100 men in there just itching to sweat the steer out of us. Boy, they love to see all us cowpokes ride in weighing our own bulk plus payday. But, Lord, you better not be the last to leave after the money's changed pockets. I get myself hit by some jerk I don't even know. Tells me if he sees me around there again, he's going to give me a pill I can't digest. Gets the whole town after us, and while I'm sitting here, still catching my breath and feeling the age in my bones, you're worried about semantics.
About what?
Words, honor, self-respect.
They ain't words. They're important.
Yeah, and so's our lives. We could have gotten killed in there.
So?
Yeah, there are two things a man's got to be careful how he picks.
Listen, Pot.
His friends and his quarrels.
Potluck.
But you don't never learn nothing.
Pot.
You're the same dumbass kid who come to our outfit 6 months ago. You sit there, puffing that loco weed and diddling your new gun, and I could get myself a breakfast of smoking hogs this morning over nothing.
Potluck! It ain't over nothing.
I am going to worry about you, Ross. You got a habit of using your gun when your mouth gives up on you.
Boy, you sure don't look like the Potluck I know.
Will you leave me alone?
You look really old. You know that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Gotta admit, it's a switch, Ross. Usually it's the old fools get their fighting done for 'em.
It's getting cold. I don't think it's ever going to be warm again.
Maybe it was a mistake.
What?
Quitting the outfit.
We'll find work next season.
Well,
that's one thing. There's always plenty of work.
I don't know. Charlie asked me why I'd chose this year to quit, and I couldn't give him a reason. I'd cooked for his outfits for more than 10 years, and I couldn't give him a reason. He was friendly enough not to press it, but I could see it in his eyes that he knew. And I've been trying to figure it out. What? We had a good drive this year. No stampedes. Hardly lost a head. 1868 now. That was a bad year. That was my first season as a cook. I had a natural instinct for socializing, and I could take criticism. So it was just natural I become a cook. But I never thought it'd last this long. No, sir. 1868 was a bad year. A Chinook come down out of the Montana mountains that winter, brung the worst snows and caused the worst die-up amongst the cattle there ever was. Open range grazing ended that year, too, because the rustling had gotten so bad. They'd taken to splitting the calves' tongues to keep the little critters from nursing. It was just about the cruelest doggone thing I'd ever seen. It wasn't just the weather that year. Blood was running cold, too. The cattle started the drive lean and finished leaner. And by the time we got to Abilene, nearly half the herd was gone. Hardly enough to pay between us to do one night's damage. And we all figured it was the end. The drive's only been on since the war, you see, 3 years. And we thought the era was finished. And that was, 19 years ago. No, this year was an easy run. Best drive on record. Biggest herds. The weather was good. The Indians is all stuck away on reservations. And the grass was so thick I didn't have to fret strays poking the chuck wagon for snacks. But this year, it's the end. The government's given out the last of the homestead lands, you see, and we was moving that herd like a checker piece, dodging fences and towns that a year ago wasn't even there. Took us 3 weeks longer. Now, they're building a railroad south. Oh, I reckon I do know why I quit. The end is here, and I don't want to stay around to see it. Ross? Ross?
Huh?
You fall asleep.
I don't know.
You let the fire go out. Used to be just about this time I'd be lighting it. Well, it was time to quit.
I'll bet if you hadn't have quit, Mr. Maxwell would never have fired me.
Ross, no wrangler's got a snowball's chance in hell of being kept on if he loses the trail boss's best cutting horse.
He was an old fiddle-headed mount.
Wranglers usually learn more about their horses than that.
Well, I wasn't a wrangler nohow. I was signed on as a regular hand till Pokey quit.
Wasn't it better than riding drag?
It's the principle.
Well, most of the good cowpunchers start out as wranglers.
Well, I didn't. That dumb nag step on my gun. He was an old fiddle-headed mount, and so... Well, so was that trail boss.
Hey, don't you cut-mouth Charles Maxwell. I took your part at times because I was cook, and that's what I was there for. But don't you ever cut-mouth Charlie again. You would have quit anyways.
Yeah, well, how they expect one man supposed to handle 70 horses anyways?
Oh, times used to be when it was more than 100. You never knew how rough it could be.
You mean you only took my part because it was your job?
The wranglers was my responsibility. Sometimes I had to go a ways, but you was just about the longest reach I ever had.
Didn't I do all right by you?
Oh, I guess you weren't that bad. A couple of spectacular blunders, but you weren't that bad. Well, hey, there's the first light.
Yeah.
My hand's stiff. Damned arthritis. I wish we hadn't riled up that whole town so.
Don't worry. I'm going to be right with you this morning. We'll wrestle the skunk out of that hombre's spine, and this time leave at our own pace.
Will you let that pass?
I'll bet the last thing he expects is to see us again.
Ross, will you settle down? I'm a cook, not a gunfighter. The only thing I ever used my gun for was to float it on the coffee each morning to make sure it was strong enough.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means that at my age, any sure fight I can sweat into a near miss, I will.
You mean you ain't...
No, I ain't.
But what about...
Honor?
Yeah.
Pride?
Yeah.
Dignity?
Yeah.
Self-respect?
Yeah.
Sorry, it ain't worth it.
You can't say that.
Just did. Ain't all those put together worth my face? And that face, I mean to say, in the strictest anatomical sense of the word.
Are you just trying to get my goat?
I can smell winter coming already.
Are you being serious or not?
I'm being serious.
But that guy hit you.
Will you quit rubbing that in?
All right. What do you propose we do?
Just ride on.
Ride on where?
West.
Ride on. Just ride on. And what do we do when we get to the Pacific Ocean? You ride on. I ain't going.
Huh?
I got a score to settle, and I can do it myself.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. It was my fight anyway. I don't need you chewing my cud for me anymore.
You ain't never been in a gunfight in your life. He'd kill you.
So, it's time I took care of myself.
I'll drink to that.
I ain't gonna ride on the rest of my life knowing there's a whole town somewhere that's laughing at me behind my back.
It ain't important, Ross.
Yes, it is.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it is.
Quit pushing me, Ross.
I ain't pushing you. You're pushing me. You've been pushing me all night.
No, you're pushing me.
No, I ain't.
Yes, you are.
No, I ain't.
I got a gun here that says you are.
Potluck. What are you doing?
I've had just about all I'm going to take from you, Ross.
Potluck.
There's only one way to settle this.
Sears Radio Theater will return after this message from your local station.
What if you went off to college and found that you were different from everyone else, and everything was designed for them, not for you? Suppose you went to the library and all the books you needed were in Braille, and you were the only one who couldn't read. You'd feel left out, wouldn't you? And what if you went to class and found that there were no chairs because all the other students rolled in with their own wheelchairs? Suppose one of your professors gave his lectures talking with his hands, only his hands, and everyone understood sign language except you. You'd think it wasn't fair. Well, that's how handicapped people feel now when they go to college and find extra handicaps. But things are changing, and we have free information that can help. Write Closer Look, Box 1492, Washington, D.C., 20013. A public service message on behalf of the United States Office of Education.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear more than words.
Grandma?
Yes, sweetheart?
Did my mother ever do anything bad?
Well, what do you mean?
Did she always clean up her room?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
Seems to me I had to remind her to clean up her room on occasion.
Sometimes I forget too.
Well, everyone forgets once in a while.
Listen with your heart and start to understand.
Grandma, does my mom love Jimmy more than me?
No. You know, your mother used to ask me that about her brother.
Really?
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
You remind me an awful lot of your mother when she was a little girl.
Listening, caring, and sharing. That's what understanding is all about.
Listen with your heart and you'll hear love.
From the Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Lorne Greene again. And here's the concluding act. of leaving Cheyenne.
Potluck, watch out with that gun. You fired at me. You could have hit me.
Shut up, Ross. I'm tired of listening to you.
What?
I said shut up.
Wait a minute. Quit it!
You're gonna shut up?
What?
I said shut up.
What are you doing?
This time I'm aiming right at your gut. Now throw down your gun. Throw it down.
All right. There.
That was a dumb move, Ross. You should have kept it.
But you just told me that...
A man oughtn't ever to let go his gun.
What's got into you? Hey, what are you doing? I just threw mine down, Potluck. Come on now. Come on, cut it out. You ain't behaving normal. You gonna shoot me? What for?
How many times I told you not to call me Potluck no more?
Well, that ain't no reason to shoot someone, especially if he's your friend.
That don't make no difference, kid.
Quit calling me kid.
You gonna apologize?
No.
Apologize.
You'd shoot an unarmed man. I ain't got no respect for you at all.
I don't give a good gall dang what you got. I'm gonna blow the goobers off in your vine.
Yeah? Well, shoot me and get it over with. I ain't apologizing. Potluck.
Right between the... Yeah. I moved the cylinder back, Ross. Okay, so you proved it. You proved you ain't afraid to die. So now you can forget about that fight. Oh, how'd I ever end up out here with you? You'd let the only guy you know kill you for name-calling. Well, that's dumb checkers, Ross.
You ain't the only guy I know.
Name another. There. That's what you ought to be shot for, making coffee like that. And that'd make more sense than getting killed over some knock-around tart in a saloon.
Lady.
Huh?
She was a lady.
She was for sale, Ross. She was dressed up like a sore toe. Do I have to put a knot in your skull that'd sweat a rat to run around? It was the bulge in your back pocket she was after.
I know that.
Well, if you knew it then, what...
I just paid her when that guy come over.
Oh, and you didn't want to lose your investment.
I was sure gonna do something.
Oh, money. That's what everything's boiling down to now, isn't it? The only thing got any value anymore, money. Self-respect, hell. Scratch a man today, and you find scrip. You grousing more about your pay than trying to do your job right and learn something you could be proud of.
What's proud about being low man on the totem pole?
Well, a wrangler may be low man on the totem pole, but he can learn things about horses that few other men know, and he can use that knowledge to work his way up, because men will respect it. You find pride where you put it. Same with honor. A man's self-respect don't by nature extend to the tarts he sleeps with, and certainly don't extend to the tarts he don't sleep with.
But he hit her. What was I supposed to do, stand by and let him do that?
Ross, she signaled that man to come over.
So? What?
It was a setup. The whole thing was a setup. They get your money and then get you so riled so you kick up a row, and then they give you the bum's rush. It's the oldest trick in the book.
You mean they... Well, that damn...
Ross... Listen,
I should have...
Ross...
Who's she think I am, anyway?
Listen to me, will you? Will you listen?
That's really something, isn't it? That's really... Boy.
There's no way you can get even, so don't even think about it. You try, and you'll end up in jail for assault, and then what'll they do? Fine you. Money.
That's just about the lowest.
That's why the trail is closing down. Money. You can't play stud if the house is dealing blackjack, Ross.
Well, that's just...
Chalk it up to experience.
Oh, that's
Ross.
I don't need no experience like that. I can get along without that just fine.
He probably wouldn't even fight with you anyways. Why should he? He's got his money.
My money? They were in cahoots the whole time. Yeah. And you saw it. You saw the whole thing. I'll be damned. I really will.
Ross, it works every time. Because they know our moves. As soon as we fly off the handle, they've got us for whatever they want to take us for. And the day our paws strap gun belts round our waists, we're just like hound dogs with collars on. Hound dogs to the coons of pride and honor. Well, them's just chips on the shoulder, Ross. Cow chips. Stink to high heaven and weigh a ton. On the trail, them words did mean something. A man's responsibilities was clear-cut, and his loyalties was obvious. And them words meant enough we never had to use them. It was only when we rode into town that we become self-conscious. And our code become nothing more than just waiting for somebody to insult us. We was cowpokes, but them town folk didn't see nothing but suckers. They even rumors that guys like us ain't all men. How do you contend with that, huh? You lose, and you're dead. You win, and they say, pretty good shot for half a man.
So?
So, you pick your friends right and pay cash with the rest. It's dawn now for sure. There's the sun. I'm getting my gear packed up, and then I reckon I'm off.
Can't we go together?
Well, I'm sure you got plans that don't include an old man like me.
No. No, I ain't got no particular place. I just kind of figured that wherever you want to go is fine by me.
Oh, I don't know. Where were you thinking of heading?
Don't matter. What about west?
Well, I think I'll go south.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, I just want a warm corner, Ross.
Sure. Let's go.
Ross, I got some business to attend to.
That's okay.
It's kind of personal.
What is it?
Well, I got to go back to that town.
Back to... Why?
It's nothing.
Potluck.
Some guy stole my frying pan.
Huh?
While we was in that deadfall saloon, someone walked up to my horse and proceeded to get his frying pan mixed up with my frying pan, and in a confusion forgot to leave either one of them.
You're going back for that?
Well, I told you it was just personal.
You'd fight over a frying pan?
I just want it back.
Why don't you just buy another?
I don't feel like putting out money for another of something I already have one of.
I'll give you the money.
I want the one that stood by me for 19 years on the trail.
You talk about it like it was a person.
It was my partner.
Well, okay.
Ross, I won't need no help.
But you're my friend. You just said that was the most important thing.
Yeah, I know, but...
You think more of your frying pan?
Well, it's been with me longer, Ross.
Well, geez. You pick your friends and they skip out on you. Take to the trail and it's closing down. Stay shy of towns, they're springing up like loco weeds. So what am I supposed to do?
You'll manage.
I'll manage? I'll manage? What the heck's that supposed to mean? Boy, you sure was right, mister. Your advice-giving days is over. You got the punch of a rubber spur.
Don't you think I know that? It's like the time...
I don't want to hear no more of your stories. Ain't none of it true anyway. I mean, anyone that thinks of a frying pan's more human than a person. How are you going to find a frying pan out of a whole town anyways?
By acting crazy. Well, got my bundle packed. I'm going to saddle up.
Samuel? I never knew you was married.
Did I say I was?
Yeah?
Well, a long time ago to an old widow.
Was she pretty?
Got her out of a catalog.
Is she still alive?
I don't know. Think she's teaching school now, somewheres north. Montana, maybe.
You going to fetch her?
No, it's too cold up there.
Well, but if she's your wife...
Ross. One of the best things about the old trail days was the way a stranger was respected. If he had a mind to tell you his business, you listened. And if he chose to remain silent and just have a cup of coffee, that was okay, too. And when two horsemen met on the prairie, they always exchanged a word or two. But when they rode on, it was considered impolite to look back over your shoulder.
Yeah. So long.
Sears, where America shops, invite you to apply for the Sears credit card. It gives you credit in over 3,600 Sears stores coast to coast. Whether you live or travel in any of the 50 states, there's a Sears store where you can shop for what you need for your family, home, or car. You can apply for the Sears credit card at any Sears store or by calling this toll-free number now. Call 800-526-0444. That's 800-526-0444. New Jersey residents call 800-652-2777.
Eyes right, eyes left. Eyes will go from head to toe when you dress right, dressing in the newest fashion attention getter. Sears salutes the military look with double-breasted short jackets, belted skirts, and narrow-leg trousers with front pleats. All standing tall in navy or tan polyester and cotton twill. Junior sizes 5 to 13. So, march into most Sears larger retail stores and arm yourself with the latest military style. Whew, at ease.
Nearly everyone at our party mentioned our new Sears Dream Supreme carpeting.
Didn't anyone say anything about my rutabaga dip?
Marvin said Dream Supreme looks so thick and luxurious. He loved its velvety, soft plush pile.
What about my rutabaga dip?
Eloise adored the color
of my rutabaga dip.
I told her that avocado lime is just one of Dream Supreme's 20 lustrous colors, and when Doris heard that Dream Supreme is so reasonably priced and treated with Scotchgard brand fabric protector...
Okay, what about my tuna fish upside down cake?
Dream Supreme carpeting in most larger Sears retail stores. I sell draperies at Sears. Yesterday, a lady came in and said that she'd been in and out of about every store in town looking for draperies and at this point didn't know what she wanted anymore. I asked questions about her tastes and decor and then made suggestions. She was thrilled. She found what she wanted and learned a little too. It made me feel good to know that I helped her out. Sears people are friendly people who help you find what you want.
Where America shops.
You've been listening to Sears Radio Theater, brought to you 5 nights a week by Sears Roebuck and Company. Sears, where America shops. Leavin' Cheyenne was written by Percy Granger, produced and directed by Fletcher Markle. Your host was Lorne Green. Our stars were John Daner and Don Johnson. The music for Sears Radio Theater was composed and conducted by Nelson Riddle. Art Gilmore speaking. The Elliott Lewis production of Sears Radio Theater is a presentation.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System,
and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, Season of Disbelief and Hail and Farewell, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. Two unusual and provocative character studies by one of America's most original authors, Ray Bradbury. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bradbury.
It has always seemed to me that life, to all of us, is an endless coil of rope playing through our hands every moment of every hour of the day. The long line of the rope goes back to the time we were born and extends on out ahead to the time of our death. In between lies the eternal now, the flickering moments when each of us must play the rope as best we can, without burning our fingers, snarling the coils, or breaking the line. This is a study of one woman and her rope.
Season of Disbelief. Old Mrs. Bentley was a saver. She saved tickets, old theater programs, bits of lace, scarves, railroad transfers, and such things. All the tags and tokens of her experience she saved.
I've a stack of records. Here's Caruso. That was in 1921 in New York. I was 40. John was still alive. Here's June Moon. 1929, I think, right after John died.
That was the huge regret of her life, in a way. The one thing she had most enjoyed touching and listening to and looking at, she hadn't saved. John was far out in the meadow country, dated and boxed and hidden under grasses. And nothing remained of him but his high silk hat, his cane, and his good suit in the closet. But what she could keep she had kept. Pink-flowered dresses crushed among mothballs and vast black trunks, and cut-glass dishes from her childhood. Her past lived with her. Then, the thing with the children. It happened in the middle of the summer. Mrs. Bentley, coming out to water the ivy on her front porch, saw the two cool-colored, sprawling girls lying on her green lawn, enjoying the immense prickling of the grass. At the very moment she was smiling down on them with her yellow mask face, around a corner like an elfin band came an ice cream wagon. The two girls sat up, turning their heads like sunflowers after the sun.
Little girls, would you like some?
The wagon stopped. There was an exchange of money for pieces of the original Ice Age. These she gave to the girls, who thanked her with snow in their mouths, their eyes darting from her buttoned-up shoes to her white hair.
Don't you want a bite?
No, child. I'm old enough and cold enough. The hottest day won't thaw me. Come up on the porch and sit in the shade. But mind you don't drip.
I'm Alice. She's Jane.
How nice. I'm Mrs. Bentley. They call me Helen.
I didn't know old ladies had first names. Well, you never hear 'em used.
My dear, when you're as old as I, they won't call you Jane either. Old age is dreadfully formal.
How old are you?
I remember the dinosaur.
No, but how old?
75.
That's old.
I don't feel any different now than when I was your age.
Our age?
Yes, once I was a pretty little girl, just like you, Jane. Well, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't have to go so soon, I hope.
Well...
Is something the matter? What?
My mother says it isn't nice to fib.
Of course it isn't.
And not to listen to fibs.
Who was fibbing to you, Alice?
You were.
About what?
About your age. About being a little girl.
But I was. Many years ago, little girl like you.
Come on, Jan.
But how ridiculous. It's perfectly obvious. Everyone was young once.
You're joking with us. You weren't really 10 ever, were you, Mrs. Bentley?
You run on home. You get away from here. I won't have you laughing.
And your name's not really Helen.
Of course it's Helen.
Goodbye.
Thanks for the ice cream.
Once I played hopscotch. You hear me? I did. The idea. No one ever doubted I was a girl before. What a silly, horrible thing to do. I don't mind being old. Not really. But I do resent having my childhood taken away from me.
After supper, she gathered together certain items in a perfumed kerchief. Then she went to her front porch and stood there stiffly for half an hour. As suddenly as night birds, the two girls flew by, and Mrs. Bentley's voice brought them to a fluttering rest.
Girls! Girls!
Yes, Mrs. Bentley?
Come up on the porch.
Yes, Mrs. Bentley.
I've got some treasures to show you. Sit down, both of you. Now, here. I wore this when I was 9.
It's a comb. Let's see. It's pretty.
And here's a tiny ring I wore when I was 8. Doesn't fit my finger now.
Why, it just fits me. The comb fits my head.
And here, a picture.
Who's this little girl?
It's me.
Oh, it doesn't look like you. Anybody could get a picture like this somewhere.
But it's the truth.
Any more pictures, Mrs. Bentley? Of you later? You got a picture of you at 15? And one at 20? One at 40? 50?
Oh, nonsense. I don't have to show you anything.
And we don't have to believe you.
But this picture proves I was young.
That's some other little girl like us. You borrowed it.
I was married.
Where's Mr. Bentley?
He's been gone a long time. If he were here, he'd tell you how young and pretty I was when I was 22.
But he's not here, and he can't tell.
I have a marriage certificate.
You could have borrowed it. The only way I'll believe you were ever young is if you have someone say they saw you when you were 10.
Thousands of people saw me, but they're dead, you little fool. Dead or ill or gone away in other towns. I don't know a soul here. Just moved here a few years ago, so no one saw me young.
Well, there you are. Nobody saw her.
Listen, you must take these things on faith. Someday you'll be as old as I. People will say the same. Oh, no, they'll say those vultures were never hummingbirds. Those owls were never orioles. Those parrots were never bluebirds. One day you'll be like me.
No, I won't.
Me. Oh, you wait and see. You, child, your mother. Haven't you noticed over the years the change?
No, she's always the same. I guess we better go home. Thanks for the comb, it's fine. And thanks for the ring. It just fits. And the picture of the little girl.
No, come back. You can't have those. They're mine.
No, you stole them. They belong to some little girl. You stole them.
No. Oh, come back. Oh, come back.
She lay awake for many hours into that night, among her trunks and trinkets. A night wind blew in the room. The white curtain fluttered against a dark cane, which had leaned against that wall near the other bric-a-brac for many years. The cane trembled and fell. Its gold ferrule glittered in the moonlight. It was her husband's opera cane. It seemed as if he were pointing it at her, as he often had, using his soft, sad, reasonable voice.
Those children are right. They stole nothing from you, my dear. These things don't belong to you here, you now. They belong to her, that other you so long ago.
And then, as though an ancient phonograph record had been set hissing under a steel needle, she remembered a conversation she had once with Mr. Bentley. Mr. Bentley, so prim, a pink carnation in his whisk-broomed lapel.
My dear, you never will understand time, will you? Don't you see, no matter how hard you try to be what you once were, you can only be what you are here and now. Time plays tricks. When you're 9, you think you've always been 9 years old, and will always be. When you're 30, it seems you've always been balanced there on that bright rim of middle life. And then, when you become 70, you are always and forever 70. You are in the present. You are trapped in a young now or an old now. But there is no other now to be seen. Ticket stubs are trickery. Saving things is a magic trick with mirrors. You're saving cocoons, corsets in a way you can never fit again. Why save them? You can't really prove you were ever young.
Pictures, John.
No, they lie. You're not the picture.
Affidavits.
No, you're not the dates or the ink or the paper. You're not these trunks of junk and tricks. You're only here now, the present you.
Yes, I see. In the morning I'll do something final about this and settle down to being only me and nobody else from any other year. That's what I'll do.
The morning was bright and green, and there at her door, like moths bumping softly on the screen, were the two girls.
Got any more things to give us, Mrs. Bentley? More of the little girls' things?
She led them down the hall to the library.
Take this.
The dress in which she had played the mandarin's daughter at 15.
And this. And this.
A kaleidoscope, a magnifying glass.
Pick out anything you want. Books, skates, dolls, everything. They're yours.
Ours?
Only yours. And will you help me with a little work? I'm building a big fire in my backyard. I'm emptying the trunks, throwing out this trash for the trash man. It doesn't belong to me. Nothing ever belongs to anybody.
We'll help you, Mrs. Bentley. It'll be fun.
And now, on summer afternoons, you can see the two little girls like wrens on a wire on Mrs. Bentley's front porch. They sit in their cool dresses, not stirring, waiting for her. And when the silvery chimes of the ice cream man are heard, the front door opens, Mrs. Bentley floats out with her hand deep in the throat of her silver-mouthed purse, and for half an hour you can see them there on the porch, the two girls and the old lady, putting coldness into warmness, eating chocolate icicles, laughing. At last they are good friends.
How old are you, Mrs. Bentley?
75.
How old were you 50 years ago?
75.
You were never young, were you? And never wore ribbons or dresses like these?
No, Jane. Never.
Have you got a first name?
My name is Mrs. Bentley.
And you've always lived in this one house?
Always.
And never were pretty?
Never.
Never in a million trillion years?
Never in a million trillion years.
Presenting now the second of our duo, and Mr. Ray Bradbury.
The rope of life hisses through our fingers. We reach, it's gone. The beauty of any particular flower, song, poem, or person lies often in the fact that roses must fade, songs die with the breath, poems burn in the fire, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. But what if beauty could be made to last? Would it still be beautiful or monstrous? Here's the study of a person who seized the traveling rope of life, a moment of beauty, and felt it freeze in his hands.
Hail and farewell.
He was going away. There was nothing else to do. The time was up, the clock had run out, and he was going very far away indeed. His suitcase was packed, shoes shined, hair brushed, it expressly washed behind his ears, and it remained only for him to go down the stairs, out the front door, and up the street to the small town station where the train would make a stop for him alone. Then Fox Hill, Illinois, would be left far off in his past. And he would go on, perhaps to Iowa, perhaps to Kansas, perhaps even to California.
Willie?
Yes?
Almost time.
All right. I'll be down.
In the mirror on his dresser, he saw a face made of June dandelions and July apples and warm summer morning milk. There, as always, was his look of the angel and the innocent, which might never in the years of his life change. He picked up his valise, looked once more around his room, and went downstairs.
Here I am.
You can't really be leaving us, Willie.
People are beginning to talk. I've been here 3 years now, but when people begin to talk, I know it's time to put on my shoes and buy a railroad ticket.
It's all so strange. I just don't understand. It's so sudden. We'll miss you, Willie. We'll miss you very much.
I'll write you every Christmas.
It's been a great pleasure and satisfaction. It's a shame it had to stop. Shame that you had to tell us about yourself. An awful shame you can't stay on.
You're the nicest folks I ever had.
Oh, Willie. Willie.
It's not easy to go. You get used to things. You want to stay. But it doesn't work. I tried to stay on once after people began to suspect. How horrible, people said. All these years playing with our innocent children, they said. And us not guessing. Awful. And I finally had to leave town one night. It's not easy. You know darn well how much I love both of you. Thanks for 3 swell years. Well...
Willie, where will you go?
I don't know. I just start traveling. When I see a town that looks nice and green, I settle in.
Will you ever come back?
Oh, in about 20 years, maybe it should begin to show on my face. When it does, I'm going to make a grand tour of all the mothers and fathers I've had.
Oh, Willie.
We can't complain, Anna. Better to have had a son 36 months than none whatever.
Well, I guess it's time. Goodbye. Thanks.
Willie kissed Anna quickly, touched Steve's hand, seized his luggage, and was gone up the street in the green noon light under the trees, not looking back. A small boy, 12 years old, with a birth certificate in his valise to show that he had been born 43 years ago. The boys were playing on the Green Park Diamond when he came by. He stood a little while among the oak tree shadows, watching them hurl the white, snowy baseball into the warm summer air. The boys' voices yelled, and the ball lit on the path near Willie.
Hey, Willie! Where you going, Willie? Gonna visit a cousin of mine for a few days. Huh? You guys just throwing the ball around, huh?
Yeah. You taking the train alone, Willie?
Yeah.
Boy, that's neat.
Hey, how about a couple of throws? I got a little time.
Sure, I guess so.
Willie dropped his bag and ran back. The white baseball was already up in the sun and plunging down to him. And away again to their white figures, up in the sun again, rushing, life coming and going in a pattern. He thought of the last 3 years, now spent to the penny, and the 5 years before that, and so on down the line. The baseball flying here, there. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Hanlon, Creek Bend, Wisconsin, 1932, the first couple, the first year. Henry and Alice Bolts, Limeville, Iowa, 1935. The Smiths, the Eatons, Robinsons, 1939, 1945. Husband and wife. Husband and wife. No children. No children. No children. A knock on this door, a knock on that.
Pardon me. My name is William. I wonder if I could...
A sandwich? Come in. Come in and sit down. Where are you from, son?
The sandwich, tall glass of cold milk, the smiling, the nodding, the comfortable, leisurely talking.
Well, son, you look like you've been traveling. You run off from somewhere.
No.
Are you an orphan?
We always wanted kids. Never worked out. Never knew why, one of those things. Well, getting late, son. Don't you think you better hit for home?
I got no home.
A boy like you? Not dry behind the ears? Your mother'll get worried.
I got no home and no folks anywhere in the world. I wonder, could I sleep here tonight?
Well, now, son, I don't just know. We never considered taking in a...
We've got chicken for supper tonight. Enough for extras. Enough for company.
The voices and the faces and the people and always the same first conversations. The years turning, flying away. The voice of Emily Robinson in a rocking chair in summer night darkness. The last night he stayed with her. The night she discovered his secret. Her voice saying,
I look at all the little children's faces going by, and I sometimes think, what a shame. What a shame that all these flowers have to be cut. All these bright fires have to be put out. What a shame all these have to get tall and unsightly and wrinkle and turn gray or get bald and finally all bone and wheeze be dead and buried off away. When I hear them laugh, I can't believe they'll ever go the road I'm going. They're so eager for everything. I guess that's what I miss most in older folks. The eagerness gone 9 times out of 10. The freshness gone. So much of the drive and life down the drain. I like to watch school let out each day. It's like someone threw a bunch of flowers out of the school front doors. How does it feel, Willie? How does it feel to be young forever? Are you happy? Are you as fine as you seem?
Oh, I worked with what I had. After my folks died, after I found I couldn't get man's work anywhere, I tried carnivals, but they only laughed. Son, they said, you're not a midget. And even if you are, you look like a boy. We want midgets with midgets' faces. Sorry, son. What was I? A boy? I looked like a boy, sounded like a boy. So I might as well go on being a boy. What could I do? What job was there for me? And then one day I saw this man in a restaurant looking at another man's pictures of his kids. Sure wish I had kids, he said. Sure wish I had kids. And that instant, sitting there, I knew what my job would be for all the rest of my life. There was work for me, making lonely people happy, keeping myself busy, playing forever. I knew I had to play forever, deliver a few papers, run a few errands, mow a few lawns. All I had to do was to be a mother's son and a father's pride.
But, Willie, didn't you ever get lonely? Didn't you want things that grown-ups wanted?
I fought that out alone. I'm a boy, I told myself. I'll have to live in a boy's world, read boys' books, play boys' games, cut myself off from everything else. And I played it that way. Oh, it wasn't easy. There were times.
But it's nice being a child for over 40 years.
It's a living, as they say. And when you make other people happy, then you're almost happy, too. And anyway, in a few years now, I'll be in my second childhood. All the fevers will be out of me, and all the unfulfilled things. And most of the dreams. Then I can relax.
He threw the baseball one last time and broke the reverie. Then he was picking up his suitcase. The two boys stood beside him. They were embarrassed at his shaking hands with them.
Oh, Willie. Means if you're going to China or something.
Oh, that's right. It isn't.
So long, Willie. See you next week.
Yeah. So long, Sam. So long, Jamie.
And he was walking off with his suitcase again, looking at the trees, going away from the boys and the street where he had lived. And as he turned the corner, a train whistle screamed, and he began to run. In the early morning, with the iron smell of the train around him and a full night of traveling shaking his bones and his body, he awoke and looked out on a small town just arising from sleep. A porter moved by, a shadow in the shadows.
Sir, what town's this?
Valleyville.
How many people?
10,000. Why, this your stop?
It looks green. It looks nice and quiet.
Son, you know where you're going?
Here.
I hope you know what you're doing, boy.
Yes, sir. I know what I'm doing.
He was down the dark aisle, luggage lifted after him by the porter, and out into this smoking, steaming cold beginning to lighten morning. He stood looking at the porter in the black metal train against the few remaining stars.
Boy!
Wish me luck!
What?
Wish me luck!
Oh, best of luck, son. Best of luck to you, boy.
Thanks!
He watched the black train. He didn't move all the time it was going. He stood quietly, a small boy, 12 years old again, on the worn wooden platform, and only after 3 entire minutes, until the train was completely gone away and out of sight, did he turn at last to face the empty streets below. Then, as the sun was rising, he began to walk very fast so as to keep warm down into the new town.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented 2 studies by Ray Bradbury, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. The first, Season of Disbelief, with Virginia Gregg and John Daner, Dawn Bender, Marion Richmond, and Herb Butterfield. The second, Hail and Farewell, with Richard Beals, Stacey Harris, Vivi Janis, Lawrence Dobkin, Paula Winslow, Roy Glenn, Billy Chapin, and Peggy Weber. We wish to thank Mr. Bradbury for being our special guest. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present the eminent Shakespearean teacher, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, and Mr. William Shakespeare, noted author, who will be our special guests, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Exciting news for adventures and thrilling escapes to pictures and of this bustling cities to tranquil beaches. Our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.